Well, good morning and welcome to the third and final day of the Zagreb Grand Prix. It's a very warm welcome to my co-commentator today, Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And third day and the last 2 days have been very, very exciting, Judo, hasn't it? So our anticipation of hoping that the third and final will be the icing on the cake, the finale, a really great performance in some of these weight categories.
It's normally the case with the heavier weights, isn't it? You know, we've got 5 on the final day, 90, under 100 and plus 100 for the men. You know, you can normally guarantee that something's going to happen in there. We hope that we're going to be able to offer up something for the under 78 kilo category. That has also recently been a really, really strong weight category. Some good fighters in there.
There's some really strong fighters in this weight category here today.
And then we have to see what happens in the plus 78, but we do have a few good names in there. So let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories, and we'll begin with the under 78 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Natalie Powell of Great Britain. The number 3 seed is Audrey Chermio of France, and the number 4 seed is Chermio's teammate Madeleine Malonga.
Well, when you mention those 4, then really who is going to get past them? That's the big question. And for me, Natalie Powell has had some great performances and just seems to be, every time we see her, she just goes from strength to strength, and her confidence is really oozing at this moment. And she's fully fit. She's really up for this weekend. So one of my top favourites is obviously Natalie for taking or being on the podium and hopefully on that number 1 spot. But you can't write out Wagner of Germany, who in Ekaterinburg got a bronze medal and a great performance, and at the European Championships also picked up a bronze medal. So, but that's again another one to watch, and she's up in the Pool A, where she will obviously be challenged by the number 1 seed from Brazil. And a little bit further down, well, Chimeo, again, she's awesome. The French girls are going to be really the ones to be watching because they are very dynamic. They're very aggressive fighters, and it is going to be a tall order to get past the French girls, I think. Okay, I'm going to pick out one extra name from each of those pools. We've got 4 pools up there. As Loretta said, at Pool A, Anna Maria Varga, watch out for her. She's also fresh from her exploits again in Ekaterinburg when she was in the mixed team competition. Hamada Shuri of Japan in Pool B, and in Pool C, Klara Apoteka of Slovenia. She hasn't had that far to come to compete. And then down in Pool D, Luisa Malzahn of Germany, so look out for them. Right, let's take a look at the plus 78 kilo category. And then number 1 seed there is Larissa Cherik of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The number 2 seed is Asahina Sara of Japan. The number 3 seed is Irina Kinzeska of Azerbaijan. And the number 4 seed is Marina Slutskaya of Belarus. Well, I've got to go for Hasina for as a top favourite of winning this competition here today. But there is a good lineup. And Cherik Larissa of Bosnia-Herzegovina, number 1 seed, got a gold medal in Ekaterinburg and a Masters bronze, but she was also gold medalist here last year. So she will be sort of hoping that she will be able to repeat that performance from last year and take that number 1 spot. But Hasina, for me, she's a strong athlete, world silver medalist, gold medal in Düsseldorf this year, and a great performance on that day. So those 2 to watch.
I can't see anybody beating Asahina.
No, I
can't. To be honest, I really can't. But I'm going to mention up in Pool A, Caroline Weiss of Germany. In Pool B, Yelisaveta Kalanina of Ukraine. And in Pool C, the same pool as Asahina, maybe Kyra Sayat of Turkey may be able to come out of there and do something. Right, as far as the men are concerned, in the under 90 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. The number 2 seed is Komracho Ustapirion of Tajikistan. The number 3 seed is Top Christian of Hungary. And the number 4 seed is Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan.
Well, going through that, the number one seeds, the seeding of this competition, and 56 athletes participating, the seedings, they're very strong athletes, there's no doubt about it. One that sort of maybe would go into this under the radar, who's a great performer, is the Cuban Gonzalez, who's world champion back in 2013 and is obviously Pan American silver medalist. He's one to be watching, you can't write him off. But there's a few juniors out there as well that are testing the water here, and they could also be very dangerous. And one in particular, Milotic of Bosnia-Herzegovina, cadet and European world medalist. Again, a young lad, he's got nothing to lose. You've also got the Germans in there. You can throw, not the Germans, but the Georgians that you could throw in the mix as well, that are always very aggressive fighters, technically very good in the tachiwaza, and can be very dangerous indeed. So those are also athletes to watch out for.
Yeah, Loretta mentioned the Georgians, and right down at the bottom there, Avtandil Tushishvili, the former world champion. He could cause a stir down at the bottom. In Pool C, there's a great matchup between Axel Clerget and Ivan Vorobev. They both got byes into round two, so that is already a round two contest that is shaping up to be of some interest.
Yes. But also you've got Tooth there at the bottom from Hungary, who also won the gold medalist. He was the gold medalist from last year here. So again, another very strong athlete. And Dan Toma, also Olympic medalist. So it's going to be hard, there's no doubt about it.
In the under 100 kilo category, the top four seeds, number one seed is Kirill Denisov of Russia, the number two seed is Serenix Miklos of Hungary, the number three seed is Jorge Fonseca of Portugal, and the number four seed is Elkan Mamadov of Azerbaijan.
Well, for me, I'm going to throw in, Fonseca has been really consistent performance throughout the year. With the Düsseldorf, he got bronze, Paris a bronze, and Agadir a silver this year alone. Denisov, obviously a world bronze medalist, a double world medalist in total, but he's obviously going to be hard to knock off the top spot. But he could be challenged. Who sometimes is a bit hot and cold is Karl Richard Frey from Germany, and he's had some really good performances this year, and someone to watch that could challenge. But down in the bottom there in Pool C and in Pool D, but mainly Pool D, you've got obviously Benjamin Fletcher. For me, is a real top favourite for me. This year, he's had a blinding performance and just seems to be going from strength to strength. His confidence is oozing. He's picking up the results. He had a silver in Düsseldorf. In Tunisia, he won it. And Antalya, he also got a bronze medal. You cannot write him off at all. He's going to be one that can challenge for that podium spot.
Good call there in the under 100 kilo category. Right, let's take a look at the last of the weight categories, the plus 100 kilo category. Number one seed is Gurem Tushishvili of Georgia. The number two seed is Stefan Hedji of Austria. The number three seed is Luri Krakovetsky of Kyrgyzstan. And the number four seed is Javad Majub of Iran.
Well, for me, two that could be put into that mix to watch out is Orsason. And the way the Israeli team are performing over this weekend is obviously the team's on a high. They're looking good in general, and I think the successes that they've had in the performances is going to spur this young man on to doing well here today. But also you've got a young athlete from Russia, Tasosiev, who's a junior world champion last year, and Antalya this year took a gold medal. So for me, he's also one to watch. He's young, and but he seems to be oozing with confidence here, and could be a major upset for some of the athletes here on the top seats.
Another good pick. We're going to start by taking a look at the opening contest on mat one. It's in the under 100 kilo category. It's between Aaron Farah of Austria. He faces Nikita Zvirid of Belarus. It's Farah in the white judogi, Zvirid in blue.
Well, Farah, junior European champion back in 2016, a young lad that's has for Austria great hopes for the future. Against quite a strong Belarusian. They're both picking up a Shido apiece now at this moment, just in the opening seconds. Just both analysing each other, trying to get better of each other in the Kumikata. Farah, as you can see, he's got a nice controlling left hand on his opponent's right lapel. Only the one hand on at this moment, though. But seeking that sleeve, as you can see there. Picks up the second Shido, and when you look at the time, there's 3 minutes remaining and 2 Shidos down. It's not the ideal situation there for the Belarusian. Very slow start for him, and now puts himself under some extreme pressure here.
Yeah, he managed to get a really strong grip, did Zvirid, but he didn't do anything with it. That's why he picked the penalty up.
Zvirid there. Oh, nice attack with the Ouchigari, stumbling his opponent back. Farah really on the attack here.
It's just that little look back from Farah when he got to, his start point, to have a look over his shoulder at Zvirid as
yes,
you okay?
Yeah, that's
right.
right. There was nice sportsmanship there. He
knew they came right to the edge.
He genuinely was concerned, wasn't he?
And then he thought, well, I'll just tidy myself up and think, well, we were close to the edge. Let me just have a look. And he just nodded. You okay? Yeah. And
yes.
Zvirid said, yep, I'm okay. It's a tough sport, but it's fair.
Tough play by gentlemen. Oh, very strong gripping going on here. Farah there, Koso to the Ouchigari. Nice combination of techniques there, stumbling his opponent each time. Now working, as we know, the Austrians are very clever in the Niwas, and he's tying up the upper part of the body, controlling that head quite nicely as he tries to get into the Osakomi. Sadly, lost the control at the latter stage of the maneuver.
Minute and a half left to go. 2 penalties picked up by Zvirid. He's picked himself up since having picked up the second penalty, and he's been a little bit more aggressive. See if that pays off.
And you can see Farah coming round the back there, trying to draw his opponent into him. Belarusian with that left hand on the lapel. Nice controlling grip there, but needs to follow it up with something as he throws the arm over the top, comes round the back, but as you can see, hooking in there. Farah lifts his opponent over and dismisses any action from the Belarusian.
A little over half a minute left to go. Yeah, he paid for it in the end.
Yes, yeah.
Well, he showed him that a few times, hadn't he?
He was prepared for it, wasn't he? And it's well, they've downgraded it to a Wazari, so for Farah, he's got it all to do now. But 29 seconds, the timing. Well, they've changed it, yeah.
It was going to be
yes.
Farah, yeah. It was Zvirid who, with a big arm over the top,
tried to lift, and
Farah hooked in and took him back.
So they've downgraded it now to Awazari.
That's probably right.
So they're really chasing now, and rightly so, with seconds remaining. He looks very frustrated with himself, but it didn't start off well enough with 2 Shidos in the first minute. You really were on a bit of a heightened to nothing, really, on that one. So Farah takes the win and goes through to the second round of the under 100 kilograms.
Where he'll face Kirill Denisov of Russia, the #1 seed.
It'll be a challenge.
Coming up next, Shirali Juraev of Uzbekistan faces Kyle Reyes of Canada. It'll be Juraev in the white judogi, Reyes in blue. There was a lot of expectation for Kyle Reyes after he won the Junior World Championship some years ago. Hasn't quite, you know, been able to step up at senior level, but you know, they take a little bit longer to blossom in the heavyweights, I think. They stick around for longer.
Yeah, I think with the, like you say, with the heavyweights, they mature a little bit later, don't they? They're sort of big lads, though, aren't they, really, when you look at them there?
Yeah.
A lot of maturity, physical maturity there.
Very tough first round contest for Kyle Reyes. Juraev is a real brick.
He looks very solid, doesn't he? And he's got that
belt.
He looks very mature out there against Reyes. He's doing well at the moment. He's rocking his opponent there. He's got a good, strong, controlling grip there that has brought his opponent down to his knees slightly there. Flustering him a little bit. You just get the sense that it's just a matter of time through this settling process that's going on for the Uzbek to come back into field here. You see, he really wants to engage with the grip and close up that space, and Juraev there takes the Shido, but quite sure. Well, it's one apiece. Well, I was a bit surprised because there was quite a bit of attacking there going from the Canadian. I didn't really think he deserved it, but it was the grip that they were looking at. Felt that it was a little bit more defensive than proactive. High collar grip there from Reyes. Looks in a good position there, but failing to follow it through with an attack. Playing too much of a bit of a waiting game on the edge of the contest area. And I think there's a possibility, yep, and there you have it. Shido being awarded, and Rey now with halfway in this contest with 2 Shidos. And like we've seen in the previous match, they put themselves under extreme pressure in such an early stage of a contest. Oh, lovely attack there, but it was a mate, I think a bit of a pause, because holding on to the belt.
I just felt that Juraev was just sitting there with the arm around the waist on the belt, and if it wasn't on the belt, then he was holding the skirt of the jacket below the belt. Yeah, there you go. Shido. He would have picked up a score there, but he was just sitting there with that hand on the belt. So got penalised. 2 penalties each now. 1.5 minutes left to go. It's gone back to the belt.
Well, 2 Shidos apiece there. Juraev was hoping for an opportunity in the Niwaza, but what we said at the beginning, he's starting to look a little bit stronger and stronger against the Canadian.
Does Juraev know the rule about not holding onto the belt longer than 5 seconds? I mean, he just seemed to disregard it again. playing the edge a bit here, Juraev. Look, he just wants Reyes on the edge for the penalty.
Yeah, that's all he's looking for. Bit of a negative approach to this contest, to be honest. Reyes with the hands in the inside there. Comes round the back. Oh, he really needed to break up the balance there. He could have walked straight onto those hips. There's a little bit of a tension there. As you can see, the arm round the back, controlling quite nicely the Canadian. So to come round the back, well, a desperate attack there. An attempt of a Sutemi-waza, but the arm round the back was so controlling, and it was an unnecessary move. Obviously felt under a lot of pressure in that last sort of minute or so. So coming into the last half a minute in this contest, head to head here. Well, for Reyes, he really cannot, I was just about to say, can't afford to make any more silly errors, and he really has to think of the attacks that he's putting in, because they're starting to look really scrappy now, and he's putting himself in some awkward positions here. Sutemi-waza, his opponent could have stole that, and there
especially
you again.
The last time.
And then you have the Hizza.
If the first time round, I don't think it was a score. That one was closer to getting counted.
Well, there was the Sasai. He was attempting there, but there was nothing. There was no breaker balance. There was. He literally put the foot in front and fell backwards.
And then fell backwards. And just any amount of taking over from Juraev would have given him the score.
Well, we're into golden score now, 2 shidos apiece. Good attack there from the Canadian, maybe one of the best attacks he's put in so far.
First time we've seen the Ojigari.
Yeah, possibly that's the Achilles heel for the Uzbek.
Or it may be useful to set up his Uchimata, because Uchimata is what Reyes is really known for.
Well, he's got that left hand high on the collar and inside. It's nice. Yeah. Now what he's got to do is start use it. He's got a great grip there. He's got a good kumikacha. He's got the left hand on the lapel. He's got the sleeve. It feels like he feels there's a little bit of tension there, and the power from the Uzbek is holding him back from putting in an attack.
He's not going to let this go on much longer, the referee. They were just standing there, just wandering around aimlessly. Here they are again.
Reeves, if you could put in a couple of attacks there, but as you can see, the Uzbek is coming round the waist, he's looking, and most probably the tension of trying to get a counter to the Uranagi or a rear attack. It looks very controlling, but he's waiting too long and he's doing nothing with it. So for me, he's also close to getting a penalty on that, which he's already had 2 for. So like we said, and what you said earlier on, he's not really learning much of a lesson here. Possibly, like you say, he doesn't understand that rule. 2
feet out, he just walked out, Juraev. Come on.
Well, I think that's the final chance there for him. I'm quite sure that Juraev will pick up the 3rd and final shido.
This has been really tactically poor from both these fighters.
Yes.
Too many errors, and whoever goes out, well, they've got time to look at what's gone on, but whoever stays in is going to have to do a lot of correcting.
And Reeves takes the win.
And
the result of a Hansokumaki, but like you say, it was very, very slow start for these athletes.
Right, we're going to have a look at what's on, what's coming up, and where we're going to go, but we'll stay here then. We'll have a look at Luke Manongo of Gabon. He's up against Ohad Jalan of Hungary. It's Manongo in the white judogi, Ohad in blue. That's in the absence of anything else on the other mats to attract our attention. Let's stick here.
Well, Nunes is you've got coming up afterwards.
The Brazilian. Lorio from Italy, they're up next. Early days yet. We'll be joined by Esther Stam soon. She's off in the wings warming up, you know, like an opera singer.
Warming the tongue up, yes. Chatting away to some of the athletes in the back of house. She always seems to get the gossip, doesn't she? That's great.
10 days the Uzbek coach has been in the job. He's pulling his hair out already. After that performance from Juraev. He's just walking behind us now. He had his hands on his head, shaking his head. Oh, are you sure about this job?
Well, like you say, it's early days. He's still got to put his... yeah, I see what you mean.
He's forlorn.
It's the head's down and the knuckles that are scraping the ground.
Reyes makes his way past us as well. That was quite a warm-up.
Well, looks like he's got a face that would say, right, well, I've blown the cobwebs off.
Yeah.
I'm hoping the next one will be a little bit better than that. So, but sometimes that first match, your nerves, everything, and he's a young athlete, and the experience that he's gaining from this, and it's how you prepare yourself for the first round. And that sort of preparation, you could go out quite easily on the first round. So he's got to really start working on that. He'll not get too many chances like that.
Let's have a look at René Nunes of Brazil. He's up against Giuliano Lorio of Italy. Nunes in the white judogi, Lorio in blue. I think I'd referred to him as Lopocio before. But
yes, I've pronounced it as Lopocio.
Yeah, but it's I was corrected by Elisabetta Frattini, and I defer to her given that she's Italian.
Yes, definitely.
So Lopocio, she said to me,
Lopocio.
in that rich Italian accent she has. So here it is. Nunes in the white judogi, Lopocio in blue. We got the plus 100 kilo category starting soon on mat 2.
First round, men under 100 kilos. In blue judogi representing Brazil, Felipe Farias. In white representing Latvia, Borodavko.
Well, you have it, Lorio. Lighter on his feet here. Nunes of Brazil, there in the white. It's more a little bit of a slow start with both these athletes, but Nunes looking for that hip throw. He's got the left hand on the lapel, the controlling side, looking to reach forward for that sleeve grip. Well, as we would expect in the early rounds, neither one of them wants to really make that ultimate mistake. There's a hook in there with Uchimata. He spent too much time on that Uchimata, hopping with very little rotation or upper body control. And Nunes had that opportunity to feel and counter, and that could have cost him quite dearly there, the Italian.
So he's just got out of bed, doesn't it?
Most probably has.
Estastam got introduced to a new word yesterday. We called it untidy. Some of the judo was untidy, but I didn't think I'd be using it to describe someone's appearance on the tatami. Does though, doesn't he? It could be locks, you know, you could do some little raz locks going on there.
Well, it's been a very slow start for both these athletes, and neither one of them wants to be brave enough to step it up into the next gear and rattle this up a little bit, and that's what it seems to feel that we need here, a little bit of excitement generated into this contest.
I'll tell you what we're going to do, because Loretta has asked for some excitement. We're going to go down to mat number 3, because I think that's where we're going to get the excitement.
Yeah.
Milan Randall of Slovakia faces Tony Milotic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. It's Randall in the white judogi, Milotic in blue. And I think you mentioned the Bosnian this morning, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Right,
yes.
so let's pay him a little bit of attention. He's Wazari down, by the way. He just got thrown with a big Haraimaki komi by Randall. He's not out of it because there's plenty of time left. We've only had half a minute or so. Here is Loretta.
Thank you, Sheldon.
In white judogi representing Slovenia, Vito Dragic.
Well, hopefully there will be a little bit more fireworks being let off here in this contest. Generating a little bit of enthusiasm here. And this will be a tough one for this youngster from Bosnia-Herzegovina, Milotic, but already is reaching some very good standards within judo. Cadet, European and world bronze medalist. Still a junior by age. And battling away here, very determined young man. Randall, as you can see with the high collar grip, drawing his opponent's head down. Well, both Randall picking up the Shido. He has got a Wazari now and takes a comfortable lead. We're halfway through this contest. Milotic really now has to step it up a little bit. So he has to start firing almost in. He's got an aggressive start now. This youngster really has no fear out here against his opponent, giving him no respect. Really looks very hungry to win this match and medal here today. Milotic once again throws that high collar grip, connects, finds himself on the receiving end of the Ouchigari from Randall. Makikomi, an attempt there from Randall. He's leading with a Wazari. And 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Well, he'd be quite happy to stay in the Niwas as the clock ticks away quite nicely for him. Eating up a few valuable seconds. Randall is not really what he wants to be, is up in the Tachiwaza with a youngster like this one, nipping away at his ankles, desperately wanting to come back. Has real spirit, this young man. Well, here you have the Kochigari. stumbling his opponent down. Milotic tried what looked to be the Harai or Uchimata, but countered quite nicely there. Upper body control. Randall still leading with just that one Wazari, and half a minute remaining in this contest.
In the very far right corner of your shot, you can see the Brazilian there, Nunes, signing a few autographs and selfies and pictures with some of the kids, and doing a great job. He only lost his fight, huh? His opening fight. The coach has walked off, just completely disgusted with him. Because he wants to talk to him about, what's happened, and he's over there signing autographs.
Focus on the job in hand, as they would say.
Yeah, you can come back and sign a few autographs afterwards, but anyway.
Well, Randall takes the win and goes through to the second round for Slovak.
Single score was enough.
Milotic, a good performance from this young man. Definitely got the ability to do really well, and it's gaining a lot of experience.
Right, we're going to stay here on mat number 3. It's the under 90 kilo category, first round. Randall, just with that single score, that was enough to get past his Bosnian opponent. Coming up next, what have we got then? Matthew Koch of the United States of America. He faces Christoph Kaljulaid of Estonia. Koch in the white judogi, Kaljulaid in blue. I haven't seen either of these two before.
First round for the women over 78 kilos. Tatami 2. In blue judogi representing Russia, Yates-Brown. In white judogi representing Ukraine, First round for women over 78 kilos, Tatami 1. In blue for Cameroon, Holdes Bala. In white for Germany, Gonzalez.
Just to let you know that the plus 78 kilo category has just started on mat number 2. We had one round of the plus 100. Juraev Spiker won out there, didn't he? Good morning, Esther. Tell us what happened there.
Good morning. It was a good fight to see, and I think you ended it in a really strong way with I think it was with Newaza. So
He looked busy. I don't know what's happened. All of a sudden, it's got an injection of confidence, and his movement is that little bit better. And
I think the Papendal in the Netherlands, like the centralized training program, it's working out for him. So you see him, you see progress.
We shall see how he progresses further in the competition then.
I hope the best for him.
Just trying to look at the upcoming contests and see what we may be able to pick out and where we want to go, but it's early days in the competition yet. We haven't got any of those big matchups yet. We will get one in the under 90 kilo category, round 2. However, both Axel Clerget and who is he due to go up against? Who had a bye? Ivan Vorobev of
That's
Russia.
going to be a good fight.
Round 2. First fight for them.
And also, I'm interested in the fight against Georgi Papunashvili and Ashley Gonzalez, actually.
Yeah.
That's the first round.
Yeah, as an opening fight. Yeah. Very, very tough. You know, the minute you move out of the top 8, if you're not in the top 8, you just run the risk of being thrown anywhere single Shido against Matthew Koch of the United States of America in his battle with Christoph Kaljulaid. Looks as though Galina Tarasova of Ukraine has just lost her contest on mat 2. She was up against Yulia Lyanishenko of Russia. The Russians really searching for a heavyweight, desperate to get someone that they can, you know, trust, invest in, especially with the team event coming up. You need to have all your guns firing, and it's a weight that they haven't really had a great deal of success with recently. Coming up next, Victor Avor of Ghana faces Michal Marchitan of the United Arab Emirates. It's Avor in the white judogi, Marchitan in blue. There's a big cheer from the adjoining mat as Ivana Shutalo of Croatia stepped onto the mat for her opening contest in the plus 78 kilo category.
Hi, Esther. Right, well, there's it's been a bit of a slow start in some of the mats that we've covered so far. I think because we've had so much excitement in the past 2 days.
We did.
It's a little bit of an anticlimax at the moment, so I'm hoping it's just going to start warming up as we go through the stages. But so far there's been some really sort of close fought matches, and a lack of sort of spark, as you would say, in or an injection of energy in the contests. So hopefully we'll start seeing a little bit more coming on.
I think we have to be a little bit patient because there's really top fighters today as well.
Yeah, I just think we've been very spoilt, haven't we? For the past 2 days, we've been really spoilt on the performances, and I think our expectations each day has got better, and today has been a little bit of a quiet start, and I'm just waiting for it to happen. So I'm being a little bit greedy, I suppose.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be good.
Yes,
don't worry.
We have got some really good matches coming up, and there's some great fighters in here that will perform well. We do know that, and it is difficult to say that because obviously it's a straight knockout, and they cannot afford to make any silly errors in the opening rounds. It forfeits their opportunity of taking a place on that podium. But this one seems a little bit lively that we're seeing here.
Yeah, they're both putting everything into it, so that's really good. Yeah, and that's, I think, a big difference between some of the top seeds. They just come here for the gold, and you have some judokas who just want to gain experience, and they want to get through some rounds and hope they don't get a top seed too fast and too soon.
Yeah, well, looking through the list of what we have, there's actually quite, especially in the men, there's quite a lot of youngsters sort of testing the water, as we would say here in this competition. Some that are still juniors in age, but have got some quite high-ranked qualifications as far as world and European and even cadet European and world champions out here competing cadet that are still juniors. It's incredible that these youngsters that, as we know, the transition for women is not so difficult from a junior through into the senior category. In fact, there's a lot of juniors that compete at senior level. But for the men, it's the physical maturity is so much harder to come through too quickly into the senior men's.
Yeah, I think it's although it's developing, because I think the strength programs are getting better and better. So some young guys are really already at top level if you look at their strength, and the only thing they're really missing is also experience. So they will make some like silly mistakes earlier on.
Yes, that's no doubt about it, that inexperience.
Oh, that was not a good attack.
No, that was a very poor judgment there from the Ghanaian, and sadly pays the penalty for it with a Nippon that scored.
He was actually doing it himself, so not much work for Marchitan.
No, he'd be. No, he didn't have to work hard for that one, did he? Really?
For the Nippon. The contest, yes. Yeah, that was really cool.
Well, I don't know what he was thinking there. He threw that arm over and he more or less sat down on himself, but his opponent obviously going in the right direction. And if he didn't get the Ippon, he would have had the Tatishio Gatami, wouldn't he?
I was thinking the same thing. And we've got some under 78 kilogram fights coming up soon, so that should be fun as well.
Well, we'll stay with this mat for now, and then we'll go on to mat number 1, where we're starting with it, where you've got the under 78 kilos for the women starting. And there you have Kazakhstan, Zananova taking the win there, and coming up now in the under 78 kilo category is Jemima Yates-Brown. She's up against Patricia.
She's a lightweight for the 78,
Sampaio,
right?
Yes. Well, she's had 2 events at the under 78. She's normally an under 70 kilo athlete, and a lot of her junior career was actually under 63s. She's quite a powerhouse, and as you can see, the first opening attack there was that Sianagi stumbling her opponent over the top. Sadly didn't get a little bit of a finishing touch to that, otherwise that was a great attack though in the opening seconds. So Yates-Brown will be quite happy with that start, and it'll have frightened the life out of the Portuguese, there's no doubt about it. So the attempt.
Yeah, good attack from the Portuguese.
And then follows it through into the Niwaza. Now, one thing with Yates-Brown is that she is hyper flexible there, and whether it's a good thing or not, we're still to work that one out, because she has been plagued with quite a few injuries in her career, quite serious ones, but her determination, willpower to succeed in judo is, you can't fault it. But she is someone you've got to monitor quite a lot and nurture as she goes through the ranks into senior level judo. But as you can see, how powerful is she? She's so threatening out there, isn't she? Her transition into this 78, she seems quite comfortable
Yeah, I think it's a good choice, and she can use her strength, but also her, I think, her
size, yeah,
her
she's
agility.
small. Yes, she's very small. She's very dynamic. Her reactions are very, very sharp. She has a really good feel in judo, and I think it's just that as she builds up into the weight category, I think that's really her transition of building up with the weight is so important. And this will take a little bit more time. At the moment, she's slightly unknown in the under 78, so she's coming out and surprising the life out of everybody, because they're not really, well, they are now expecting her to be there, but in the past two competitions, it was a major surprise to see someone like her, of her structure being in at the under 78 kilo. Because you would generally just look at her and say she's actually quite small, really, for this weight category.
A little bit of a break here.
Well, she'll get a chance to sort of compose herself. And the one thing with Yates-Brown, she's such an athlete. She is such a great performer, and a very, very hard trainer indeed. Really is focused when it comes to her training, and which is really nice to see of someone of such a young age. Definitely got potential for the future of British judo, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think so too, and she has the time to get used to her new weight category. She has a big opponent for her before her from the same country, Natalie Powell. So
yes, that will be, and so I don't think it will be too quick that she will start coming up into the top ranks. But and whether she stays is a question mark. Whether this will be the sort of comfortable move for her, or will she, because in both ways we've also got Sally Conway, who took a bronze medal yesterday and is Olympic bronze medalist. So again,
there's no easy way.
There's no easy direction on which way she's going to go. It is down to what's ever going to be suiting Yates-Brown physically, and for her in the future to gain some very good results. Now, Sampaio there really is doing some work now. She started with that little bit of a pause, has come back a little bit more determined. She has a better understanding, I think, now of what she's dealing with when it comes to this young lady from Great Britain. Again, another attack there. We've seen that Sodi a couple of times, and both times she's been very effective with it. Just hasn't got the little finish to it, and tends to drop too quickly to square. And if she was to take it off generally to the side rather than taking it forward, she might get the actual score that she's looking for. I just think she's taken it forward rather than sideways, and I think she might get much more better result on the side entrance.
Yeah, and I think now she's doing it too quickly. You know, you need to prepare your attack.
A little bit of a panic attack there, really. Felt that because Yates-Brown, I know, is very, very strong, and to be on the receiving end of her grips, it's really intimidating. And that's where I think the Portuguese is feeling it. As soon as the two hands on, she'll drop, she'll try and get out of trouble, because she can sense the danger that's coming. So for the Portuguese, she's got to get first. She's got to be hitting first. She's got to get that grip. She's got to take onus of this contest. She cannot afford to allow Yates-Brown to take the grip and control the pace of this contest.
No.
She cannot afford to do that.
But she's really struggling. Oh, that was a good attack.
A nice attack. Sadly, just didn't have enough leverage on that arm, did it? It was more or less across the wrists as she rotated.
But I like the timing of Sampaio. Sometimes you have to think about the line between getting the right timing, sometimes using the attack of the other, or going down too fast. It's really difficult. So she's really making use of when Yates-Brown is really in moving and then making the attack, rather than preparing it.
Oh, that was a lovely Cianagi there, wasn't it? It was so close. For Yates-Brown, her attacks, it looks like if she can just connect it and tidy up slightly, you're talking big throws. she's putting in there. That's Sianagi. She's in with those hips so well.
I couldn't see if she touched the floor with her shoulders,
yes,
to be
I wasn't
honest.
sure. It was very quick. But again, she's threatened that throughout this contest.
Well, Sampaio does have a good timing for judo, that's for sure.
Yes.
So, okay.
Well, it's been taken off, which is it gives us a little bit more excitement here. And like we were saying a little bit, I was saying a bit earlier on, it was a little bit flat. This is now starting to get a little bit more exciting. There's the energy in this arena is starting to become more apparent.
Yeah.
Sampaio trying to turn her opponent over in the Niwaza now. Yates-Brown is very
She's in a good
strong.
position here.
She's strong in Niwaza. She's very, very sound there, and you can see she's desperately trying to do the shimmy waza there. Huh? Now there was a great opportunity, because I know how strong Yates-Brown is on the ground, and there was a lost opportunity there for her.
Just missing the kumikata.
Well, the hips were just perfect when she got right under the center of balance of her opponent, but the shoulders were out.
I think every time the position is good.
Oh,
and it
no
might be
doubt
enough
about.
now for passivity Shido.
Yes, the third and final Shido, which is the Hansokamaki. Yates-Brown from Great Britain goes through to the second round of the under 78s.
Yep.
Next contest, contest B1. First round, women under 78 kilos.
Yes. Yeah.
In blue, representing
Well, we now go across down to mat number 3, where we'll watch the under 90 kilos develop.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the next fight, because
Papunashvili.
It is a really interesting first round on the tournament like this. Well, you have Papunashvili, who has really great throwing skills, and then you have Gonzalez, who can be so explosive. He was Olympic silver medalist, and but you don't know with him.
Yes,
he can be really amazing, and he can be.
He's just one of these very dangerous athletes, aren't they? You never know what he's going to do. Yes, it was one that I had highlighted that has gone under the radar a little bit with the top seeds, and but definitely somebody that you cannot write off for a medal here today. Gonzalez, world champion back in 2013. Currently the Pan American champion, championship silver medalist. Papunashvili in Tbilisi this year was silver medalist, and
yeah, I think the 90 kilos for Georgia is still a little bit open now, so it's gonna be taken soon, I think. So, like, you will have a top fighter.
Well, there's a lot happening at this moment. There's been a little bit unsettlement within Georgia, hasn't there, and the judo itself. And I think it's just I think this year has got to be a bit of a settling process to calm things down, so that the athletes can start producing what we know they're capable of doing.
Yeah, I really hope it's gonna settle down soon, and that the judokas can just do what they do best and do judo and then trainings.
Yes.
And the team has to be one, and that's not the case at the moment. So
yes.
That's never good for judo, and you see it some other countries also, like when the federation or the clubs, or there's some if they don't agree at all times, it's just
that's right.
not good for the judo.
And you had a massive change a few years ago with the Japanese team as well. and the coaches. There was a lot of changes, and that sort of change was unsettling for the athletes themselves, and it did reflect in some of the performances. But I think that's all sort of come to the end now, and they seem very united, and the performance is starting to rise up again. They're becoming very, very strong. So yeah, we obviously hope that for Georgia that the athletes start to sort of reunite and become as strong as they have done in previous years.
Yeah, and I think they still are a team, so that's
Yes.
and now it's just waiting and
But it was a major upset, wasn't it, at the Europeans where there was no medal?
Of course,
And that's unusual.
It
Very,
is.
very unusual.
it is. But if you see the team, you still know they have so much good quality, and I don't think that's going to happen again.
No,
Let's say
no.
that.
Well, Georgia, as you know, they're very, very passionate judo people.
Yes.
And the spectators, the followers that they have within judo, they're so knowledgeable as well. You go to Tbilisi for their Grand Slams and Grand Prix, they're always well turned out, and they're so passionate about their judo. They just love it, don't they?
They really love it, and if you go to a typical club in Tbilisi, you will see 100 guys on the mat doing judo.
Yeah.
Just regular guys, because they really love the sport. So, and every guy on the street knows how it works, and they really know their sport. So also the crowd in Tbilisi Grand Prix, they know how it works. They will cheer for the judoka, also for the judoka from other country when they do a good job. It's really nice to see.
And that must have been a wonderful experience, that time that you spent in Georgia when you were fighting for the Georgian team. That must have been there must have been some wonderful moments there, and times that you spent that you'll take home, and those lifetime experiences that will be able to stay with you for a long time.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And the friends you obviously made in that time.
Yeah, and it's just also interesting to see if you go to another country to see their different training methods, because I was speaking to Rocky Draksik before, and he said it really well. Like, if you have 200 countries, you will have 200 programs, and maybe from all the countries they are making champions. So who's to say what's right?
Yes.
And I think it's really nice if you can go to different countries and pick up some really good methods and make it your own.
I'm a great believer you never stop learning. You definitely never stop learning. The day you say you know it all is the day you know nothing. And all these countries throughout the world in judo have all got something special that they could share. And what's nice, and I think I've said this before, is that we are definitely a sport that loves to share knowledge. We've become very small as a world of judo because we unite.
Yeah, and we
as
train
countries,
together. You go to all these training camps.
the world camps and that, and it is lovely to experience. There's no doubt about it.
In the meantime, it's only 30 seconds left, and Papunashvili just picked up his second penalty for going down with a poor attack.
Well, we knew right at the beginning that this was going to be a very tough match, and you
Yep.
couldn't write off Gonzalez at all. The track record that this man has had over the years in judo has got to make him a really strong contender here for a medal.
Yeah.
And he's travelled a long way to get here, and the last thing he wants to do is go home on the first round.
But you see, he's really struggling with Papunashvili because he's such a extreme side of doing judo. So everybody's gonna struggle with his grip.
And Papunashvili really loves that closeness, doesn't he?
He
Where
does.
Gonzalez likes the movement.
He
likes
wants a little bit.
space.
Yes, he
He
needs
likes
his
space, and he needs to be able to generate some power and speed into his entry. And he's not getting that with Papunashvili. Papunashvili is breaking him in, he's pulling him in, he's breaking him down, and he's powering him.
Yeah, you can see he cannot come to his seonage, which he does so well. So that's giving him trouble.
At the moment, he's just in his favour for Gonzalez. He's got a very strong grip. He looks to be tempted with that Oso Tagari, but I believe that's Papunashvili setting him up on that.
Yep.
There's the seonage,
Oh,
and
that's
that's
nice.
it.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
You could see it coming a little bit, but
he gave him a little bit of a free rein there to manoeuvre, didn't he? And when he had that space, however little it was, Gonzalez capitalized on that and came and dropped underneath his opponent.
But it was a good fight, and
Very interesting one, wasn't
Yeah.
it? But sadly for Papunashvili, it's not to be for him today, and out of the competition in the first round. And Gonzalez moves through to the second round of the under 90 kilos.
so let's see where we're gonna go now. I think we're gonna switch to mat number 1, where Kirill Denisov is getting ready for his first fight.
And Farah, who's already had his first fights and performed very well.
So, but we'll first watch Raifova of Kazakhstan against Papadakis of the United States of America.
Papadakis doesn't exactly sound like an American name,
No,
does
I was
it?
thinking the same thing.
Be interesting to know where that name originated from. Well, both these young ladies have got a shiro apiece. They're coming in, they're just into halfway through this contest now. Lovely Koichigari there,
Yeah,
scoring
just
a
enough for-
Wazari.
yeah.
Nicely executed.
I think it was possible for Raifova to just keep up straight and
Yes.
just only with her bottom on the mat, but she fell back.
We start second round.
Well, Papadakis, they're taking the lead now with 1.5 minutes remaining.
The Netherlands, Simeon Katarina. In white judo gi, representing Hungary, Cyrilic Miklos.
Raifova looking to try and just dispose of some of that tape that's around all those fingers. Obviously works a lot on her gripping there.
Yeah,
has
she
played toll on her hands.
She really wants to go in.
She throws that big arm over the top. That right arm draws over onto the shoulder of the American, drawing her head down, making her look a little bit passive. And you can see that arm, she's trying to keep her distance.
Yeah.
She desperately drops in there with the Sianagi, but she looked like she almost got her head caught up. Now she got both hands on the belt, trying to draw her opponent onto her.
Second sheet over her, so she really has
Yes,
to
so
keep
she
going.
is accumulating these shidos and the pressure as it goes, with just under a minute now, 45 seconds remaining. Can the American hang on to that lead? Well, exactly what I've said, hanging on, because it doesn't look like she's got very much more to give other than being quite defensive there. And
No.
she's got to be careful she doesn't start accumulating the shidos. She steps across.
That was not the best, but Raifova, what she has to do, I think, is just keep pushing with that arm on top, and she's a little bit lacking of that. She's being too easy. Now you see again, she's going to the lapel. She just has to go straight over and try to put more pressure on Papadakis.
Raifova is very, very powerful. We've actually seen that throughout this contest. And when she throws that right hand over the top and connects with the head, she's very, very dangerous, but she doesn't seem to be doing that right now. Where she started to trail with the Wazari, and she's now really finding it difficult to get past the strong defensive tactics from the American.
Yeah,
And that's it, all over and done with, really. Papadakis there takes the win.
On to men 3. First round in category under 90 kilos in blue judo.
So the hand Sokumaki is awarded to the Kazakhstan, and the win to the USA, and taking it into the second round. Papadakis Nice performance.
Yep.
Good Sianagi.
It was
Be interesting to
just
see how
enough
she.
for the win.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how she carries on in the next round.
What is her next round?
I'm just about to see that, and the next round against Hamada of Japan,
Okay, that's
which
gonna be a really
that's
tough
going to be
fight.
a very testing match for the American, and it'd be interesting to see how she does.
Yeah, and now we're going to watch Kirill Denisov of Russia in white against Aron Farah in blue for Austria. For me, Kirill Denisov is one of the most complete, most experienced judoka in at the moment.
Yes.
And
Two times world medalist, isn't he? And world bronze medalist, and he's the #1 seed coming into this competition. And just recently, Agadir got the gold medal. So, yeah, he's going to be. It's going to be a tall order for anybody to knock him off the pedestal, isn't he? Really.
it is.
But Farah, the junior European champion back in 2016, obviously quite familiar for being on a podium, but obviously at junior level, has a lot of experience to gain against such a mature athlete that he's up against. And I think this is going to be maybe a task too short for him to try to achieve against Denisov.
Yeah, but it's really nice for him that he can fight such a top fighter. So
Definitely. If you're going to go out in the earlier rounds, you want to have had the experience of competing against the top seeds.
nice footwork from Denisov, really. I think that what's making him so complete, he has really nice Ashiwaza, then he has the super beautiful Uchimata, and even on the ground he can be dangerous. So
Yeah. But Farah is actually quite a big lad. When you
He's
actually look
really
at size,
big.
he's a big, tall, mature man, really, out there.
But I also think Denisov is a little bit small in the weight category, coming from the 90, so... But
as
he
you
does
can
look big
yeah.
now.
He looks big against Denisov, but it's not a disadvantage for him because he's got the Sienang, he's got the Uchimata, but he's got some nice footwork there. And he's stumbling Farah quite a few times and unsettling the Austrian quite a bit here. Now, as you can see, the Austrian coming round the back with that right hand, trying to draw him, but the Russians like that sort of style of gripping. They feel
They do.
comfortable when you close the gap. So possibly not the wisest decision for Farah being that close.
Yeah, but I think he can put Denisov under a little bit of pressure if he can come close and pull the arm over.
Yes, you would think that though, rather than being under the arm, he's got the height to be over.
Yeah, that's it.
And
yeah.
being over, keeping the hips of a distance, but drawing down on the head, clamping down on the feet, slowing the Russian down would most probably be a better solution for him, rather than coming under and trying to get the lift, where that brings them together and that makes Denisov very dangerous indeed.
It
You
does.
don't want those
No.
hips getting too close.
No, you see Denisov all the time wants to get his back, his left hand on the lapel. I think with that he can really outgrip and control Farah at the moment.
Yeah, well, there's
Another,
the Ashiwaza again, stumbles him down into the ground. But interesting enough, there's two shidos for Farah, one for Denisov, but no score yet.
No,
And I would have expected by now, leading into the last minute, that we would have seen Denisov scoring. And I know he's had a couple of stumbles, he's been very close, but still no score.
no, and that's what's the nice thing. This is, I think, just a little bit difference in
Yes,
power.
Yeah, and I think this could be
Yeah,
the
that's
final drop that we see from Farah, because I think we're looking at the third and final Shido going to be awarded to Aron Farah of Austria. And there you have it. He
Yeah.
just was outpowered.
outpowered, and yeah, you can see basically the quality of Denisov and the experience. He was just controlling him, just doing enough to break his balance all the time, and getting a clear win for him.
Yes. Well, he didn't look to be threatened at all, Denisov, and it was a very comfortable warm-up because it did go to almost time. And really, when you have a bye in the first round, you do somewhere along the line need to be able to sort of get that long distance out there to warm your body up and get your mindset for the competition.
Second round, men under 100 kilos, back two.
Now here you have a nice fight too. It's Daniel Mate for Romania in white and Jelle Snijpper from the Netherlands in blue. Snijpper is a big talent for the Netherlands.
Yes. Well, tell us a little bit more about him because he's someone that I'm unfamiliar with.
I haven't seen fighting so often, but yeah, he's getting more and more results. He's still really young, so it's really nice that he can get experience at these sort of tournaments. And yeah, I think if he continues like this, we're going to see more of him in the future for sure.
He's definitely a big lad, there's
Yeah,
no
he's
doubt
really
about
big.
it. But for the Netherlands, that's just a normal size, isn't it, really?
It is.
You're all big, big people. It obviously is the fresh air that you get over there and something in the water. Well, Snippy's doing well there. He's controlling, as you can see, that right hand on the collar. He's got the sleeve grip. He's not getting intimidated, but as you can see, and the Romanian trying to draw his head down, but that was lovely.
You could see he was going down a little bit with the Romanian going down in the gripping.
Yeah, that's definitely
I
what
think
was
this wouldn't
happening.
have happened if we would just keep a little bit more distance, keeping more straight. So something to work on from
you could see the setup. The Snip was doing so well trying to avoid his head from going down, and there was just enough pressure from Daniel Mate to just keep that pressure. But then he released it.
Yeah, that's it.
And with that release, under so much pressure, it's like an elastic band. You pull it for so long. When you let it go, it pings, doesn't it? And this is a situation what he was trying. He pulled him down, released it, created the space, and came flying in.
And the other thing is, if you have the good kumikata, they both had a good kumikata here, but then you have to immediately start moving and working. If you're going to stand still for a second, maybe you let you have time. The other one has time to prepare an attack and put in an attack.
And when you look at that Maki coming, look how tight he is on that arm.
Yeah.
It's right under his armpit. He's got the shoulder tucked under his armpit.
And he's really small, so he can. I think it's a good technique for him.
Yes, yeah, he's very compact. Now, we were talking about Carl Richard Frey as being one that hasn't. It's one under the radar, but has had some really good performances. He's a double world medalist. There's no doubt about it that he's able to perform on a big stage. But he's a hit and miss, isn't he? He's a high and low. Sometimes he comes out and he is amazing, world class. Yeah. And then another entrance and he's mediocre. So it's really all depends on the day how he's going to compete.
Yeah, and I think he has to have a good day to get a medal here, because he's gonna be facing some really tough judoka, including Denisov.
In a couple of rounds. So if he gets through,
if he gets there, you know, you really have to not focus on that. I think you have to do it fight by fight.
Definitely, you've just got to focus on the job in hand, and
that's why you see more and more judokas, they just know their first fight and they don't know the rest of the draw, because it just distracts them.
Yeah, Yoko Tomonagi there from Carl Richard Frey was a lovely technique for such a big man. He was very sharp and so agile as he went through into that technique. Again, well, I think we're looking at Carl Richard Frey as having a good day at judo.
At that.
He's having a good day. That's two beautiful techniques there, and he's firing on all cylinders, as we say. He's going to have a good day today. You can just sense that.
I think if you have a first round like that, you can get into your judo, but if it's immediately flowing, and that's just the best feeling. After the first fight, you think, okay, now I can do it. And many people know you don't know how you are until your first fight. You can feel great in warm up and then be feeling really bad in the fight itself.
And this is the difference for real champions and those that are so consistent. They can have a really poor they could be feeling awful in the warm-up. They could have a fight that just survives, but that survival will go all the way through to a final because they just know how to overcome psychologically performing on a bad day. And some just can't do that. There's quite a few that if it's a bad day, they're not even going to get started.
No. And
I
I
used to
think
have a
that's
lot
a famous saying, like, right? You have to beat the others on your worst day.
Exactly, definitely. You have to be able to overcome the worst scenarios, and you can be pretty unwell, but you still have to find it from somewhere. It's calling digging deep for something out of your soul that you need to help you through the day. Reyes there of Canada. Now, his first match was very challenging, I must say, against the Serbian. No, it wasn't. It was against Uzbekistan, and it was a good match for him. It was definitely a good warm-up. He didn't get it his own way, but hopefully this junior world champion can start.
I think he has something on the arm there, but no.
Well, I think he was very relieved to get that last match out of the way. It definitely was a very close fought match. It could have gone either way. There's no doubt about it.
No.
And
we were talking about the first fights, and sometimes your first fight is so tough, and you feel so bad after it, and you don't know if you're always. I remember thinking many times, okay, if this is gonna be the rest of the day, I'm screwed. I'm gonna have such a tough time. But now, like I think many times you don't have to put too much into it. You just want it as a warm up. You have to be good, and then after that you have to keep going. And many times you will feel better in your second and third fight.
It is true, but it's funny your expression from that.
Sorry.
But just love it. But it's just that's how you feel. But psychologically, that's where the strength of the mind comes in.
That was a
isn't
really
it?
nice setup, Uchimata.
That was lovely, and Reyes is now. Obviously, he was very challenged in the first round, but I think it's made him just more determined, hasn't it, now?
And I think he's even one of the few ones to watch, because I think he's a really big talent, and he...
Oh, for Canada, he's a brilliant talent coming through, isn't he? Still a young athlete with so much to give and so much to learn as well.
And I think he's also living in Japan, like Deguchi, so...
Well, Taguchi, the Canadian women are just, she would say, awesome, really. They had great performance on the first day out, and they were brilliant. They've got some real young talent coming through from the Canadian team.
I think it's nice if we can switch to Mat 2 now, because George Fonseca is on there for Portugal.
I love George Fonseca.
Yeah, that's why.
I would actually marry George Fonseca. Sorry if his girlfriend's listening there, but he's got the biggest smile in the world. And I say it every time, he just lights up the arena. He's such a lovely, lovely guy.
And he's fighting Kuma-Kurov at the moment, so not an easy fight. But can we switch to Mat 2 to watch Fonseca? Oh, it's a little bit of a pause there.
Yes, well, Fonseca has performed throughout this year. He's had some great performances. He's one of these consistent athletes, and he gets so close to getting on the top position of the podium, and then it just all goes horribly wrong for him. You just want him to just push that little bit deeper. So far this year, he's got Düsseldorf a bronze medal, Paris he got a bronze medal, and in Agadir a silver. He got so close, and I thought he was going to do it. He was tipped as one of my top favourites in Agadir, and he fell at the last hurdle. So can he come through here in Croatia? Well, to be honest, I feel he's definitely one on my list to be on that podium. There's no doubt about it. But in what position can he get this time?
Yeah, that's true. I think he's one of the biggest throwers. We all know that.
The biggest smile with the biggest throw. Definitely, there is.
He has
no
amazing
doubt about
judo,
it.
but sometimes he goes so fast in the first 2 minutes, and then after he's gonna have a hard time.
He looks like he's about to have a heart attack at the end, doesn't he? That's definitely. but no,
And he's not having an easy draw with the Japanese under him, so
it's
and
going to
some
be
other
challenged,
people,
isn't it? There's no doubt about it. He's going to be challenged.
In white, representing United States, United Arab Emirates.
both picking up a Shido now, so
Well, Fonseca and for me, my favourite picks here
let's see what
is,
happens here. That was a big throw, big Urunage.
and you'll be loving that. And it's like, yes, first one out, that's one in the bag. I'm ready to go. I'm going to have a good day. But yeah, he's going to have a good day for this round, and we'll see who he's going to be up against next in the next match that comes up. Well, we're going
Let's see
to
that
the
again.
yeah.
When he got his arm on the back of the others, it's gonna be so difficult to come out of that.
I just love the reaction afterwards when he gets that score. There it is. He powers him over, takes him down, and gives that yes. That's in the bag. Oh, there was no stopping him on that one. But there's also down in that in Pool D, we've also got Benjamin Fletcher as well. So those are two favourites for me for being on the podium, but only one. Well, possibly if one got through to the final and the other one got through into the repechage, they could both be on the podium, but that's a long way away at this moment. Remorenko of the United Arab Emirates up against Haryd of Hungary. And that number one, so that's a really good match that's going on there right now.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Japanese. I haven't seen him fighting so many times before, so for me it's good to see him.
Yeah, as we always, you can always guarantee they've got very nice judo.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They've always got nice judo, but it's whether they have the amount of experience at this level, because they've got such depth, haven't they? And now and again in the World Tour, they throw in a couple of juniors now and again that are like junior world medalists or even cadet world medalists, and they put them in just to see how they get on. They see a little bit, or just to throw a wild card in there and just to upset us all, so we don't know where or who's going to be around next. And what a nice feeling to have, that you could actually have a pot of people, judokas, that you can say, I'll take that one, and they're so far down the chain that still can come out and win medals here on a World Tour.
It's true. It must be a really good feeling, but also it's gonna give some luxury problems, as we say.
Luxury, I love that. Luxury problems. That's a brilliant saying. I think I'll use that. That's a really good one. And
We say that in the Netherlands, so maybe
a luxury problem.
In the meantime, there's no scores yet, but Doan picked up his second penalty, so really the pressure is on him.
Two shidos to Doan. One more would result. He's halfway through the contest and he's already down 2 shidos. The dynamics of this contest already has changed for a disadvantage of the Serbian. And Doan really has to be very careful. He cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Idan is very strong, as you can see. That right hand has been tucked underneath. It takes the lapel. He controls quite well there. And he's now trying to reach forward to take the sleeve. Now he's got the sleeve and lost the lapel. So all that effort really came to nothing at this time.
No, and it's too bad that Doan got... it looks like he was panicking a little bit, like getting more of his grip and thinking, hey, now I can do something. I should do something immediately.
Yes.
While if he would have moved the Ida a little bit more over, he would have... he for sure would have made a better attack. And this even cost him the fight, so...
He was just outpowered and he was intimidated in that match against Ida, who goes through to the next round of this under 100 kilos.
Yeah, and he's going to face Fonseca the next fight, so it's going to be an interesting fight again.
Yeah, definitely will. There'll be no doubt about that.
So now we're gonna watch two good fighters in the under 100 kilograms. Benjamin Fletcher of Ireland facing Yevgeny Borodavko from Latvia.
For Ireland, Benjamin Fletcher.
I think Borodavko is a really experienced fighter. He's been around for so long, so always winning some fights. He's not many times on the podium
Recently,
but
yeah.
he's I think nobody is happy to face him because he's always having good
There's
judo.
so much maturity there, isn't there?
Yeah.
But like you say, he's one that's he has had his results. He's got his history, and a history that is very impressive indeed. But as far as what's happening here and now, he just seems to fall short of being on that podium quite a few times. Unlike Benjamin Fletcher, he's been around a long time, but he's always been looking for that lucky break. And what a turnaround in the past 12 months that Benjamin Fletcher has had, winning a silver medal in Dusseldorf this year, and in Tunis he won it, and that was his first Grand Prix medal title, and then in Antalya he took a bronze medal. So he's been picking up some very impressive results, and this is going to just build his confidence up no end.
I think he got a lot more confident, and I spoke to him this morning. He has a lot of rest now. He can decide the tournaments. He just went to the United States with a small team to do just the physical preparation, so to get a little bit of mental rest, or how do you say that?
Yes.
Not much judo, and then he went to Japan for a good stage of judo. So I think he's doing a really good job, and he doesn't have the stress of money at the moment. So
Yes. At the moment he finds himself in a lot of
Yeah,
trouble
that's
with Borodavko there. 2 shidos already and still 2.5 minutes remaining. He doesn't seem to have much to come back on with this
No,
Latvian, he really does.
Borodavko is looking really strong.
Borodavko really is on form today, and he's but the size of him comparing to Fletcher,
He
it
is
makes
really
Fletcher look like he's in the wrong weight category. That big high collar grip with the right hand, as you see, he's drawing Fletcher's head down, slowing him down. But
he's really struggling with that grip, and he cannot really get to an attack. And he has to do now because he cannot afford to wait another 10 seconds.
Yeah, he really has to put an attack in. Coming round the back there.
But you see,
he's holding. Well, he obviously had that belt grip. He attacked with it, but he didn't manage to set it up well enough to make it effective for him. But 2 shidos on the board, 1.5 minutes remaining. Fletcher really needs to start breaking up. It's like hitting a brick wall. If he stands still with him, he's not going to get anything out of this.
He's gonna need to get moving.
He really has to move.
But you see, he's trying everything. But Borodavko is really looking strong today.
Well, Borodavko,
but no
is
scores
the
yet.
Size of a man, isn't he? He
Yeah.
really is. As you can see, that left hand on the lapel. He's got the sleeve, the Koso Togari there, but he walks straight onto that Sianagi. And even though he sat him onto his bottom, he
I
then
think
fell
he maybe
straight into the Osakomi.
And that's where the Borodavko is also dangerous. He can come with his arms on top, so he can be really strong, but he also has a really nice seonage to change a little bit. So good win for Borodavko.
Definitely a good win for him, and we'll see how he performs a little bit later on. Has he got? Where are we now?
He will face the next
the winner
fight.
of the next match coming up. Well, definitely a great win for Borodavko, who goes through for Latvia.
Yeah, and I think when I said you can never rule him out, basically this is what you see.
This is exactly what we've seen, isn't it? That experience has been carried forward. into the here and now, really. And Fletcher really did struggle against the overpowering size
Yep.
of the Latvian.
In blue judo gi for Belarus, Daniel Mukete. In white judo gi representing Chile, Tomas Briseno.
Well, here we have representing Chile in the white, Briseno.
Yeah, and maybe it's nice to go over to tatami number 1 when number 1 seed is going to fight now, Guram Tushishvili, and one of my favorites.
Yes, definitely.
Against Francisco Solis of Chile.
Second round for men over 100 kilograms.
He is such a strong fighter for me, and he looks like he's always having a good time.
Tushishvili.
Yeah. The only thing is I think he needs to mature a little bit more before him to get the really big medal. So I think the past year has been really good. Good for him, good for his confidence.
Well, he comes into this competition as the number 1 seed, the Masters gold medalist, and he got a 5th in the World Championships last year. He's one of the younger heavyweights that Georgia have got, isn't he? And I remember seeing him a couple of years ago that I was very impressed with him. He's got beautiful judo, and he moves like a lightweight, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he can move these heavyweights. But he just, even though he performed really well, he just didn't have the maturity up against some of the other guys at that time.
And this is exactly what you see. Like, he's a little bit too comfortable with the Chile guy, and he was not good enough Chile and not strong enough maybe to put in a good Ochigari. But if you don't pay attention, you can even get a score.
His attention span, as they would say, is most probably limited.
Yeah. He looks a little bit too comfortable, and that's just dangerous. You can never get comfortable, no matter who your opponent is.
Especially in the plus 100s.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, because the power and weight behind that weight category, you can't switch off for a split second.
No. And I think he's coming from the 100, and about the over 100 suits him best.
Well, he seems to be able to move the heavyweights, doesn't he? He's agile enough, and he's fit enough. He's a fit-looking athlete that can maneuver quite nicely. He's got a very good speed. His timing's a little bit poor here when it comes to these Sienagis. He's just losing it slightly as he enters so quick that he needs to work out the reaction of his opponent, because his opponent's not doing the same movement he's expecting.
And for me, I don't see him too focused yet. So I don't know if he's underestimating the guy from Chile, but
I think this is what he has done, to be honest.
Yeah, and I don't think that's smart.
No.
And he should just get focused, get it over with, and then focus for his next fight.
Because
otherwise he could be in trouble even.
Because every athlete that comes out here doesn't come here to just participate. They come out here to win.
It doesn't come here over from Chile just to have one fight, you know.
So he's determined, whether it's in just his mind, to be strong-willed enough to be able to bring himself all the way to Chile and to compete. And obviously you can just look at the shape of the Chilean. He isn't, like you would say, when you compare them of athleticism, that he doesn't have the bulk or the sort of trained body as what you would see in some of the cases.
And that's what you see here now. It was not a great Serenage, but it was enough, and the guy from Chile just rolled over. So I think he needs to train a little bit more on his strength.
Yes, a bit more core to be able to brace and react better on attacks that are sort of mediocre. But for the Chilean, it's a good experience. He's come a long way, and he's made his debut, and he's been fortunate enough to have the number 1 seed. So he knows what it's like to compete against someone of that level and that stature. It will help him to focus on what he needs to now do and put himself in a position of where he is and where he has to be. And it's a long way. There's a big difference.
Yeah, I remember when I was junior or just got to seniors that I was really disappointed when I would lose the fight before fighting a top seed, because you just want to feel those people and you want to feel where you have to go, basically.
Yeah. Well, now we'll stay with this mat,
Yep.
number 1. We have column of Serbia, and representing Uzbekistan, Oltiboyev in the blue. Now again, these are 2 strong athletes that are capable, but for the winner of this will meet Tushishvili from Georgia. Column.
That was really nice. I like it because
Yes,
Oltiboyev, he looks like really the lighter guy, but you can see that you have to be agile and having the right timing, and that was a really nice throw.
Well, Zako Kulum came out well-intentioned with a very strong, overpowering grip, but I think he's just too strong at this moment for Oltiboyev, that he's just stopping that right hand from coming over the top at the moment. When he connects with the right hand, he's then able to do his judo. He controls that right sleeve, and you can see bracing. He's powerful enough, the core strength, as he started to drive for the counter of the Osotogari. Sianagi took him over the backside of that, and
was really nice.
Nicely controlled, and persevered to look for the Niwaza.
I think what Kulum has to do is just get over with the grip and push him to the back, and don't let him, don't give him any space, basically.
Well, already you can see Kulum from Serbia, his structure is starting to bend now, which you always feel there's a bit of a weakness in the core strength.
Yep.
Though he is dangerous if he can stay upright and powerful, and he can generate the power and speed and hit through the whole body. But as you can see, Oltiboyev really is now starting to bend him, which means that weight's starting to generate forward and making him very, very vulnerable and acceptable to doing the Sianagis and the Tayatoshis. And when he does get that reaction, he can also switch it to the rear. So that movement of bending over is now, the tower is starting to crumble. Because you can see...
That's better, like now he has a better grip.
Yeah.
But he needs, what you're saying, now he's starting to bend. He needs to get his right arm further on the top, put more pressure, and now he's just bending.
He's using his whole body to try and power Oltiboyev down, where somebody that's very strong tends to use the arm and stay upright to bend his opponent, which means that they stay very much upright and in control.
And also with his right arm, he's trying to push him down, but you can see Oltiboyev doesn't really get panicked, or it's not frustrating him enough.
No, he still looks very comfortable out there.
He just places his left arm on the right arm of Kulum, and that's enough to get the power out. Although he has to keep watching it really well.
Yeah.
He cannot stay still too much, and now he's attacking from no movement at all.
That's it. It was a very standstill. That's like hitting a brick wall, isn't it? It's not going to move.
And it's even dangerous to get the counter attack.
There's been a couple of moments for Oltiboyev where his opponents come in for the Osotogari, and he's tried to look for the counter of the Osotogari. But it's a 50-50. And when it's a 50-50 and your opponent's that much bigger and heavier, then you're actually losing percentages. It's no longer a 50-50, it's more like 75-25. And he's bracing, and although he's very strong, it makes it difficult. But Oltiboyev there has a Wazari now, and he's got 7 seconds remaining. And now the pressure's off, he's keeping the space, and he's just letting that clock tick away. So Oltiboyev goes through to the next round, where he'll be up against Tushishvili of Georgia a little bit later. That'll be an interesting match.
It will be. Also because Oltiboyev is also pretty agile and light.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a good fight to watch, and it doesn't look like a fight of the over hundreds, but maybe even of the under hundreds.
Second round, category over 100 kilos in blue judogi representing Egypt, Marchitan, and in white judogi representing Russia, Volkov.
So let's see what the lineup is at the moment, what we've got coming up.
On to mat 1, second round, category over 100 kilos in blue judogi
90 still going in the first round.
and in white judogi representing Tunisia.
Maybe go down to, let's see, Heinl is coming up. Esquerido of Brazil. Maybe we go to mat number 2. We've got a bit of a lineup coming up here now with the plus 100s. Volkov of Russia. Wahid of Egypt. This is the first round of the plus 100 kilograms. And we're looking in the Pool C category in the bottom half of the straw.
Both being really busy with their ripping, but they are standing a little bit too still. No real attacks yet coming off, and I think they're gonna both pick up a Shido for that. The referee basically trying to get them moving a little bit.
Yeah. A little warning to say you've
Yeah.
got to do something, guys. Something's got to happen here. Well, Volkov there, he's got a high collar grip, looks quite controlled there. He's looking as if he's trying to set up, the elbows tucked in. He switches the grip to come over the top for the Makokomi. He didn't really have much of a rotation. It was a very poor attempt of that Makokomi, and straight away, as I say, poor attempt, he gets a Shido for it.
And that can cost you so much.
Well, it's cost him now. He's sitting with 2 Shidos to go and 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. So Wahid has a slight advantage, not much, but he does have a slight advantage if tactically he can play this contest to suit himself. Wahid looking to try and get that
Now
right
he really
hand up, but he's not getting the reach, is he? He's finding it very, very difficult to even connect with 2 hands on, where the Russian has it, but he's not doing much with it. That's the thing. He's 2 Shidos down. He's got a very, very strong kumikata, and
now
he's
he
doing
really
nothing.
has his grip, and sometimes he's just losing it again, and he just has to start doing
He
something
plays
with it.
that edge, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And this is what he's doing. He's constantly playing the edge. And it's really, and there you have it. He's going to pick up the 3rd and final Shido. So there you have it. The 3rd and final Shido went to Volkov there of Russia. And the win went to Wahid. of Egypt. So that's a good win, and we'll see him a little bit later on, and he'll be up against the winner of this next match coming up very shortly.
Well, in the meantime, Kokori just beat the Australian.
Esquerido of Brazil in the white, Hein of Germany in the blue.
Izquierdo has a tough time dealing with two other really strong Brazilian in his weight category, with Silva and Muro. So they're both really great fighters, and but let's see how he's doing. Here you can see a little bit the difference in size.
Yes, quite a bit, really.
It was not a bad attack from Sven Heinle, but Izquierdo was. He's so tall, so he wouldn't be really affected by it.
He is a very, very strong, powerful-looking man. There's
Yeah,
no
he
doubt
is.
about it. That height advantage, he's taking full credit for it, and as you can see, the
Trying
hands.
to get over the top.
It's like as if he's clambering on top of him, isn't he?
It doesn't
and
really matter. Looks like that he want to do it left or right. He just wants
It's
to get on
both.
top.
It's like climbing a ladder, isn't he? He's actually one hand on, the second hand on the shoulder. He's like he's trying to climb over the top of him. And he uses his ashwazas very nicely.
That was beautiful.
Breaks the balance, follows it through. Look, it just lost a little bit of control to finish it in the niwaza, but
I think on this level you really have to try to finish those moments, because that was a big chance for him.
And also the energy it must be just getting back up off the ground.
Yeah.
Big lads to just keep getting up and down. It's like walking up and down stairs all the time, isn't it? You'll eventually tire if you do keep doing it.
And while he was being so busy getting on top, now he's just lacking of that. He just settles for a classic rip.
Well, he looked there for the Makikomi, using that size once more for his advantage. And if he does connect with that Makikomi, well, it's going to be a tall order to stop it from accelerating, because the power and the size of the man. It'd be quite normally we get a list of the weights. It'd be interesting to see what he actually weighed in.
I can check that for you if you want to.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, because it's amazing how much weight there is being given away with some of these athletes. And it's not always to an advantage.
It's not.
No.
That you can see with, for example, the fighters like Tushishvili. He weighs around, I think, 110 kilograms.
Light. It's like a
It's
lightweight,
nothing.
isn't it?
If he pushes a little bit, he could go under hundreds.
Well, the Brazilian, like you said, is slowing down slightly. And here we have it.
I think he weighs around 140 kilos.
This
so
is which one is that?
The
This one?
Brazilian.
The Brazilian, 141 kilos. Right. Well,
so he has roughly 20 kilos more than Sven Heinle.
that's like throwing in your shopping bags from yesterday, isn't it?
But in the end, again, it doesn't say anything, you know. You just, if you're in the plus 100, you just have to play it smart, and you can tell that it's not the heaviest judoka that most of the time win the medals.
Yeah.
You have to be so agile and try to get the opponent moving. And again, if you're heavier, you're gonna have to use your weight and try to stop the other from moving.
And it all depends on what that weight is made up of.
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
true.
It can either be weight, 140 odd kilos of weight of muscle, pure dynamic muscle, or it could be 140
Oh,
of
that was a nice
excess
attempt.
weight.
Yeah, and I think Izquierdo has got some muscle over there.
Yes.
He's got a good posture.
He's very strong, but I think he does carry a little bit as well, as you could see. But
Both having 2 Shidos, and for me that's nice because they have to start doing judo now.
yes, well, we're coming up to golden score now, 2 Shidos apiece, and it's now down to whoever really makes the mistake, and if they both make the mistake, it's a Hansokumaki between them.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so both will go out.
And I think this what the Izquierdo is doing now. He just has to keep doing. Get the arm over the top. Try to put in your attacks. Don't wait too long. Now he has to start attacking. And you can see can be enough already.
Well, Escorido there, as you can see, is playing full advantage of 1, the
Yeah.
height, and 2, the weight.
I
And
think,
that's
yeah.
the last one, I think, because now the athletes have come together, the kits have been tidied up, and I think that the German will pick the 3rd and final Shido up and be awarded
He's
a
gonna-
Hansokumaki.
Yeah, and he's going to be disappointed with that. And I think Izquierdo has to pick up on that he has to put pressure more early on the contest, because I don't think this had to go to golden score for him.
No, I don't think so. And he'll be up against Wahid of Egypt
Yeah.
in the next round.
On to Betty, second round, category over 100 kilos, in blue judogi, representing the Netherlands, your spikers, and in white judogi.
Yeah, let's see what's going on here. It's Yuri Kragovetsky from Kikisia. Or how do you say that in English?
Well, because you've said that, my head's gone from what it was.
Anyways, he's-
Kyrgyzstan.
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 Anyways, he's fighting Jur Spijkers from the Netherlands, and yeah, Jur Spijkers I like a lot. He's a really nice guy. He has a lot of humor, but also he's training
Spikers,
hard.
any relation?
No,
the
there's
Ben?
no relation.
Yes. You see, that's how old I am, because I remember Ben Spikers, wild man of the Netherlands
Mhm.
judo, who went
He
on to
was.
being a really, really good
He got-
referee.
Yeah, and he got really good results for the Netherlands. And I think Jur Spijkers he's developing really nicely. He just has to keep doing that, and he's getting more agile, and his shape is getting better. And I think that's really important. That's where he can gain the most.
Yes.
Get stronger and get more experience.
Well, our colleague, Mr. Sheldon Franco Rukobi, he's hovering around. He's desperate to get in there and have a look. He's obviously got a lot of gossip that he wants to share with us all as well. And so I'm going to have a wee break here, and your Esther will be joined with Mr. Sheldon Franco Rooks now to continue with the first rounds of this competition.
So I think Jur Spijkers is moving just enough for Kragovetsky to get his first Chido. And that's what he basically has to do, is to keep agile, keep moving, making attacks. Ooh, that's not the best Chido to get for kicking. Hello, Sheldon. How
Good-
are you?
Oh, good. Well, it's not
It's a
quite good afternoon.
good
It's
morning.
still good morning, isn't it? Good morning,
And good morning,
Esther.
everyone. babe.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I'm just, focusing on some of the heavyweights now as we get into the slightly later rounds. Spikers
Yeah.
having his hands full with Yuri Krakovetsky. He is a tricky opponent.
It is, and I think he's making some mistakes that are not necessary yet. So now he's giving a poor attack before he was getting a Shido for kicking, and now he's really under pressure. So I don't think it was necessary to be at this point of the contest to be to be there and with 2 Shidos.
Just to let you know at home that Inal Tasoyev of Russia has defeated Vladimir Simeonescu of Romania down on mat number 1. The Russian goes into the next round, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because of the number of competitors. It's 3 rounds, a quarter-final, semi-final, and then a final. So still got a little bit of work to do to get to the business end of the day. No scorers yet.
No.
Minute left to go.
Again, he's having a good grip, but not doing enough with it yet. And yeah, they both will have to start moving, but I think Krakovecki is basically comfortable. That was really beautiful. That was a good attack from your spikers.
Second penalty picked up by Krakowiecki. Now both fighters with 2 penalties apiece, a passivity warning for the Kyrgyzman.
And I'm noticing this weekend that once you get in a good attack and there's not so much happening, then immediately the opponent will get a Shido. They're really quick with that. So that shows you that you cannot rest for 1 second and you just have to be the first one to attack. It can go really quickly with the Shidos.
Interesting contest coming up on mat 3 in the under 90 kilo category. Colton Brown of the United States of America versus Sergio Toma of the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, that can be a really nice one to watch.
Yeah, we may go down there after this one. And then after that it'll be Aftandil Cherikishvili against Cyril Grosclaude, so we probably stick around for that one.
Good fights there.
Golden score here on mat number 2.
I think what you want to do there is keep on your feet. Coach is getting a little bit too excited. But what your Spikers doesn't want to do is try to make an attack and then falling on his knees, because that will give him a Shido for sure. So he's better off preparing his attack a little bit better. And that's just enough for not getting the Shido. And Krakovecki really has to start moving now. So again, your Spikers is having a good grip. Still 2 Shidos and already 1 minute and almost 30 seconds into golden score. Oh. What do you think about that, Sheldon? That would be nice to watch a replay.
And we are going to see a replay of it. Roland Poiger, the referee in the middle, has decided that he wants to have another look at that, just to make sure. Ippon to Jura Spikers. That was my feeling.
Yeah, but sometimes it's really tricky to see if the other one starts attacking.
Well, you can have a look here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, here is a reminder of the rule. You cannot use your back to execute a technique as a counter and score.
No.
So we remove that possibility. Now, here's the OG. For me, it's Ojigari.
Yeah.
From Jura Spikers.
It was a really nice turn from your Spikers. Really fast reaction. And it's super clear Ippon
Yeah,
if you look at it again.
good one.
Representing Georgia, 2014 world champion and 3 times European champion.
So now it's good to move over to mat number 3 to Avtandil Chirikishvili from Georgia against Ciro Grosclaude from Swiss. Did you see what's happened in the other contest?
Which one was that?
Toma against let me
Sergio
see.
Toma. We'd
Yeah.
have to look back because we were busy looking
Yeah.
at Jura
At a
and
nice Ochigari.
yeah, Krakowicki, yeah. He's on fire, Jura Spikers, isn't he? Look.
He is.
Yeah, that's a good win because I'm sure that he is way ahead of him in the ranking list, Krakowicki.
Yeah, but I think your Spike has really found his way up.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you can tell that. And his shape is good, so if it's getting to golden score, he's gonna not be tired, and that's a big advantage in over hundreds.
Chirikishvili in the white judogi, Grosclaude in blue, and sitting up in the stands. Sitting up in the stands is Mrs. Chirikishvili up there somewhere with the
He took his family.
little
yeah.
baby there.
I didn't speak to Chirikishvili yet, but he must be happy to bring his family to a tournament. And he didn't find his way in the 90 quite yet, but he took his time in the 81 as well, and we'll know what happened there. So I'm hoping he's gonna really get used to the weight and try to win more and more.
Yeah, I was going to say that when the Georgians move weights, it does appear that they take a little bit of time to settle. I remember the first time that Lasha Shavdatoashvili moved up to 73, he got slapped a few times.
Yeah, it really took him some time.
Zabeda Rekviashvili from 73 to 81, Valam Lepetiliani from 90 to 100.
I think Lipetiliani didn't take so much time.
But he took a few beatings, and I remember he was strangled unconscious in one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got strangled unconscious, but I think one of the Azeris put him out, and the rest of the team were ruthless, absolutely ruthless when he was coming back up the steps. They were laughing at me, and they were pretending to fall asleep and all sorts of. There was, they really hammered him about it.
And I think it doesn't happen so often to him.
Exactly.
You never have the chance to laugh a little bit at Lipetiliani. So
they took advantage of that. Yeah.
But in the meantime,
no score. Yeah. Chirikishvili and Grosclaude. Grosclaude is a quality fighter.
Yeah, I think so too. He has good judo.
Causes some problems, doesn't he? A bit of a threat.
I like it in a 90. You have some guys that have great throwing skills and they can get far, but they also many times make a mistake. So you won't see them up until the podium, but they will sure give some good action on the day. And it's not an easy fight. That was a nice change in direction.
Yeah, Sergio Toma.
Yeah.
1 out over Colton Brown, and Toma is standing about, I don't know, maybe 6-7 meters away from us, maybe a little bit more.
Watching
on. And it's only in the quarter-final when the fighter hangs around watching the other contest that you don't know whether they've won or lost. But in the earlier rounds, there's no need for them to stand around because they're not coming back. Whereas in the quarter-final, you can lose the quarter-final and still have an interest. One's going on to the semi-final and one's going into the repechage. So you never know which one has won, but we could have found out just by looking to see who was hanging around. And Colton Brown is off and he's already gone, but Sergio Toma is still here, so he's into the next round. Chirikishvili leads by Wazario over Grosclaude, who's picked up 2 penalties, 20-odd seconds left to go. Things look good for the Georgian. Georgi Kaftaradze of Georgia has won his contest on mat number 2 against Ajax Tarahara of the United States of America. So tempted to say Japan after a name like that.
I know.
We've got a really, really good contest coming up after this one.
Yeah, this is one of the one to watch.
Tushishvili takes that first round contest. He goes into round 2, and it is round 2 that's beginning now. The first of the round 2 contests will feature Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. He's up against Lee Kochman of Israel. It'll be Majdov in the white judogi, Kochman in blue, and here with commentary on her first ever commentary on a world champion. Don't get nervous. Is Esther Stam. We're delighted to have Esther with us, and
I think this is going to be such an
enjoy
interesting
this.
fight. Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yes, it is, because Lee Kochman is really, really strong. He looks so powerful. I wouldn't want to fight him, let's say
No.
that.
It's a good Israeli team, actually,
Yeah.
that they've got here. Kochman and Palchik and Or Sasson,
They brought their
Sagi
number 1
Muki,
team.
yeah, Tal Flicker. We're just missing the 60 kilo fighter. They went around, yeah. Oh, straight away.
Wow.
Yeah. Look, Majdov, huge smile on his face. That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
really sharp.
quick. Just not enough for the Ippon, because he was a little bit.
Yeah, you could still see all of the back number. She was
Yeah.
down on his side. All of the back number was available there. So, and the referee is on the other side.
Mhm.
The temptation would be to give the Ippon there, but Matthew Bataille
Yeah,
got that one right.
I think he could have given an Ippon, but in the
Yeah,
end it would have
yeah.
been a Vasari anyway.
They
So
would have called that back, yeah. Over he goes
Wow.
again, not
That
hanging
was
around.
I didn't expect that.
No way.
Really. That was
Blasted
so
off
quick.
the tatami there.
Yeah. And actually, Lee Kochman had a strong performance in the first round, so I was expecting a closer fight, but it was so good. So if Majdov is going to be like that today,
Look out. Yeah,
wow.
two very quick and strong scores. Neither of them for Ippon, but they were two very, very good scores. And
both close to Ippon actually.
yeah, and both of which Kochman was unable to defend. We spoke about Or Sasson, and he's actually on mat 2 at the moment, so we could jump quickly to
Yep.
mat number 2. Let's have a look at the Olympic bronze medalist, Or Sasson of Israel.
I think in the years we're seeing more and more dynamic fighters in the over 100, and I really like that. You see better judo,
Yeah,
more developed athletes, stronger athletes, and you see the lighter heavyweights are beating the heavier heavyweights, or how do you say that? So it's really good.
yeah. Those
Yeah.
who have moved from heavyweight, the under
Mhm.
100 to super heavyweight. I think that's probably the
Yeah.
best way.
Yeah.
I always find it difficult to call someone who's 100 kilos anything to do with light, because we used to refer to them as light heavyweights, but I think that's a contradiction in terms, isn't it? You know,
It
light
is.
heavyweight. So I like the term heavyweight
Mhm.
and super heavyweight. Then you know there's a distinction. Right. Well, that was over before it really
Yeah.
got underway, but we could stay here because Asahina Sara
Yeah, I would
and
like to
Yulia Lianichenko are coming up next. So why don't we have a look at Harun Sadikovic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. He faces Shahin Garamanov of Azerbaijan. It's Sadikovic in the white judogi, Garamanov in blue.
Again, it's a difference in size, which I like to see in the over 100s.
Somebody just got thumped down on mat number 1. It was Harrison Kassar, I think. Yeah, Harrison Kassar of Australia going over to Jiri Petra. Check fighter throwing Kasa. Okay, Garamanov had the beating of Harun Sadikovic. That was all over and done with fairly quickly.
Second round, women over 78 kilos, Tatami 1. In blue judogi for Kazakhstan, Uljan Isanova. In white judogi for Ukraine, Elizaveta Kalmanina.
On to mat 3, second round in category under 90 kilos in blue judogi representing Latvia.
Right, down on mat number 3 it's Zachary Burt and Igor Millenbergs. Down on mat number 1 it's Yelisaveta Kalanina and Gulzan Isanova. But here on mat 2, the number 2 seed, Asahina Sara of Japan, faces Yulia Lianishenko of Russia. Asahina in the white judogi, Lianishenko in blue. Current world champion. How does that look?
Yeah, I think we were speaking before that in Russia they're really searching for a heavyweight, and I think this is the best test you can get for the Russian. So Asahina has the one to beat today, I think, for me. And for me, it's nice to see Asahina because she is one of the heavyweights. But she still manages to be agile, and she can produce really nice throws.
It's slightly deceptive for one weight category when you're identifying the world champion, because the heavyweights normally have two. They've got one who wins it in the open weight, and then one who wins the plus 100 or plus 78. In the case of Teddy Riner, well, it's one and all, you know.
But I think Asahina is silver medalist in the over 78 and world champion in the open. So for sure she's a top contender.
Yeah, she won the open weight category. It was Yu Song, the Chinese, who wrapped up the plus 78 kilo category last time round in Budapest. We're in Budapest in a week or so's time, couple of weeks' time, but it's the World Championships will be in Baku, Azerbaijan, and we'll find out who's got the bragging rights for that one. Okay, Asahina with, I don't know, how do you want to call that? Ushiro Kezgatami maybe? Reverse Kezgatami just holding on to the leg, Hold down. Ushiro Kezgatami we're going to go for. Asahina safely through to the quarterfinal, having had a bye in the first round.
I think it's going to be nice to move over to mat number 1. See Mayra Aguiar in action. She's fighting in white against Lea Gobek in blue, and she's one of the home favorites, so she's going to have the support from the home crowd.
And another red back patch.
Yeah, so I don't think Lea Gobek is up for facing the world champion yet, but let's see what she can do.
Yeah, that might be too much to ask.
Yeah. But you never know.
Uchimata, over she goes,
Just too much power, too much technique even. It was... but in the end, like, for Gobek, it was also good to be facing a world champion. Who can say that?
That's true. Yeah. Call it a run out, a little run out at home. Here comes my favourite heavyweight, just walking past our commentary spot.
Really?
Yeah. She's through to the next round. She'll face Marina Slutskaya in that quarter-final. That is Yelisaveta Kalanina. Right, who we got coming up now then? Anna Maria Wagner of Germany faces Katie Jemima Yates-Brown of Great Britain. It's Wagner in the white judogi, Yates-Brown in blue. Yates-Brown having moved up to the
Yeah.
under 78 kilo category, if you didn't recognize that already by the size difference, or at least the height difference here.
Yeah, I
anyway.
think here you can really see a big difference. So I'm wondering if Yates-Brown is up for that, because Wagner is one of the taller fighters in the 78 kilo category, and she's also like going high over, putting in uchimatas. That was not a bad attempt from Yates-Brown.
Just needs to keep that leg trapped.
Yeah.
She previously fought at 63
Yeah, she changed quite quickly.
and then
into
70. Had a really serious knee injury and has picked up several injuries, actually, Yates-Brown. So she's done well to come back to fitness and be fighting at international level.
Yeah. And maybe sometimes the best if you're getting injured quickly is just to not lose weight, because that can be so. If you're not super sharp in trainings because you are losing the weight, you can get injured very easily. So maybe this is the best weight category for her.
One gripping infringement and now a penalty for a false attack there. 2 penalties with so much time left, and she just slipped, the hand slipped off there. There was a danger of picking up a 3rd penalty there for a false attack.
And we saw in her last fight that her position is actually really good, but she's not being able to follow up with her how do you say, grip. So her opponents are not really in danger. It was a nice idea to change the direction. It was not bad. But again, her gripping is not strong enough. She didn't pull Wagner really close. Yeah, that was gonna happen. I think also because Wagner had her arm not on the right side of her head, but on the other side, and then it's almost impossible to go for Uranage. Too bad for Yates-Brown.
Anna Maria Wagner winning out over Katie Jemima Yates-Brown. It was in round 2 of the under 78 kilo category. Coming up next, we've got another round 2 contest. This time, Madeleine Malonga of France. She faces Shalanki Evelyn of Hungary. It's Malonga in the white judogi, Shalanki in blue.
Yeah, Madeleine Malonga is again a little bit like we saw yesterday with Marie Gahi. She's so strong and so overwhelming for the opponents. Immediately flying into it, and that was a nice Bazari attempt. Then you can immediately see it. She's just overpowering Evelyn's Shalanki, or Shalanki Evelyn, as we say it.
I think it would be a good match, a good contest between Malonga and Anna-Marie Wagner. They've got the same kind of, shapes, builds, but that can't happen until the semi-final, and Wagner would have to get past Aguiar.
Yep.
And Malonga would have to get past the winner of the upcoming contest. So there's still a little bit of time before we get to that.
Really no easy contests. So but it's also a nice fight between Audrey Chimeo and Madeleine Malonga. They are gonna have to battle something out in the coming year, I guess.
Yeah, they could meet in the final. Tentative Shimiwaza had to tap there. Yeah. Oh, that was close. Any longer.
Yeah.
And Shalanki was going to be, waking up somewhere else. It was close. She was just about to go there.
Sometimes you're just hoping that maybe there's going to be a mate, but if it's so clear that it's under, the referee is just going to give you the time because it's a good technique. So it's no coming out from that.
Oh, Malonga is through to the quarterfinal. She'll face the winner of this contest
Yep.
between Hamada Shori of Japan in the white judogi and Nefeli Papadakis of the United States of America in blue.
Yeah, Papadakis had a nice first contest. She was smart, but she's gonna really have to push to get Hamada off her feet. Yeah, that's it, I guess.
Kamisho Gatami
Yeah.
done now.
That was so much more power than Papadakis had, and it was just. And I think Hamada just wanted to finish it, and it was, don't take any risks.
Yeah,
Just
why? Yeah,
yeah,
do what you do best.
yeah. Why not?
Okay, Hamada Shori it is, who will face Madeleine Malonga in the second of the quarterfinals. It'll be Myra Aguiar and Anna Marie Wagner. Madeleine Malonga up against Hamada Shori. The lower half of the draw we haven't come to yet, but we'll
Nope.
probably be able to get a look at that shortly. We're going to stay on mat number 1 because coming up next, Kirill Denisov of Russia faces Daniel Mate of Romania. Denisov
Yep.
in the white judogi, Mate in blue. And then we've got Karl Reyes, right, and Kyle Reyes.
Yeah, that's a
Ooh.
really interesting fight as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if they fought before. It could be nice to check that. And now we have Kirill Denisov. He really wasn't in danger in his first fight. So, and Mate had he threw Snijpper for a really nice ippon. So, I don't know.
In blue judogi representing United States of America, Nina Kutrokevi. In white judogi representing Tunisia, multiple time.
And I was saying before that Denisov is one of the most complete judoka in the under 100s. Super experienced. It's always nice to see him fight. You're gonna see some nice throwing techniques. I always hoping I'm for the Uchimata because it's so nice. But Mate is really compact, so it's not gonna be easy to do that. Maybe it's just gonna do it with his with the Ashiwaza.
Kirill Denisov could be sponsored by one of those tape companies.
He should
know?
really.
Elastoplast or something, who make that finger tape because...
I've never seen him without tape.
No.
Did you?
Well, I have. He showed me once.
That he had one finger not taped?
No, when we were out, we were just looking at, he's got hands that are just, so damaged. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and I think most of it is also precaution now.
Yeah. And on the opening day, Friday, we had a look at the hands of Karakash Hedvig as well. She's in a similar position. Yeah, you're not that far off, I'm afraid.
I'm always hoping it goes away when you stop, but
it's
I
done.
think it's
Sorry.
done.
Let's have a look at the left hand. Yeah.
No ring for me. It doesn't fit anymore. Well, Kirill Denisov, for me, he looks absolutely in control again. With his left hands, he's so good with controlling basically the whole body of Daniel Mate.
Yeah, this isn't the round in which I think Denisov is going to be troubled.
No.
Once we get to
the next round.
the quarter-final, semi-final, then he's going to face some bodies that could trouble him. But right now, he seems to have the beating of Daniel Mate.
And we spoke before, but for example, Tushishvili looked a little bit too comfortable and not so focused in his first round, and a little bit underestimating. You never know if that's true. Maybe something else was going on. But what I like about Denisov, he's never underestimating his opponents. He's really focused, just doing his own judo, controlling it, pacing. But Mate, he doesn't look bad, you know. He comes up with some good attacks. And still 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, so. Daniel Mate must get a little bit frustrated now. But what I like that he's doing is trying to block a little bit the left arm of Denisov. Now he's not, but he was trying to do that to stop him from getting all the control.
The lower half of the draw in the under 78 kilo category will get underway on mat 2 shortly. We'll go down there and have a look at that. I think that's worth having a look, because those round 2 contests will determine who goes into the quarter-final. Worth having a look at then. Denisov still leading here by Wazaru with a little over a minute left to go.
Yeah, that was really nice.
That's it. Ochigari finishing off Daniel Mate, but as Esther was saying, he looked in complete control of that contest. He really did.
Yeah, and I think that's what you have to do if you fight Denisov. You know, you have to really disturb that left arm of him, because he has so much control with that, and he can do all his techniques from there. So if you want to disturb him a little bit, you will have to go for that left arm.
So Denisov is the first of the fighters in the under 100 kilo category to take his place in the quarter-final. We'll find out who it is that he's going to face in that first quarter-final, with the winner of this contest between Karl Richard Frey of Germany. He faces Kyle Reyes of Canada. It's Frey in the white judogi, Reyes in blue.
I think Frey is here is going to be the stronger athlete, but Reyes has got really good moves.
Both fighters penalised for just blocking there with that grip. Taking a strong grip, but not doing anything with it. There's nothing wrong in taking the strong grip. If you use it, you can't take it and then just block. Natalie Powell is on mat 2 at the moment. She's up against Carla Prodan of Croatia, and it's the Croatian who leads by Wazari.
Yep. Yeah, tough contest going on mat 2.
There's plenty of time in that one. Where is Natalie Powell seeded then? Must be
she's
number 2 seed. Yep. You might want to wander over there and take a look at that. Could be an upset on the cards. These two, neither of these two were seeded.
No,
and now they're both picked up penalties. It's not the most attractive of contest, is it?
No, I think it's a nice the idea to go to mat number 2 and
let's go over there and take a look and see what's happening, because at least we've got a score on the board there, and Powell is for sure going to be chasing this one, whereas Karl Richard Frey and Kyle Reyes are giving us a bit of a yawn on that one. So there's plenty of time on the clock, so Powell doesn't have to worry about that.
No, what she has to do is just play her own game. There's no threatening of a time yet. You just have to put the pressure on, hoping that Prodan is gonna go. There's
Yeah.
already the score. So
She manages to pull the score back, and she's
Yeah.
not attempted once to try and free the leg. So that gives me the impression that she fancies the chances standing up. Whereas if you thought, oh, I might get thrown again, you want to do everything that you can to finish it on the ground and not give your opponent another chance standing up. So Powell obviously feels comfortable standing up. Okay, she got caught once, she's thrown her opponent. It's level now with a little under 2 minutes left to go. Esther.
yeah, and it's interesting to see because we didn't see the first
No.
action. Maybe it was a little bit clumsy, maybe not. Maybe it was just a really good attack and it surprised Powell. But now she looks more in control, although she's hanging really a lot down.
Just a
And
little
it-
bit of pressure on
Yeah.
the Croatian there. That's inexperience from the Croatian fighter being manoeuvred off the competition area and picks up the penalty.
Yeah, some judokas they really have a feel, whereas you always have to know exactly where you're on the mat, even if you didn't see it, because it's so easy to get a shido for that. And I think that's a little bit a beginner mistake
Yeah,
if you get a
yeah.
shido for walking off the mat.
Powell now just slowing things
Mhm.
down to her own pace.
But she doesn't look super comfortable. I think the Carla Prodan also has a nice grip. Both left. And I think Natalie Powell is a little bit too much bended. She has to just stay upright and pull Prodan a little bit closer. And I think that will make her do a better attack.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that what's happened here is now that Powell's got the score back,
Mhm.
she knows that at the back end of the contest, she's probably physically
The stronger one.
the stronger one, and tactically more astute. She knows how to play the game at this point. Prodan has picked up 2 penalties already in the back end of this contest, and Powell, I'm not saying she's playing for the shido, she just knows how the shidos are going to come for someone who is in Carla Prodan's position.
Yep.
Had the early score, now picked up 2 penalties. You know, she's had a quick look at the clock there, but things in the second half of the contest have definitely not gone her way. She's gone over there with the big arm, and
Yeah.
now Powell
That's
with a
dangerous.
chance there. Whoa!
Oh my god. Yeah, that
You-
was really.
You needed to do one or two things.
Yeah.
You know, break the grip off or get out of there. And really, it was the second one. Get out of that position. You weren't strong enough to fight it off in the
No.
end.
And I was just gonna make a
Yeah.
comment that I didn't understand why Carla Prodan would look at the clock. Why would you look at the clock 20 seconds before the end? You're behind 2 shidos. You just have to go.
And
And-
then she did.
Yes.
At this point,
And I think
Yeah.
also Natalie Powell was just too comfortable. She didn't
yeah,
feel like she was
didn't
in
feel
danger.
the threat.
And you just have to focus so well. It doesn't matter if you don't know your opponent. If you're ranked much higher than she is, they can always be dangerous. And look what happened. And it is a nice treat for the crowd here. I think it's really nice.
Absolutely. And that was the number
Yeah.
2 seed.
Yeah.
You take that position now. Anastasia Dimitrieva of Russia faces Klara Apoteka of Slovenia. It's Dimitrieva in the white judogi, Apoteka in blue. And what's happened down on mat number 1? Carl Reyes has won out over Karl Richard Frey.
That's a nice win for Reyes. And here's one of my favorites because Klara Apoteka, she's
Same. Absolutely.
Oh really?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because, you know, it's not the nicest looking
No.
presentation of judo, but she is so difficult.
Yeah.
That is a real difficult opponent.
And you can see, like, she's still young, but she's now really getting stronger. And I got the luck to train quite often in Slovenia. So I met her like 2 years ago. I started training with her. She was already really tall.
Yeah.
And then she was lacking the strength a little bit. But you know, when it was the same with her half sister.
Half-sister, yeah.
So with Anna Valensek, she also lacked that strength in the beginning, but as soon as she started to get stronger, she managed to do great things. And look, she got an Olympic medal. And I think Klara Apotekar, if she's gonna develop like that, she's really gonna be a really good opponent for the others.
Valensek is happy-go-lucky, isn't she? She's just, you know, going along for the ride, think, well, okay, I'm not going to lose weight any longer. I'll just go plus.
And she could go in the under 78 easily.
Yeah. No score, just a single Shido against Dmitrieva. That's another weight category that the Russians haven't yet decided on.
No.
Under 78 or plus 78. Under 70, I think it's Elena Prokopenko. I think she's
under 70.
Yeah, she's the strongest in there. 57, they've got a couple of choices. 52, well, it's difficult to unseat Natalia Kuzayutina. And then at 48, well, it is Arina Dolgova.
Yeah,
although they've got plenty. There's a lot, but Dolgova is ahead in that race, I think.
Yeah, and I think especially in the lightweights, they're so strong. They have a lot of good fighters, and in the heavyweights, they're struggling a little bit more. And it's strange because they used to have such good heavyweights. So you would expect them to have really strong heavyweights anyway.
Apoteka on the board without Wazari.
Nice work on the ground.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
And the Slovenians, they are really strong on the ground. They all are. And I think they train a lot on it. And they just don't stop with going through. So you see Dimitrieva relaxing a little bit after she falls, or at least reorientating, and the uptakers immediately going for those Saikumi.
Well, the problem for Carla Prodan, who just defeated Natalie Powell, is that she's now got to face Klara Apoteka in the next round.
Yeah.
So this is a very, very tough draw for the Croatian, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Well, the better the story is if she beats them.
Coming up next, Audrey Chermiot of France faces Georgia Stengelin of Italy. This for a place in the quarterfinal. So we're going to just let you know that if you want to see Peter Palchik of Israel, he's up against Danielo Hutsol of Ukraine down on mat number 1, and on mat number 3 it's Asli Gonzalez of Cuba. He's up against Nicolas Mungai of Italy. So the choice is yours. You can click on that, but we're going to stay here and watch Audrey Chermiot, former world champion. She's up against Georgia Stengelin.
But Chermiot, sometimes she lets their opponents look like little kids, right? She's so strong. And I think with Chermiot, you just have to try to survive the first 2 minutes, because she's gonna be so powerful, and then she's gonna get a little bit more tired and less strong with her gripping, and then it's gonna be more of a fight. I'm picking up a Shido here.
Stengelin will have to be aware of the footwork of Chermiot. Nice Ashi was her.
Yeah, really nice. She got world champion with that.
Yeah, the semi-final and the final.
Yeah.
Two beautiful executions in front of a home crowd as well in Paris. What a thing, eh?
Yeah. But if not that, you have to really watch out for the Oso Togari anyways. So
Yeah, she gives the impression of not being that sharp in Nevaza when she's being attacked, you know.
no.
So it could be that she should have worked a little bit harder on the groundwork, but that's the way it is. Maybe a little bit too late now. That's what you see is what you get, you know.
But I think Stangerling is really doing a good job by just keep moving all the time. It's what Italians can do also. Now here she was almost getting Chumio in trouble.
On to mat 3, second round in category under 90 kilos. In blue judo,
But that's what you have to do against Chumeo. If you're gonna wait until she grips you and overpower you, you have nothing on you, and then you're just gonna fall. Chumeo picking him up in a second penalty even, so she really has to start going now.
Not the strongest of Makikomi efforts,
No.
but I think that was the shape from Stangerlin that never materialized. Lucky to avoid picking up a penalty for a false attack there. It wasn't
No,
that
it wasn't.
attractive, was it?
No, and it wasn't really to throw Chumeo, I guess, or it didn't look like it.
She goes again. No control at the
No.
end.
But she's getting Chumio very uncomfortable. And I think she just has to keep doing that. Keep moving. Don't go down too quickly. Now she just went down too quickly, and then
Yeah, untidy.
it's too easy for Chumio to take over.
It was a weak effort
Mhm.
from Stangerlin, and she'd shown that attack before, and it
Mhm.
wasn't strong.
No.
And really, Chumio was waiting for it. There it goes. And having said that Chumio's Newaza is not that strong, she's just going to rub it in our faces and finish off on the ground. As if to say, I heard you say
Yeah.
that. Look at this, look. What do you think of this then? Okay, we take it back. Well, I take it back anyway.
Yeah, me too. She just followed up here. But she's stronger in Tachiwaza, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, powerful fighter.
Yeah.
Really nice throwing skills. So Chumio it is who makes her way into the last of the quarterfinals. She'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Luisa Malzahn of Germany. Malzahn faces Yahima Ramirez of Portugal. We are thinking about getting ready for Guram Tushishvili and Bekmurod Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan. But there is a golden score contest between Palchik and Hutsal going down, taking place on mat number 1. So let's leave that for a moment. We're going to hang on with Luisa Malzahn in the white judogi for Germany, Yahima Ramirez in the blue judogi for Portugal.
Malzahn for me is always being very strong.
Yeah.
Typical German judoka with upright judo, nice uchimata. Oh, Hutsal I think
Yeah, it's
just
finished,
beat
yeah.
Palchik.
Not the best day for Israel then.
No.
Right, well, we're going to give you the chance of watching Malzahn and Ramirez. Just click on mat number 2 if you want to continue watching this one. But we're going to go down to mat number 1. Contest about to get underway there. Features Guram Tushishvili of Georgia. He's going to be up against Bekmurod Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Tushishvili in the white judogi, Oltiboyev in blue. And Tushishvili came in here this morning as
Number 1 seed.
the number 1 seed, so that's why we're paying a little bit
Yeah.
more attention to him down there.
Yeah, in his last fight he hasn't been too focused, and he was just, for me, he was not putting out his A game. and I'm really hoping he got that as a warm up, and he's now more because he really is gonna need it now. And I like it. It's a little bit of the lighter fighters, so they're gonna be agile. Oltiboyev, he has a nice soda.
Yeah, it's a good group, that plus 100 kilo category, despite the fact that we're missing Kapelek, Harazawa, and obviously Teddy Riner. I mean, if those three were here, I would say that was your world championship lineup. Couldn't get better than that.
But still, without those two, it's really a good test for the upcoming world championships. I was just looking, and I think they never fought before, so...
It was a good effort, wasn't it? Got into a really good position, and then
immediately
Tushishvili comes back.
That was a little bit too soon. They both are really doing it.
Dangerous.
Yeah. We might have some fireworks here, I think.
Yeah, Boltiboyev has picked up a cut on the lip as a result of the fireworks going on.
Now Tushishvili can refocus a little bit.
Yeah. Calm down, calm down.
But it's also always very dangerous if you know the other one has a really strong seoinage, but you never felt it before. They really can trick you.
Ashley Gonzalez is one of the best exponents of that.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Yeah, he has one of the best Morote seoinages. And we can still see Ashley Gonzalez in action later, so...
Right, we're back underway. Boltiboyev has got a little bit of a plaster on the chin. Maybe he cut himself shaving this morning and opened it up in this contest. Single Shido against the Uzbek with 2:20 left to go. A little bit of footwork, got close to Boltiboyev, almost stepped onto it then, didn't he?
He was under really well. I think Tushishvili really has to be more sharper on this because he could really fly over. Now he's starting to really look more stronger and more into his game.
Big arm over the back.
That was a really nice movement. But
oh,
look
great
at that.
Counter. Absolutely super counter. What a move that was. After such a big threat from Tushishvili, that was a super fast counter.
Wow. I want to see that again. I don't want to see that.
Yeah. Well, they showed the replay screen and they just wanted to replay us. Not a bad thing.
I prefer judo.
Yeah, let's go for that then. I don't think there's any doubt about it as far as the score is concerned.
No, me neither.
I like that for a counter.
Yeah, I think Oltiboyev, he was in control, you know. He knew in a certain moment where he was and threw in his hip and his body, and for me that was Vasari.
Yeah, I agree. And so did I.
Now
just wanted to
really
make sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Ippon.
He thought I couldn't get it right in the first time. Let's try it again.
What an answer. That was non-stop, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One attack after the other. That really was terrific.
Wow.
It's just from the adjoining mat. That may be Simeon. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we can slow that down.
He was
Yeah, there
almost
you go.
missing the arm to pull, but in the end he could grab it. But his force was so strong.
Huge, wasn't it? Yeah. Unusual execution with the arm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sort of around the back.
But look at his leg around it.
Yeah.
It was nowhere to go. And also his force was going to the front in the right direction. Sometimes your upper body keeps behind, and then you're so vulnerable. So you have to like drive down.
Already on the tatami, Andrei Breitbart of Germany is
Already
up
throwing.
against Ushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan. It's Breitbart in the white judogi, Kokauri in blue.
Yeah, I really think we have so much quality in this over 100. Majub is still in. I really like his judo. Kamo I really like.
Yes.
HG. They're really, really nice contenders.
There are a few. We're not going to be short here of action, that's for sure. Especially with fighters like Tushishvili who really go for it. Makikomi.
Yeah, slow Makikomi, but enough.
Straight into the Kazuri Yoko Shiogatami. Right, about giving it a good go, but you haven't got long to get out of there.
So we're going to have a little Georgian fight in the next round.
Yeah, well, so to speak.
Sort of speaking. Kokauri fighting for Azerbaijan, of course.
Yeah. Well, I'm really looking forward to this next one.
Yeah.
Makikomi, it's a big man's throw, isn't it? They love that.
Yeah. Then
super heavyweights.
Yeah, and throw in your weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next fight is good, right?
Yeah, coming up next, Javad Majub of Iran faces Inal Tasoyev of Russia. It'll be Majub in the white judogi, Tasoyev in blue.
I think they're both really strong judokas. Who are you going to vote for here?
Inal Tasoyev.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to give him that little bit of a different look from what he's seen before. Tasoyev, he's young, but
yeah, he's
the only thing that could happen is that he may get out-muscled. It's that physical strength that Majub brings to
so
the party.
Strong.
Yeah.
And he has a good seonage. So wow, look at that.
Tasoyev on the board.
Yeah. Really nice movement.
See, now tell me that the speed of execution of that technique is indicative of plus 100 kilo players. How often do you see that kind of speed?
You can see that in 81 or
exactly.
73 even.
And this is the difference, I think, you know, for Majub. He's accustomed to the heavier fighters, despite the fact that he's only just come up from under 100. He previously fought under 100, but it's a different tempo. Tasoyev, you know, is a touch fighter. He's not the power man. Majub, I think, is better suited to the plus 100 kilo category. Look at the sharp reaction, good turn. He's unlucky not to score there. Just it's the second push. first one is no score.
Stopping it with
Yeah.
just with the elbow.
Yeah. And then it's a push afterwards, yeah. This is the best thing that Majub can do.
Mhm.
You've got to go for it because Tasoyev is not going to settle. He's just going to keep coming.
No, and if you're gonna relax for 1 second, you're gonna be gone. You have to just keep going.
Yep. He just showed there that his throwing skills
Are
were
so much better.
superior to Majub. Majub didn't have to have a chance to get involved in the
No.
power game and break him down. Nice reactions there as there's the hook, there's a turn.
And also
Yeah.
his reaction is so fast.
Yeah. Much more like a much lighter
Mm-hmm.
a lighter player.
The only thing is he has the strength of a heavyweight
yeah.
and the body, so
Tasoyev.
yeah,
it
wow, I
is.
think this is really amazing.
Well, as one Russian goes out in
Mhm.
the plus 100 kilo category, we can see the other Russian's already gone through, Niaz Ilyasov, in the under 100 kilo category,
Oh,
just
yeah.
defeating Anton Zavitsky of Russia. But we can go to mat number 2. Let's go to take a look and see what's happening with George Fonseca. He's up against Ida Kentaro of Japan. It's Fonseca in the white judogi, Ida in blue.
Yeah, Fonseca is always one of the. Can you say taste makers or something, or how do you say that? That's Dutch, super
Yeah.
Dutch.
That's super Dutch.
So, but he's always given the contest a flavor. His own.
Okay, yeah. He brings a special flavor
Yeah,
to the contest.
that's it.
yeah.
But let's see if he can also do that against Ida Kentaro.
Golden score on mat 3.
Yeah, picking up Bushido because he's trying to get out of the grip of Ida but not really succeeding and pushing away without attacking. Yeah, it was a nice attempt on Kentaro, but from Ida, but he didn't really have the grip to follow up. Oh, just too short. I think Ida is giving Fonseca some trouble here with his right arm. And also Fonseca will need the space to come up with his seonages, and he just doesn't get it. So that's why now he's picking up a second judo.
Yeah, once Ida gets that right arm on,
Yeah.
it's blocking that whole side, and Fonseca likes to come from that side.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's so quick. You can tell him with that. He didn't have the upper body, but his leg was already behind. Oh,
That's what he needs.
wow.
Yeah, he needed that kind of space
Yeah.
there. The first time there was an opening. So he doesn't have the right hand
No.
on. Kentaro.
No,
and
if
that-
he stopped
yeah.
only with Yosote, it would never have been a score.
Yeah,
So it was really nice follow up from
yeah.
him. Oh.
And now there are problems for Ida Kentaro because he can't just wait for Fonseca to pile up the penalties here.
Although he only needs one more. So, but he just should get on the pressure, keep doing his gripping, and try to go for. I think he should attack. He has to attack. But it's not going to be easy for Fonseca to keep his. To keep
Well,
this.
This was the thing that Fonseca was hoping that Ida would open up
Yeah.
a little bit, give him some more movement, and the chance ball out was bad.
Yeah, and this is.
That was
yeah, he
really
knows
bad.
it.
End of
He knows
story.
it. But this is what I
Yeah.
thought could happen. One bad attack from
Yeah.
Fonseca, and then
Yeah,
that's
well,
it.
as you said, he's got the 2 penalties on there. The one thing that he couldn't do was to pick up a 3rd penalty. And the first time that Ida gets the arm over, he knows that he's got to get rid of that arm. He puts in that attack, and
Yep.
it's a poor one. It's a false attack, and he picks up a 3rd penalty, having thrown the Japanese. That was a pity for him. We're going to go down to, well, we should really have a look at Čerik and Valenček in the quarter-final. I don't think we're going to offer you the best contest there. If you want to see Čerik and Valenček, please go up to mat number 1. Click on mat number 1. But we're going to go down to mat number 3 because there's a contest there between Axel Clerget of France. He's up against Ivan Vorobev of Russia. It's Clerget and the white judogi, Vorobev in blue. And the quarter-final is taking place up on mat number 1 between Čerik and Valenček. But I cannot bring myself to go down there for that one. I would be selling you short at home. But it is available to you. You can just click on that and you'll see it.
For me, Axel Clerget is also one of my favorites because he has such a big drive, and he already has been having that for long. Oof, that was a nice attempt from Vorobev, but he just keep going until the last second, and yeah, I like to see that he's really moving around always, and he's giving the crowd good judo. Like there's always going to be some action in his fights.
Ooh, was
that
there a
was
hand at the
yeah.
from Vorobev on the way down?
That was almost, I don't know.
He's picked up 2 penalties already.
Yeah, so
Vorobev.
that would be a terrible end of the competition, but they're gonna give Clerget a second Shido. But the referee was on the other side, so he didn't really see it. Still a really open contest. That's what I like, for example. He really chasing his opponent.
No, he didn't.
No.
It looked for a moment as though he was going to, but he didn't.
He was
Okay, so
really
that- yeah,
keeping it out.
Yeah, there was no.
So if it
yeah,
even touched, it would be
yeah, there was no leg grip there.
no.
Good call from the mat officials.
And for me, it's also a little bit a shame if they would give something like that a Shido, because he has had no benefit from it. He didn't try to throw him with it, so.
The number 1 winner in
In
representing
the meantime, Annemarie Valenček beat
Yeah, she's beaten
Larissa
Čerik.
Čerik. Yeah.
She goes to the semi-final for the women over 78 kilograms.
Right, Esther Stam is going to be joined by Loretta Cusack-Doyle in a moment. And remember, Loretta and Esther will have a wrap-up of all of this morning's action immediately after the last contest. So don't go away, you can get the benefit of these two competitors immediately after we've had the last of this morning's contests. There's Loretta.
That's a really dangerous moment for the French. But still no score after 30 seconds of golden score. That was really not the best moment, and he was almost tripping and then putting in the Sutamiwaza, so it was a little bit dangerous for Axel Clerget to do that. Now the Russian really has his grip. It's gonna be. It looks a little bit untidy though. They really don't really get to their own grips. You can tell both athletes are really getting tired. And I think even what you have to do if you're so tired, you have to try to keep straight, making your own actions. Again, he didn't really have the control of the arm of Borodavko. Wow, that was good. In the end, he managed to get Avor. And that's what I like about Axel Clerget. He will keep pushing until he gets it. So he's going to be in the third round, facing the next opponent from the winner of the next contest. I think maybe it was a little bit of a miscalculation from Volkov. He didn't really feel in danger. They were already almost on the ground. Nice work from Clerget. So there's gonna be a good fight coming up in mat number 1, but until that's up, we're gonna stay on mat number 3. And here, Bas van Empelen for the Netherlands is gonna fight in white judogi against João Martinho of Portugal. And Bas van Empelen is getting also, he's moving up in the circuit, getting more experience. And I think for these younger fighters, it's good to do as many Grand Prix and Grand Slams as they can, get their experience, and then in the end they will start winning their first and second rounds and be up for the quarterfinals. But that's not there yet. Hello.
Hello. Well, there's been some really exciting matches and some really...
There
could have been some very close, big upsets. So, very interesting. It's definitely heating up, isn't it?
It is. And I think we're going to move over to mat number 1 now, because we're going to see the first quarterfinal there between Mayra Aguiar for Brazil in the white and Ana Maria Wagner in the blue. Both tall athletes in the 78.
Yes.
And yeah, for me, I love the judo of Mayra Aguiar. She's so technical.
It is nice, isn't it? Well, it's what you really do expect from the Brazilians. They do have lovely judo. There's no doubt about it. They can throw big, and so you're never disappointed in a performance from a Brazilian athlete. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, she's not world champion for nothing.
Exactly. World champion, and back in 2014 as well. But and this year, current form has just followed through. She took a silver in Düsseldorf, and her performance was excellent there as well.
Yeah, she's always gonna try to prepare for Uchimata there. And it's the same thing here. They use their left arm here. She used it to control the lapel and moving the Ana Maria Wagner in the right position. But they control so much with that.
Well, the Germans in general for the women have actually had a good performance overall. They've been fighting very well. Very, very strong, athletic women in this weight category, isn't there? And I think one of the biggest upsets was seeing...
here.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That was amazing.
That was lovely. And she'll be delighted with that one. That is a great result for Wagner.
Perfect position for her. And you could tell Aguiar was struggling with the height of Wagner. Because if she coming in with her hip and she has a shorter judoka, she can really lift them up the hip.
That was definitely...
Yeah, this was really beautiful.
That was a lovely style, wasn't it? And look at that sleeve control. Head turning, the height, up onto the tip of her toe.
For me, that's one of the...
The range, it was so elegant, wasn't it?
Wow.
Oh, it gets better every time you see it.
Yeah, perfectly on her back, no doubt about it. So here we have the second quarterfinal between Madeleine Malonga for France in white, Shori Hamada or Hamada Shori for Japan in blue. This is gonna be a tough one.
Well, Hamada has, she's been performing very well, hasn't she? But Malonga, when she connects, she is a big thrower, there's no doubt about that.
No, but she will not be able to come over the top as easily as with their other opponents because Hamada is really good with their gripping.
She controls quite nicely, doesn't she? But both picking up a Shido apiece there. Malonga, she throws that arm over the top. That's the danger. That's the real danger for her.
But she has to start moving. She cannot stay in this position forever.
The danger is that she comes over very deep. She has the Ouchigari and she switches it for the Uchimata. And that's the danger for Hamada. Especially when she's slightly shorter than her opponent. It's very difficult to stop that arm coming over the top. And if you are waiting for it, then you look like you're being very passive. And this is where the Shidos start picking up. And already, as you've seen, 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. And both have a Shido apiece here.
Yeah, and this is the problem. They're really blocking each other with the grip, so they probably are gonna get another Shido piece. Oh, now she
Malonga.
apparently she was blocking Amada from gripping and being too close.
Well, there's the
Yeah.
Uchimata. Oh, yes, Ippon.
Exactly what you told me.
Yes, exactly. But that was always going to be the danger, is that arm coming very deep onto the belt. And there is, she actually
Yeah.
did have the belt, which meant that she got more leverage on that Uchimata. There, that hooked in with the Ochigari. She got the reaction from Hamada, switched it to the Uchimata, beautifully demonstrated.
And for me, it's really nice because now Wagner and Malunga, they're gonna face each other in the semi-finals, both being really tall, really trying to get their arm on top. So I'm really curious how that's gonna turn out.
And you know, I don't think either one of them are going to be resisting. I think they're
No.
going to go full out
Yeah.
to try and win big.
That might end up in a Ippon really soon.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's no doubt about it. I think it all depends who can connect first.
Yeah, and in the corner of my eye, I'm seeing the coach and Wagner already preparing for that fight, talking a little bit about a little bit of tactics.
Well, it's knowing and it's been able to do. That's the difference,
Yeah.
isn't it? And when you've got two very, very strong athletes, it's going to be a real battle and a half. And I think in somewhere it's going to be who's gutsy enough to
Yeah.
just go first.
So now another really nice contest. Kirill Denisov didn't look endangered yet today. He's looking very controlled. But Reyes is also having a good day.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Immediately when he had the arm, he started to push.
Well, for me, Reyes came in right
Mhm.
at the beginning in his first match, and he was really challenged.
He was.
Both myself and Sheldon were watching the match, and it wasn't an exciting match. It was very, very low key, and we just thought, well, if that's the way you're going to be
Mhm.
throughout, then you're going to struggle. He just about got through, but that first match was most probably what woke him up.
Yeah.
Because ever since then, he's just got better and better throughout the stages, and he's put in that sort of judo that you would have expected from him right at the
Mhm.
beginning. But like you say, he's going to be challenged here. Denisov also has had a very good performance today, leading up
Yep.
into this quarterfinal.
And they took off the Wazari, and I don't know why. So I'm gonna try to watch that later. But what you can see, he's really trying to stop Denisov from grabbing his left arm, because if he has his left arm on, he's gonna be so dangerous.
Oh yes!
Again.
Osoto into the Makakomi, nicely executed
Really
then.
good. Oh, let's see what happened here. I just didn't land on his shoulders there.
Yeah.
Oh, this was the second time, I think. Just not enough for a score for a race.
It's
But
so
he's picking up
close.
his second penalty now.
Yeah, he's really. Well, there
He's
was a lot
really
of
troubled.
defence, and the problem was there that Denisov thought that he could brace down, holding
Mhm.
the hip there, and as soon as he let it go, it would just accelerated the movement for Reyes.
But you can see here, he cannot grip the lapel, Denisov, so he immediately cannot really play into his game. I think Reyes is doing a really, tactically, he's playing it really good.
Reyes for me is playing such a mature bit
Yeah.
of judo out here. You would think he's been out on this circuit for years and years. He's a junior coming through.
And Denisov is really in trouble. He's getting frustrated. He cannot get his left arm where he wants it.
Well, there's the Cianagi. Instead of coming over the top, he looked for underneath, But
yeah.
for some reason he paused when he went in. He didn't seem to be confident enough to fulfill that Cianagi. But Reyes, as you can see, coming over through with the Cianagi.
I think that was a good reaction of Denisov. Immediately his weight was completely on the other side.
Spread himself quite deep and dropped very low.
But still, I think Reyes is looking very good.
I think he's looking very comfortable out there, and he's very confident. I think every stage he's grown. He's becoming more and more, he's starting to believe himself. When really, if we went back and reflected on that first match, it looked like it was going to be a horrible day for him.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything.
Yeah,
like
that's what we talked about. But it did. You had that feeling that, no, this is just not going to be a day for this young man. Reyes, as you can see, he's got that hand on the lapel. He's controlling nicely. And like you said earlier on, Denisov is looking very frustrated.
Yeah, he is.
He's getting so upset that he's not really, his thought process in this contest isn't sort of reacting as well as you would expect for someone with so much experience.
And it's interesting to see, even I think for his opponents, they should really learn from this contest. Like, if he doesn't get his left arm on his right position, he's in trouble. But it's easier said than done, because Reyes is just doing a really good job. He's really left-handed also.
And that Osota is so dangerous. He's shown that so many times now, and he's been very close. He's scored very close to scoring with it.
And already 1 minute in golden score. They're both being really active. I really like that. Denisov trying everything, and it's not over. He's making good attacks.
Yes, you cannot write either one of them off at this particular moment. But Reyes, as you can see, another good attack there. He stumbles his opponent flat to his face onto the ground, and he just seems to be pipping him to the post every time. And but for some way, you just feel for Denisov, he needs a bit of a pause here. There needs to be a mate situation that he can actually compose himself throughout this He's not had a break.
No.
He's been under pressure right from the beginning. Reyes there.
Oh
Uchimata, yes! Oh!
That was
Don't you just love it?
But for me, if this was the right ending of the contest, it was just beautiful.
That was what you call judo. Ochi, he hopped in, he changed direction, that foot came more into the centre to get the elevation that he needed.
There was no stopping, and he had the guts to do it at this point in the golden score.
But when you think in the golden score, how much energy and power and fitness did you need to be able to produce judo like that?
But I think this was a really well-deserved win from Reyes. I'm impressed.
Totally agree.
And he just didn't let Denisov come up to his game, you know. He was all the time frustrated. He couldn't control him. Really nice.
Brilliant. And absolutely brilliant bit of judo there. Love
Great
that.
ending also.
Oh,
wow.
In blue for Ukraine, Danilo Huntsov. In white for Azerbaijan, the former world and European champion.
And that was one of my predictions earlier on this morning. Yes.
That's good. Yeah, he's one to watch.
Definitely. It was a nice one there.
Now you get to see all the experience on the mat, Mamadov.
Oh, yeah. Hutzol, well, for me, do you know what? He's been good. He's one that went under the radar for me today.
Yep,
never saw him coming through, never even mentioned him.
No.
And he has performed exceptionally here today.
Yeah, he's here in the quarterfinal, so beating
Kalchek.
Yeah,
and that was
Kalchek.
a really good match, that was.
Yeah, unfortunately I didn't see that.
Oh, it was good. It was a really good match.
So I'm really happy to see Hutzol in the quarterfinals and see what he's been up to.
All right, well, here you have it. He looks, even here, he looks to be doing quite well against Mamadov. He comes in with the Osotagari, stumbles him down, looks, well, he's not really looking for anything in the knee, was he? He looks up at the referee and see, well.
Let's wait until he says Mate.
Yeah, just as that ticks away. He's not going to really exert himself, this Azerbaijan. Not yet, anyway. Hutzol has a little bit more of a height advantage here. Doesn't use it to his best advantage. As you can see, he's bent over. Mamedov drawing his head down, making him look a little bit passive and uncomfortable. And the
Oh, just not enough.
Oh, that was so close.
This is the second time he's doing a really nice attempt.
Oh, well, he's threatening, isn't
Yeah.
it? And Hutzol picks up a Shido now.
But I think with the Osotogari, he's struggling a little bit with the height of Hutzol. I think it's really difficult to throw Osotogari with a guy that's a lot bigger.
And the Makakomi Hutzol attempts there, but he attempted that technique under extreme pressure, didn't he? It looked like it was a bit of a token gesture because he'd lost his balance and he tried to rescue it as he was going down. But sadly, it didn't pay off for him. So Hutzol finds himself now trailing with the Wazari and just halfway through this contest. So there's still a long way to go. And we know that Hutzol can, as we've seen in previous rounds, he can throw. He can be very dangerous. Those long legs cause a few problems for some of the athletes that he's been up against today.
And again, being so tall, he can also get low.
I know he can. He's really, really agile.
Yeah.
But he can also keep that distance. And those long limbs can come over the top without really engaging too deeply. And when you've got people like Mamedov that likes the closeness and he gets that leverage from the hips, he's not really been able to show that sort of judo here in this match.
In the meantime, you can also watch, if you click on it, watch the quarterfinal and the over 78 with Asahina in it.
Oh yes, that would be nice. Well, there you have it. Wazari Asetiapon and Azerbaijan. And Mamedov goes through to the semi-final of the under 100 kilograms up against Reyes of Canada. A little bit later on, that will be an interesting match.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna stick on this mat with another quarterfinal coming up.
And Hutzol will be up against Denisov in the repechage. So that'll be a very tough match for both those athletes.
Winner in white for Azerbaijan, Erhan Mamedov. He goes to the semi-final.
Now, coming up to talking about the next match coming up, I'm not sure whether you covered it, but I was watching it. Tushishvili in his previous match, which was a little bit of a scary moment for the Georgian. Oltiboyev, well, we did that counter technique where Tushishvili came in for the Osotogari and was nicely switched with Makakomi, where he scored the Wazari, and then just it went all horribly wrong.
It did.
But I thought it was just over and done with there. I didn't see the Georgian been able to come back from that. But he has, and he's here now in the quarter-final. And that was what almost happened the last time. He just seemed to switch off.
I think he was a little bit lucky here with his loose judogi, to be honest.
Yes, very much so. Well, Kokuri really had a chance there, but lost the control of his opponent.
Yeah.
Tushishvili really comes into this quarter-final a very, very lucky man, I could say. Well, I was really...
That's what I say, like he doesn't look the sharpest today, Tushishvili, but maybe he's always a little bit like that, and when he really needs to be on his top game, he's gonna be do that. So far, no damage from that. That's
yes.
That's
oh no.
for sure.
Kaljulaid goes to the semi-final for women over 78 kilograms.
And Syed just upset Asahina with the
Oh,
defeat.
was it Syed that won it? Hey, goodness, I thought Asahina. Well, that is a little bit of an upset, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But a great win for Turkey.
Yep. In the meantime, no scores yet, but also no Shido, so it's been a good fight. Oh, that was really beautiful. Nice moment. He made perfect news.
Yeah, it was nice. Very popular technique
He
today.
just felt in the right moment. He got the right. He almost already got his hip under, and then he just had to
when
lift
you
his
look,
leg.
he was going right, and he
Yeah.
switched into the left. What a nice rotation there. Came over the back. Oof, nice. Very agile for the plus 100s. Nice
Today
bit of
we've
judo.
seen really good judo.
Winner of Category 1 in white, representing Georgia, Tushishvili.
And there's gonna be more really agile judo because we're gonna see Tasoyev from Russia in white, Inal Tasoyev, and Yakov Kamo for
Well,
Ukraine.
And he's only
He's
a
gonna
junior,
do blue.
Tasoyev.
Yeah,
Is
it's-
junior European champion last year. Still a junior. And he, again, what I'm quite happy about is that he was a top favourite for me at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, he
Someone
is
that isn't obviously
amazing.
seeded. He's come through and he's upset one or two on the way to this quarter-final.
Yeah, he's not seeded, but he's not unexpected.
No.
And I think also the other heavyweights, they know him.
Well,
They
it's-
must know him.
yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, what's quite nice is that we're seeing a lot of these juniors coming through. We had yesterday from Belgium, Cassis, that came in to win a silver. Yes. And I'm just trying to think of all the... Yeah, but it was a silver.
Yeah, he won the
Yes.
silver.
And so they're actually picking up some very, very big medals, aren't they, these juniors?
In blue, representing Tunisia, she goes to the semi-finals for the women over 78 kilograms.
But again, Kamo is also an agile judoka. I really like him. I saw him before him. I think he got a bronze in World Championships before even. And yeah, he's also. I think he really has nice judo. That was poor.
He just left his hips out. He
Yeah.
came in with the shoulders, but his feet didn't continue to move as he started to rotate.
And it even looks like Tasoyev was looking around like, hey, what was this? This
Yes.
was worth a Shido.
Well, Tatsoyev has shown real maturity in his judo here in this competition overall. Oh, lovely technique there.
We are beginning the third round in category under
But Tasoyev turning around really fast and in a smart way. So no score yet.
So we're coming up to the halfway mark in this contest.
And there's a lot of good fights coming up. So if you want to see them, you have to just click on the other
Yes.
mats. There's quarterfinal going on mat number 2 for the 78, and the world champion is fighting on mat number 3.
All right, so
And so I'm tempted to go to mat number 3 because he's really on form today. So let's see. He just threw Lee Kochman in the last round. Like it was nothing, basically.
yes, yeah, watched that match. It
really
was
good.
a very interesting contest.
So now he's facing Jiri Peter for Czech in blue.
Well, this is the third round of the under 90 kilos.
Yeah, big category today.
It's 56 competitors competed here today in this weight category. Majdov, world champion and European silver medalist, as the number 1 seed coming into this
Yeah.
competition.
And he always looks like he's having a lot of fun, and I really like that. He was going down a little bit too fast here.
What was interesting, because while I was watching the match and I was
Mhm.
sitting up at one of the front tiers,
Yeah.
and it looked like in his last match
Mhm.
that when he threw Kochman,
Yeah.
he turned and he smiled. It's
Yeah,
like
he did.
he actually paused to get a photograph and hopefully saying, well, is this going to be on the front page of the
Uh-huh.
news? And I thought, that is being really fully sure of yourself,
Yeah.
because he just seems so happy about
You
it.
must have some
So-
confidence there.
Oh,
I really think so.
definitely there was confidence oozing out of him in that last match. Well, he comes to...
Oh, that was
Oh!
so big. I think
think-
they have to come up with the score, but I think they're gonna wait a little
let's
bit.
have it. Well,
Let
let's
me
see.
see.
It was come round. Uchimata sidestepped it straight across. Total upper body control. Let's see how he spun, maybe overspun
Yeah.
on that one. I don't think.
But I think it was enough for
Well, I
Rosari
think
at
it
least.
was Zari. Yes,
Yeah.
I think the shoulder and
Should give him a Rosari.
shoulder was there. But he was a real spin. He reacted very, very well.
you see that
He
on the
caught
board.
the shoulder, but the
Yeah.
lower part of the body, which we saw quite clearly, was to the front. But that shoulder was controlled enough to get in the Wazari.
So mat number 1 Tasoyev and Kama are gonna go to golden score.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, once again, you have Majov with that right hand round the back.
Yeah.
Controls very, very nicely there. And
You're
It's
gonna
like
know. Yeah.
it's like
sorry.
he's trying to set him up.
Yeah. He
Isn't
is.
he? He's, as you can see, the legs are apart, as if to say, let's go for the Uchimata
Mhm.
again. I'm giving it to you, but I've got that arm there waiting to sidestep it. It really is. He's trying to lure him in to react.
And now nothing really happened, and it's so comfortable for Nemanja Maidov because he doesn't need. If they're both gonna get a Shido, then it's done. You know.
because neither one of them were really doing anything. So it should be a Shido apiece.
Yeah, I think so.
But even with just a Shido apiece, it's a Shido
Yeah.
and a Hansokumaki being equivalent to 3.
Smartly played.
Yes, it was a very tactical but very well judged
Mhm.
contest.
And Kamo defeated Tasoyev, by the way, if I'm not wrong.
Third round in category under 90 kilos in blue judogi representing Slovakia, Randall, and in white judogi representing Canada,
Winner of Tatami 1 in blue representing
So now we have Randall and Bert coming up now very shortly.
100 kilograms.
And the winner of this will meet Majov in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
But let's see if there's any. Well, we can go up to, well,
I think there's gonna be a really nice fight between
number 2.
Yes.
Let's go to number 2, mat number 2, where we're seeing Chimeo and Malzen of Germany.
For
Chimeo-
sure, they fought each other many times before.
Oh,
I'm gonna check the.
for me, Malzen has been on form today. She is really outstanding. And Chimeo has been a little bit flat. Her last match that we've seen, it didn't look as sharp as we've seen her in the past.
No. And they fought each other so many times before, and most of the times Chimeo beat Malzan, so it's gonna be a tough fight for her. Yeah, that was really a case of strength there. Wrong timing for Malzan to come in. No, quick fight.
She made that mistake, but
Yeah.
Chimeo capitalised on it and swiftly takes herself into the semi-final of the under 78 kilo category. But Malzone will come back in to the repechage, and I'm
Mhm.
quite sure we'll see her a little bit later on, and possibly on that podium.
Yep.
She deserves to. She's has a really good performance throughout the day.
Yeah, but she's gonna fight Prodan, Carla Prodan, the
Yeah.
home favorite today, and
She was
she's
really
yeah.
good.
she just lost to Apotheker and
Yes.
by I think Razari, so she did a good job, and
She did a great job on Natalie Powell.
yeah, so she
Um,
also deserves
Yes.
it today.
And she's a young athlete coming through. That's what's so refreshing about it.
So I think we're gonna stay on this mat for the quarterfinals for under 100 kilograms with Lasha Tabaluri in the white for Georgia and Nias Ilyasov for Russia in blue.
Well, Tavaluri defeated the Dutchman, Katharina, in the previous match, and that was a little bit of controversial, wasn't it? I don't think the Dutchman thought it was the score.
Oh really? I didn't see that fight.
Yeah, it was a little. The Dutchman was quite upset about that result. It was very quickly done, and but
I can imagine, because he beat the number 2 seed.
yes,
He's really strong. He's gonna get.
he's a young athlete
yeah.
coming through, isn't he?
And he's he's
junior-
gonna get some results.
Junior world champion.
I
Is that
think
right?
so,
I
yeah.
think, yeah. Back in 2015, junior world champion. So he's obviously got the potential for the Dutch team to do extremely well. And he had the size. He looked fit, but he just made a mistake. And
Yeah, that's what you basically. Yeah, that happens when you're young and not so experienced. But you just learn from that.
Ilyavso here taking the lead with a Wazari. 2 minutes and 49 seconds remaining in this contest. Well, it's a long way to go, and as we've just seen, Travluri there with 2 Shidos. Now,
If you're already behind the Vasari and having 2 Shidos,
you're really on a hiding to
Yeah.
nothing, aren't you? That's the problem with this. I
And
cannot see this going to time, to be honest.
No, Ilyasov is not backing down at all. He's not giving Tabaluri any rest.
Ilyasov there on the back of the Georgian, and the Georgian's looking up as if to say, what can I do to combat this? Well, the only answer you can say is start fighting. Start getting back into this. He's got nothing to lose. He's got everything to gain, and that's a place in the semi-final. And the one thing with the Georgians, they do know how to fight, don't they?
They do.
Really do know how to fight. So hopefully we will start seeing a bit more of an aggressive approach now to this, rather than just throwing in the towel and looking at what's on the scoreboard at this moment with the 2 Shidos and 1 Wazari against him. He's attempting that Osoto. He's overstretching himself, and he doesn't know whether he's going forward or back. That was the problem with that.
There's not really so much confidence in the throw. And that normally is there because the Georgians, they just want to reach far, get really close and throw in their hips.
They like to throw big. They have really an aggressive style of their judo. And the heavyweights are the ones that are very successful in the Georgian team at this moment. So it's not as if the lack of bodies and having a type of randori like this where they're fighting away at each other, so he would be used to this type of aggressive approach, but he doesn't seem to be doing it right now. Well, there was a bit of a mistake there made by the Russian, and Travelluri looked as if he was trying to capitalize on what looked more of a stumble rather than having control. He didn't seem to have that much control to be able to take the credit for that fall.
I understand that he
But
was
he
trying
does
that.
here. He has a high collar grip.
Yeah.
Travluri lost the grip, but he's gone for the Sutemi Waza attempt there, and there you have Ilyasov.
They should just stick to the like more pressure on the top, trying for the big throws.
Ilyasov really has just growing now in confidence in this contest. Still 2 Shidos, 1 Wazari, and we're into the last minute now. Lorio.
Oh,
yes!
that was beautiful.
Well, that is.
And it
got
was unexpected.
It's definitely
Really.
got to be a Wazari, at least.
I thought he was gonna go over, but he in the end he just I think he realized he had the arm.
He wrapped
so he
that
could-
arm, yes.
yeah.
But did he have control, or was that
Yeah,
he
that
went
was what I
down
was
on his
thinking.
knee? And that's the problem. When you look at that, he hooks in, but there was the attack, and it was the
And he's-
Russians' attack. He
Mhm.
was going down. He went onto his knee and he fell, but he did have that arm.
So, but they gave him the Bazari.
But there you
Mm.
have Ilyasov there with a Wazari Aseti upon.
It's too bad we didn't see it. So
No, we didn't see that. It'd been interesting to pick that one up.
Tavaluri looked a little bit surprised,
Yeah.
but it's Nias Ilyasov who's gonna get the win here.
Well, very, very
Also
quick.
a little bit,
That was a little
Anteriors.
bit. Yeah, you're right there.
but it was
was
a
the
nice
Kosota.
takeover. Yeah.
Kosoto, he didn't really have much control on the upper part of the body, but he had the rotation. He used his whole body, his core, to be able to direct the Georgian down for that Wazari. And I think there's no arguments with that one.
On to mat 3, third round in category under 90 kilos. In blue judogi representing Cuba, former world champion. And
Well, Ilyasov goes in to the semi-final. Travelori goes down into the repechage, and
Yep.
we'll see him a little bit later on.
Maybe it's nice to go to mat number 1 for just the end of the fight, because it's a semi-final going on in the over 78. And Anna Valensek is up with the Bazari. She's doing a really good job in the over 78. And Marina Slutskaya is fighting in blue,
Yeah,
trying to get out of that Newaza, or stay out of the Osaikami, but having trouble there.
On mat number 2, you have Ida of Japan with the Belarusian.
Mm-hmm. That's also going to be a
That's
really
gonna be
good
a
fight.
really
So maybe
strong
we
match.
can go back a little bit later.
Yes. Well, that's the one that Ilyasov will have to compete against for a place in the final, the winner of the next match.
But it would not be fair to not show Annemarie Valensek
No,
at
no.
all today, while she's doing such a good job. I think she's really back straight. She has a really strong core. We were talking about the core before. I think Valensek is really strong in that, and she just earned her spot in the final today.
Yes.
And I was speaking to her yesterday, and she was so relaxed. She's really comfortable in her new weight category. Just see what's going on.
Yeah.
She took a long break after Olympics to just get her head straight, get motivated again, and now she's back there. And she started training really serious again. So let's see where that
And
takes
again,
her.
it's another Slovenian that's coming through quite nicely, isn't there? They've
Yeah.
got a really nice group of strong women from the Slovenian team coming through and hitting some really good targets.
So where do you want to go now? There's so many good fights going
I
on.
know. I would actually. No, do you know what? I'd like to see the Cuban Gonzalez. Well, no, we can go back to that if he gets through. Let's go to mat number. Oh, I've just seen this come on mat number 1. We'll stay with mat number 1. Definitely stay with mat number 1. This is going
Yep.
to be a very tough match indeed. And the one directly after that, Wagner and Malonga. Two very good contests coming up.
Yeah, these are the final contests before the final block. And Mayra Aguiar had a big upset before by Wagner. So she's gonna try to now at least manages to get the bronze. I don't like it too much when they are so clinched because there's no movement. Wow, that was a good
that was
attack.
close, yeah. The attempt to the Uchimata, she was bracing down. She sort of lifted off the power that she was generating through into the feet, and just allowed her herself a little bit more space to enter in for that Uchimata. It was anticipated well by the Japanese as she blocked it to not be scored on, but nevertheless, it was a good attack. And again, once more, she's got that left hand on the shoulder.
Yeah.
And when she can get it tucked in, but as you can see, Hamada blocks it to avoid the elbow being tucked in and creating the power and the shoulder coming forward. Well, Hamada is looking a bit quieter here at the moment, but that's not to say that she isn't thinking of setting something up. I think she's just given herself a little bit more thought process in this repechage.
Yeah, she is putting her arm in the right position, so really giving Aguiar some trouble in setting up her Uchimata.
Yeah, she's tucked it in there. She's got the hand on the lapel. It looks like she's trying to get a reaction for the forward attack. But did you see that little leg? It was going round the back for the Ashiwazas. And this is where the Japanese are very, very clever with their feet.
That was surprising, coming up with on the right
and
side.
the entry was good. And the entry was good there.
She's now she's in trouble.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
It's the
you can see
Shimiwaza.
that.
Well, Aguiar left her neck up there. She looked up and paid the penalty for that.
Yeah, and it was really not her day today.
No. So Hamada goes through for the bronze medal match.
But she has some time to get that straight for the World Championship. So, but it's gonna be really frustrating coming in here as the number 1 seed, world champion, and not losing one. But you lost twice today, so
yes.
But she did come up with a nice throw, and the Japanese just took advantage of it.
Yeah, she had some good opportunities there and a bit of a change of direction. But I think for Hamada, she was a little bit predictable based on how she's performed throughout the day. And I'm quite sure she has followed her performance stage by stage and was anticipating. And when I said before that Hamada was slightly quiet within that contest, there was a lot of thought going into what she was waiting for. Oh, a lovely Makikomi, big Harai Makikomi scoring Awazari, and Malonga really starting it. There's the Osota again.
Almost taken over here.
Yes. So Malonga leading very comfortably in the first 15 seconds. Look at that, straight in. Oh, goodness me. Wagner did very well of getting out of that.
Yeah, she's now really in trouble with her.
Look at the head going down. She's really in trouble there.
But she does have such a good Uchimata and Ochigari. Almost again.
It's a nice combination that Wagner has. The Uchimata, those long legs, she takes full advantage. But there, Malonga is exactly the same shape, as you can see. And they're both leggy competitors. They use those legs to the greatest of their advantage.
And I think when Malonga has the hand high over and she can really clinch the arm a little bit for the Makikomi, she's gonna be really strong. But as soon as she doesn't have really that grip, then she's gonna be in trouble.
You sometimes
and she's more vulnerable.
You see, you feel that Malonga is slightly vulnerable when she hooks in and she goes to the Uchimata, because you see Wagner that she's testing the water there, because she's trying to get the counter from that. She's trying to get them going over the opposite side.
Yeah, she does.
And she's been very, very close of doing that. There it is.
Exactly what
She
we were
was
talking
waiting.
about.
She was waiting for that. And it was just seemed to be a matter of time. There was twice I saw that, but she just didn't seem to have the right positioning, and it was a very strong grip. But for Malonga, her mistake, she let go.
Yeah, she let go of the arm.
Both hands.
Yeah.
She didn't even have a grip where she turned her back. Look,
Yeah,
both
it's
hands gone, no defense whatsoever. Major mistake there for Malonga. Now that evens it up, which makes this contest and
Now she even made
semi-final
it.
very, very exciting now.
gripping mistake from Malonga. Yeah, she should just go back to her game, being on the top, really pushing forward. And there she's so dangerous. And here it's that was a nice change.
That was a really nice change of direction.
Just not enough.
They're both very dangerous
Mhm,
athletes,
yeah.
and they both of them, like we said before this match even started, when we looked at them, we said these are two athletes that can throw big.
And to be honest, it really can go either way.
Oh, definitely. You cannot write this one off at
No.
all. Either one of them could just pull this one out right near the end. Both of Wazari up. The Shiro, you can forget about it, because that's not even going to be.
Yeah, but
the
now
play.
she's on the wrong side again.
And she's
so
going
it's
to pick up a
really
Shiro again.
I think she's making a little bit too much mistakes here, Malonga. She really has to set her game straight. And I'm also almost thinking like it's either Malonga that's gonna throw or being taken over.
Yeah.
Wagner really didn't come so close yet with her own. She only came in there once, so. And she's having trouble to. Malonga's having trouble to control the right arm of Wagner.
Oh.
That was
Well,
a
you
nice.
It was nice, but how slow was it?
Yeah,
you
it was.
could have actually read that very quickly, so I'm surprised that Wagner was able. She went over on that.
Yeah, it was slow and her hip was not in at all. So it was really a dangerous move for Madeleine Malonga.
Wagner,
That
she
could
was
have gone
slow to
wrong.
respond on that.
Here she was
really was.
in well. That was a better attempt.
Oh, this could go
Yeah.
50-50.
Ay.
That was a 50-50 one. I
Yeah.
wasn't sure which way that was going to go, but again, the German really was so close. That
He
was
was.
just, that was an inch or so off of getting a Wazari. Now this is what Malonga wants. She's got this little pause now. She can compose herself. The belt is going to be the longest time she's spent on doing her belt up, just that she can actually think of what she's going to do. And
Yep.
the danger is when they start again. Malonga she's actually scary, because she'll come straight out with a big throw, I think. That's where she's doing, if she has the energy. She's starting to show signs of fatigue at the moment. The head down, and she's not engaging as quickly as what she would have on any other day.
No, she looks tired.
Where on the other hand, Wagner, she looks fit.
Yeah, she does.
Very, very strong, very precise with her grips. And she's setting up, you can see
And
the
now
hip
yeah.
turned and the leg she's playing with. She's teasing her
Yeah.
for her to go with the Oso Tagari. She's actually waiting for her to make that mistake. And Malonga is under pressure because she's got Tushishvili.
really
She has
is.
to attack.
She has to, otherwise over. And I think that's maybe even gonna be it.
Well, we're into the
Oh, it's
golden
gonna score.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, Wagner, she's tactically, she's playing a very clever game here. She is really spot on in what she's doing. She gets the strong grip, she feeds the right leg, she actually teases Malonga with the Oso Tagari, because this is what she's waiting for. She's wanting the counter.
And
But
also,
once-
like, it's Wagner's right side that is so strong. So she's gonna have so much trouble in going over the top.
Yes, and there was a Cianagi
Yeah.
attempt there. it did stumble, and it takes the pressure off slightly of Malonga, because she really needed to put in a good, strong attack. And I think that was good enough to pacify the referee. For now, anyway.
Yeah. So
Malonga,
it's
she's
really
coming
close.
in now with the lapel. Again, she's got there she has the there was a drop there, but for me, not convincing enough.
No, and also Wagner still has a. Oh, now it's.
she's
I was gonna say
very
she's
defensive. One each, the two each now.
So now really it's gonna be either a penalty or a score.
Well, I could see why she wasn't engaging and picked up the Shido, and for me, it was a risk worth taking, because if Malonga had gone for that Osotogari, I think we could have seen Wagner picking up the counter from that. And Malonga digs in deep, arm over the top.
She looks like she doesn't really have so much energy anymore to follow through.
Yeah. The body language, the hands on the thighs, the head that goes down. She really is trying to find air out there. She throws that arm.
Now
she's
she
powerful
has
enough to get first.
She has a good position now. But look how much Wagner is going to... She's so already on the right side.
The techniques are better from Wagner. They definitely are. There's no doubt about it. Malonga, she's really showing real signs of fatigue out there. She tries desperately to get some energy into those legs, that little bounce before engaging into the German. Hooks in with the Ouchigari. Does she have the power?
Yeah.
But I think she could end up being countered here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she did well to get off that. That's all I can say, because she's tired now.
She really is tired.
Winner on category 2, in blue.
And she scrapes herself back off the mat. Malonga slowly gets to the center.
Long golden score, and both there are really powerhouses. So
this is going to take so much out of both of them. But I think the one that's suffering the most is the French girl. Definite feel that.
The positive thing is, after this fight they're gonna have a long rest, so no quick fights after this. So they just have to put everything in it. In the meantime, Sasson beat Spikers so Ori Sasson is in the semi-finals. Wow.
And there you have the Osota into the Mac. Well, isn't that funny that she teased her with that that leg, and Wagner, she took the bait, didn't she?
She did.
She came across, and she was waiting for the Osota Makakomi. A real turnaround.
It was not one of the greatest techniques, but it just did it.
But she literally fed her it.
Yeah.
And Wagner thought, I've got it here. I'm going to try. A little bit tired, possibly. Well, who would expect anything else? And so Malonga goes through to the semi-final, the final of the under 78s.
So let's see what we have. We have Kiro Denisov finding himself in a rapid charge against Danilo Hutso, the one who is surprising today. I think we're gonna stay here because the next one is gonna be a really good one, I think.
Oh gosh, yes. Definitely. The semi-final. Well, we've got the repechage down there at the plus 78s, and we're still on the third round of the men's under 90s, so we can come back to that a little bit later on when we're getting closer to the medal matches, but we will stick to the crucial points of both under hundreds and plus 78 kilos, because these are where there's the last chance, especially in the repechages, of getting a medal.
Yeah. Now Denisov he can get to his grip again, so That's making him a lot more controlled and stronger. But I think he's gonna struggle a little bit with the height of Hotso because he's gonna come in for Uchimata. Hotso can just keep on his feet. Oh, almost a takeover for Danilo Hutso. That was a really nice movement and
very dynamic, wasn't it? He came round the back, but he just once more. Look, he lost all grip. He let go completely. He had very little control of what was going to go on.
And I think Denisov was just completely wrong by going in. Even he was trusting too much on his Uchimata. Now he has a lot of stronger and better grip, so he's gonna be able to make a better attack. But Hutzel is really surprising me.
Definitely, yeah. There's some really strong traits in this contest, but also some real disastrous moves, isn't it? It could be so dangerous.
Look again, he's really struggling with Denisov. Or I mean, Denisov is really struggling with Hutzel.
In blue for Tunisia, Nihil Sheikh Ruhu. In white for Turkey, Kayra Said.
And what I really like about Hutzel that he has so much guts to just go in there, make big moves.
Yes.
Especially with Denisov, it's really dangerous because he has great judo. He can anticipate really well, but he's not afraid of him at all.
No, he's definitely not intimidated by Denisov.
And he's really strong. You can tell that here.
He's got real height advantage here. He's a real powerhouse, and he's been very impressive right through all the stages here in this competition. For me, he's been definitely one that when right at the beginning we looked and he went under the radar. We didn't actually even mention him. And here we're finding him battling away for a bronze medal position. And he's defeated some really good athletes along that way. And the one that he didn't defeat, he gave him a good run for his money.
Yeah, and even if he wouldn't come away here with a win, he must have gotten so much confidence, and he's really dangerous to the top fighters.
But what it's saying, even if he doesn't get a medal, what he's left is an impression here that he is a real contender and he is one to watch in future. I know for me, going if he's over in Budapest, that'll be one of the first names I'm looking for to see if he's in the framework.
That was really nice Uchimata attempt from Kirill Denisov. But again, really what you say is Hotso has such a big height difference, so even if Denisov is going to be completely in, he's not going to get Hotso off his feet.
Yeah, that Uchimata into the Makakomi was a nice bit of judo there. Sadly, it wasn't to give him a score, but the height that he got from that, some flexibility. Now we're going into golden score, so this is going to really challenge both these athletes because the amount of work both of them have put in up till now is phenomenal.
And only one Shido, so
it's been very exciting as well.
The repechage contest for women under 78 kilograms, tatami 2.
Na tatamiu 2, repesaż naborną kategorii do 78 kg. Ukłon kimonu.
Again, that Uchimata into the Makakomi.
I u białym kimonu. Predstavnica Hrvatske Karla Froda.
Well, 41 seconds into golden score. Still only one Judo divides these athletes. Very difficult to say which way this will go. Hutzol, the younger of the two, but showing so much maturity in his judo. Denisov, he's been very consistent. It's what we've expected, a very strong performance. But now we're seeing Hutzol, he's starting to fold slightly, if you can see there.
Yeah.
The head's starting to come down. Denisov drawing him in a little bit, but the posture's not good. Where Hutzol's advantage was that height, he's now starting to
really
lose
tired.
it. He's starting to lose it. That power's not been as generated as, and he's not been as threatening to Denisov as what he has in previous minutes.
And this is where, that's...
And the hands are off.
That's too bad. That's a shame that...
yeah, he's really hit the wall now.
Yeah.
He does it. Look, both
yeah,
hands
he's
off.
really...
And the Ashiwas
I
are
think
there.
his power is gone.
Well, definitely. There's very little in that tank to keep him going. And you can see the hand on the hip. The lungs are exploding at the moment. They're out there for almost 2 minutes in golden score, 6 in total. That's a long time, especially when you're on the arms of Denisov, who's an absolute powerhouse.
And you can see, like, Denisov is really experienced, so he's gonna keep moving. He knows how to perform still when he's really tired.
Unlike
making
Hutzol's
mistakes,
really struggling here now.
Yeah. But he might get another breath if he's staying a little bit like this, and he still can afford one more Shido, although he doesn't want that.
The problem is the head is down, and when your head's down and you're forward, your weight is transferred into the wrong positioning. If you're wanting to get that lift in Uchimata and the big leggy techniques, you need to be upright because you need to be able to maneuver yourself in with the hips first rather than the head. And his head is too low. And for me, he needs to stay upright.
Yep.
One, he can breathe. His lungs can start to explode a bit better. But then there's another drop.
Yeah.
And that was because he's under pressure. But
that was a nice attempt. But you see he's lacking strength at the moment.
Yes. He couldn't get that leverage. The core is gone.
If he would have the arm under the core, but he just... And of course also Kirill Denisov knows exactly where to move to not get thrown.
Yeah. But even Denisov can't really afford to turn his back like that too many times. He was, in a way, he was waiting for that. He turned his back, but just enough that he could rotate back to get the switch for what would look to be like an Ano Chigari and then follow through into the Niwaza. So this time he waited a little bit for Hutzol to react.
Yep.
So he's got the high collar grip again. He draws Hutzol's head down. He's got a good strong sleeve grip as well. Now he's bringing him down into his level. This is where Denisov is comfortable. He likes that bent over position.
But really Hutzol is really like stable on his feet.
Yeah, he's got, well, look at the size of his feet.
Yeah, he's not
size to like.
Yeah, maybe that's it. We should ask his shoe size.
He's like planks.
Yeah, this is a shame.
He's just he's lost all. There's very little effort and power left into those limbs.
But
he's
it's
looking
already almost 8 minutes
staggering.
into golden score, or 8 minutes total contest.
It really is. He's tired on his feet, and it's taken a lot out of him. And Denisov, like you said earlier on, you said he knows how to manage a contest. He has that experience.
But they are both looking burned out, so they're both going to pick up a Shido.
Yeah.
Nothing happened, they were just touching. So now it's just a little bit of difference can make the big difference of getting the contest.
And you know what, just in body, I love looking at the body language and trying to read what goes on in their minds. And for me, at that mate situation, and they came back together, Hutzol's first reaction was to look at the board to see how long he's been going. But Denisov was
just
looking at his
focusing.
opponent. He stayed focused.
Ui, that was really close.
I think Denisov has got the edge. I
Yeah,
really
he
do.
does.
He's got the edge. But you can never write off Hutzol. He's capable of throwing. He's a dangerous size for
Yeah, and
Denisov.
he was, because Denisov was really in danger again. Like, he was putting in a really good attack, but just a little bit more push from Hutzol and he would have gone over. So I think what Denisov has to do is like exactly this. He has to keep moving, put in some footwork, and basically try to get him off his feet. And then now, because Hutzol's almost falling apart himself, he's gonna get the third Shido if they're not moving fast. But they have to pay attention to not both pick up a penalty.
Yes, and that's what you don't want.
Oh! Oh my God!
Hey!
That was.
Well, like
Here
we
you could
said,
see
you
the
could
danger of Hutzol.
There was Denisov. He came in for an attack. It was a half-hearted attack, but he came back out. The mistake of coming back out just played into the legs. And I'm saying it wasn't the hands because it was definitely his whole body. His legs came round the back. And scoring a Wazari. Well, that was...
It was really well deserved. He should take a really good rest now.
I think he'll need a very good rest.
But you can see, like, I think
That
Denisov, what he should have done is just kept playing with his feet and not make a big throw, because he was vulnerable there with his Uchimata.
He was making too many big gestures.
And you could tell, and he could tell by the look on his face immediately, like he said, "Oh my, yeah,
He was
you know."
like, oh no,
Yeah.
what have I just done? Why on earth did I do that?
Why?
But why? Because they've been out there for 8 minutes almost, wasn't it? I didn't even look at the clock to see how long that had gone. But that was like 2 contests back to back, wasn't it? Without any rest. Oh, very interested.
Yeah, it was a really nice contest to watch.
Now, race we have Mammadov. This is the semi-final of the under 100 kilograms.
We have so much good fights now. Immediately.
And then you've got on mat number 2, Opatak and Chimeo in the under 78s.
Also a really good fight, I guess, and they're both having 2 penalties, so it's gonna be a really close score, and they're already in golden score. And Reyes having pain here.
A little bit of a clash here, and this is what you don't want to see, because he's been having such a great day. It's been brilliant to watch. There's no doubt about it. Well, as she was there. Reyes looking to be in a lot of trouble there as he limps back to the centre of the contest area, and this will give a little bit more extra confidence than he really didn't need to give Mammadov.
Winner on category 2, in white judogi representing Slovenia, Clara Apotekar goes to the final for women under 78 kg. Double Olympic medalist Audrey Chimeo from France will fight for bronze medal.
Well, Chimeo lost that semi-final. Opateke
The next contest
of Slovenia goes into the final with Malonga.
In blue for Belarus, Daniel Mukete. In white for Georgia, Lasha Kawaguri.
Well, this is 2.5 minutes remaining in this semi-final, the under 101 kilos. Reyes Well, we spoke, Sheldon, about this young man, the Canadian, in his first match, and it was very, very flat, wasn't it? But
He picked up after that.
He's really picked up, hasn't he?
The only problem is he's suffering with a knee injury.
I know, he's really struggled out here now. It's the first time we've actually seen it. Has he just picked it up now, or has he picked it up earlier on? Is it something he's brought with him to this competition?
It didn't appear to be... Well, I didn't notice anything in his previous contests.
I haven't noticed anything.
And it only seemed to happen as he moved to put some weight on it, and for some reason it just went underneath him.
And there you have Awazari. He stumbled back. He actually stumbled back and tried to support him on the leg that's given him a lot of trouble. So Mammadov there taking the lead in the semi-final.
It just looks sore as opposed to impossible to stand on.
Yes.
You know, he's got movement, you know, he puts weight on it, but there's some points where it just really causes him problems. Anyway, he's Awazari down, 1.5 minutes left to go. Just to remind you that when Esther comes back, it will be Esther Stam and Loretta Kusat-Doyle to do a wrap-up of all today's action. So as soon as we finish with the last of the contests from this first part of the day, I suppose it'll be another 20 minutes or so, maybe half an hour, then Esther Stam and Loretta Kusat-Doyle will be around for a wrap-up. Here's Esther again.
Well, Mammadov takes that comfortable lead. Well, Reyes comes in with the left hand on the lapel there, as you can see, trying to control Mammadov. He doesn't really seem to find any solutions of coming back into this contest with just coming up to 40 seconds remaining. That knee has plagued him a little bit, and the second shida for Mammadov there, one more would result in a hand sokamaki. So Mammadov, even though he is taking the lead with the Awazari, he has to be very careful he doesn't make any silly errors. Reyes looking very strong, he attempts the Uchimata. Oh, Chigari!
Oh, wow.
Awazari, well, what a comeback with 21 seconds remaining.
That's really
well,
nice.
that is just superb.
I came in at the right moment, I guess.
Definitely, you're a lucky charm for him, that's all I can say.
But
there
that's
you
been
have
really
it.
good.
He attempted the Uchimata, got the right reaction from Mammadov and switched it for the Ouchigari. Obviously, Mammadov's Achilles heel is the rear, and it once more brings a lot more confidence now back into the Canadian. And there Mammadov looking like he's trying to find air from anywhere.
Yeah, now it's a completely different contest.
Yes, well, Mammadov, he already picked up a Shida.
Oh,
Oh, the Uchimata, can he get it? Oh, changing,
Yes, that was really
Chigari
nice.
definitely upon, no doubt about it. He knew exactly what he was doing. He's changed their
That was
direction
great.
for the counter with the Chigari calling Ippon. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
That was great judo. And also, in the end, he didn't have the arm for the Uchimata, but he just switched directions in the right time.
Yes.
So
Well, he was getting the pressure of getting countered for the rear and just switched it. Absolutely
great.
Brilliant, that. Well, for someone who came out in the first match as if he was going to have a bad day at the office, well, it's all turned around and now he's in the final. And what an amazing turnaround for what was a very rocky start of the day. Oh yeah, which you can just see there in the corner as Reyes goes off the tatami. He is limping quite badly there on that knee, but he does have some time to recuperate. He does have time to strap it up, ice it, and hopefully we'll be able to see him on that in that final a little bit later on.
there's going to be a lot of good fights now, but I think we're going to stick to this match with Ushangi Kakuri for Azerbaijan fighting in the white, and Inal Tasoyev fighting in blue for Russia.
Oh, this will be interesting, this match.
Yeah. No grip there for Kaljulaid to follow up. A lot of good fights going on. You have mat number 2, the rapid charge
Well,
over
they're
100.
coming up very quickly now, aren't they? And this is the point that we sit here frustrated as anything, because there is so many we want to watch. We've followed them throughout the stages in this competition, and now we can only pick one match, and they all seem to come at the same time. So, but if you want to watch another match, you can do. You've got an opportunity to switch from 1, 2 to 3, and we can only just catch up on the highlights a little bit later on, and the ones we have missed.
But luckily we are able to see a lot of really good fights
We're
today.
actually been bobbing up and down off our chairs to be able to have a look at the field of play, as well as the screen as well. We've got necks like giraffes at the moment, overstretching ourselves, trying to get a glimpse of the other action, as well as commentate for you guys out there on what's happening here and now.
Again, here you can see that was a great takeover, but also it was a little bit of a mistake from Kaljulaid.
Was it Epon?
I think
Tatsuyev?
for me it was. He got straight on his back.
Yes,
Yeah, it was clear.
I thought he looked like he'd landed to the side.
But you can see he was coming in, but he had no control of the arm of Tatsuyev.
I thought he was going to. I thought the Russian was going to land on his side, but he actually turned to land on his front to allow his opponent to go flat.
So Inal Tatsuyev can make up for bronze later for the bronze medal fight.
Tatsuyev, I'm glad one of my favourites of the day has got a chance for that bronze medal, a well-deserving positioning now for him to be in. And now we're up with the semi-final of the plus 100s. Tushishvili of Georgia and Kamal of Ukraine. Well, Tushishvili he's like a cat with 9 lives, isn't he? Really,
He really is. He
had
used a couple,
He's already used quite a few out here. He's had some very scary moments, that's all I can say. And there was another bit of a scary moment. He really does overcommit himself. The one thing you cannot say, he's gutsy. He definitely is a gutsy fighter. He's brave. He is really brave. He tries things that you think, are you serious? Do you really want to commit to that? And but he seems to have that good awareness and that natural feel to be able to maneuver himself out of it. So he's very, very agile for a plus 100 kilogram fighter. He actually fights like a 90 and under 100 kilo fighter. But obviously he's not that far.
Look at that. That was really beautiful.
Executed.
There you can see how agile he is. And really well executed soda. I think it was a soda to the Ganesh.
Soda to the Ganesh, yeah.
Straight. Oh, that's so.
Gosh.
I'm really happy he got out of that, but this is where you can see he really needs to mature still. He feels like he has it all under control. He's too comfortable, and when he does that, he's gonna make mistakes.
Hey, goodness, could you believe
Such a shame.
That? He attacked, he stopped. What on earth was he thinking? Well, that's another life gone.
Yeah.
How many more does this man need?
He's playing with fire.
Oh, definitely, and he's been scolded a couple of times. Absolutely roasted.
Yakiv Kama is gonna use that. He's a really good fighter. Also, he can be really dangerous. So Guram Tushishvili cannot afford to make so many mistakes.
Mamov there really had a great opportunity and a real lost opportunity for him. I don't know. You're not going to get them too many gifts like that, are you?
No.
Well, unless you've got Tushishvili, because he likes handing out plenty of gifts. For the Ukraine, that was his birthday and Christmas present wrapped up in one there, and he just didn't bother opening it.
No. But the same was a little bit true for Guram Tushishvili, because he had him in a hold down, which he only needed to hold down for 10 seconds and he would have won the fight.
Hey.
It's painful, and he's gonna
It's-
feel so bad if he's not gonna be able to take
Yes.
this contest.
Well, he's got a minute and a half now remaining, and this has just opened it right up. It is a very exciting match. Definitely wouldn't write off the Ukraine by all means.
Winner 132, in white representing Austria, Snijpper.
Tushishvili brings that left arm over the top of the shoulder, trying to control. I don't know if he's actually controlling or just bracing himself.
I
and
don't
keeping
know.
it. But there's a
I think
Sianagi there.
Yeah, but he just didn't have enough grip. He was doing it from standing really still. And while the first attempt was so great and got him a good score, this one was a little bit poor. But it burns a few seconds of the clock, so.
Oh yeah, well, 40 seconds remaining. But we've seen it all turn around within 20 seconds in the previous match, so.
And while Kamo's trying everything, he's not being able to get a grip. This was a really just an escape, so he
Yeah.
was gonna get a Shido for that.
And rightly so, there's no Shidos on the board, which is quite refreshing, isn't
Yeah.
it? So it just shows you how much both these athletes have engaged in this contest and the summer final. And they're,
That was not a bad attempt.
Como
That was
there.
not enough anymore.
no, he put a great effort in there to try it and come back, but the gift he was given earlier on in this contest, he totally dismissed, and that was
Yeah.
his chance. And he'll be really frustrated with that, because there was that real opportunity to just turn this all around. He could have had that right there and then, but failed to capitalise on
Yeah.
it.
And what for me means that if Guram Tushishvili is in a final with making, he made quite some mistakes today, and still being in the final, that shows that how big his potential is.
Yes, Tushishvili goes into the
Yep.
final of the men's plus 100s, but who will it be with?
Let's really go quickly to mat number 2 when we can see the other semi-final over 100 kilograms. And it's Orisasson fighting in blue against Juan Izquierdo for Brazil, fighting in white. And I've been impressed with Izquierdo today. He really has nice judo. And Orisasson we all know, so he...
Yes, he's a good wee fighter. And for what we had said right at the opening of the day about Sassoon, that he was capable, and as you can see here, I have marked him down because you couldn't write him off, even though he wasn't seeded out of Pool D. What you can't write off is that the Israeli team in general have had a really good performance here this weekend.
did.
And I'm always a great believer when a team is on a roll and the successes are coming and they're getting some really good performances. That's only got to get your teammates going. It gives them the confidence to say, well, if my teammate can do it, so can I. So this is not a surprise for me for Sassoon to be here in this position.
I'm happy to see that on the... it's not the right saying, but Ashley Gonzalez got through, so we're gonna see a nice fight between Ashley Gonzalez and Nemanja Maidov, the world champion.
Yes, Gonzalez, we mentioned him earlier on, and again it was another one that, because you look at the quality of player.
It sounds a bit harsh for Mamadali Merdiev from Azerbaijan, because he also is really good judoka.
Well, we're just so intrigued of what was going on in the other mats, and seeing Gonzalez go through, and Sasson goes into the semi-final. Another good result for Israel.
Yeah.
Regardless what happens in that final, it's still a very good result.
But Orisasson has already been a really high class judoka in the over 100s, and
Yes.
he's always going to be very dangerous. So now we can finally focus completely on the under 90, because there's
Yes.
been so many nice fights going on there.
Escurero will be against the Russian for that bronze medal. Tasoyev. So that'll be an interesting battle and a half, that will be. Cleger here for France in the blue. Well, it isn't someone we've followed much today, but Efe Miguel is someone I saw previous, and
Oh, you did?
yeah, I saw him in a couple of matches while I was on the break watching all the mats, and he is very impressive. He was challenged quite a bit in the earlier rounds. It was a very close match. Just trying to look at what one that was. It was against Selidisi, that he was up against from Greece. That was a real battle for him to get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think the Greek team is doing well this weekend.
Yeah, they are. There's no doubt about that.
Still a close match and only halfway gone.
Well, this is a weight category, 56 competitors in this weight category, and they've really had to battle. There's possibly, it was about four or five that we picked out from the 56. And so you're talking about at least 50 of them battling away to get to this stage. And if, in all fairness, if I'm being honest, one that went under that radar was this young man from Turkey.
He did, but he's showing good judo today.
He's
and
really been good. He beat the number 2 seed, and so Ostopurion in the first round. And he beat the Uzbek Sabarov in his first match, and then went on to beat the number 2 seed of the competition in the second round. And then from on there, he's gone from strength to strength. But he has battled. It's not been easy for him. It's not been that clear that he's that far out in front of these guys. He's had a real big heart as he's come out and fought every match, and he's had to fight every match to its max. But definitely a well-conditioned athlete.
Yeah, and he's also fighting a top seed. Oh, that was
Beautiful
nice.
combination there, wasn't it?
En almost de Jujikatame van Axel Clerget.
Well, here we...
Yeah, just a really nice reaction.
Yeah, he just followed that through, didn't he? Yoso Tagari.
Yeah.
And Idan Kosota. Beautifully done.
But both having 2 Shidos, it's never... he can really not relax, Axel Clerget.
No. With 45 seconds remaining, it's like a lifetime out there, isn't it, for them? It's not close enough yet. And one silly error to try, and there you have. There's a blatant drop.
Yeah.
And but the referee's going to let that ride. Because in fairness, is it going to make any difference? Well, he's down on a Shido. It's a desperate attack.
Oh, that was nice Newaza work. Really.
The Sangaku, beautifully executed. Didn't even see that one maneuver.
No. But he has been really strong at Newaza, exactly for Sankaku. He's good at that. But also nice work from Batuan. FM Gil, he did a good job.
Yes, definitely. I totally agree with you on that one. And he will go down into the repechage.
Yep. And he's gonna face one of the next fighters on
That's coming up now.
Another
which
quarterfinal.
It's Max Stewart of Great Britain.
mhm.
It's a young lad that's coming through quite nicely. He had been plagued for some time now with injuries, and he seems to be back into full fitness, but he's up against a strong opponent there. There's no
Yeah, he
doubt
is.
about it.
And we spoke about Juraev here before because
Yes.
he has been struggling to find his way in a new weight category, but I think today he's showing that he's getting more comfortable there,
Yeah.
and I really like to see that. And let's see how he's gonna do against Max Stewart from the Great Britain in white.
Well, Max Stewart, he's got lovely judo, and he really is maturing quite nicely. He's rather a former Olympic bronze medalist himself. I think it was in, now where was it? Los Angeles.
Oh, really?
Yes, he,
A while ago.
Olympic bronze medalist from Los Angeles, who's his personal trainer.
Mhm.
And goodness me, fancy having your dad who's an Olympic medalist as well. That's you can't give him any cheek, can you? Really? Can't say what you know. You don't understand. Well, of course he does. Dennis Stewart. his
Look at
father.
that Uchimata.
Uchimata, nicely done.
Mhm.
But well anticipated from Stewart, who just overrides that, bouncing across over onto the edge of the contest area. Well, you wouldn't want to try and do that too many times.
No.
Not with the Georgians anyway. Well, 2 minutes 46 seconds in this quarter-final.
Not so much has happened yet.
You see an eggy
that
move
was
for
really
Rosari.
nice.
That was lovely. Now Stewart has got it all to make up.
Yeah, he does have such a Juraev is a pretty complete judoka. He's really nice Uchimata, but he also can do a good sode.
Well, that's a nice study there.
Yeah.
Drops right underneath him there, and
Has a-
well out of the
yeah.
radar.
Has an amazing uranage as well, so it's gonna be tough for Max Stewart to top that.
Well, really, we're now to a turning point for Max Stewart, that he's got it all to make up. So somewhere along the line, he's got to try and now step it up into the second and third gear
Yeah.
and just give it all. Sometimes you rather go out with 10 knowing that you've given everything you could possibly give, rather than now what you see is the second Shido. Now for me, 2 Shidos down, 1 more would result in a Hensoki Magazine. Do you hold back? No, you just go out there and give it 110%. You give everything you possibly can, because at the end of the day, you're losing anyway.
Yeah.
So go
That's
out
true.
with some grace. That's the way I look at it.
But to be honest, Tushishvili looks really in control here. He looks really strong, and that might.
I think that was very
Yes,
close to
yeah.
Rosari, wasn't it?
I think they're gonna have a look at that.
Yes, I think that's a really close one, but the care system will pick that one up and see if it was deserving of a bronze, a Shido, or a Shido. Get my words out.
Was
I'm a bit a Wazari. I'm away with the fairies right now.
It was a long day,
It's a long
long
day,
weekend.
Yeah. Oh, 2 Shidos to Max Stewart. Tushishvili with a comfortable lead, and looks like he's been all over this match, and it doesn't at any stage look like he was threatened at all with the young man from Great Britain. It's been a stroll in the park for him up until now.
Yeah, with 35 seconds left and no Shidos yet on the board, he should be able to keep his advantage. He was almost grabbing the leg there. Little reaction from the past, I think.
No. An attempt of a Sutemi was a bit a ploy to get his opponent down, but not the wisest move to make for someone who's down Awazari and Tushidos. It really isn't.
I think because his elbow was still on the mat, it was no Awazari, but it was a really close one. Just a little more push and it was enough.
Yes. Well, it was an angle we couldn't really see very well, but when it's replayed, it makes it very, very clear.
That was a
attempt.
Yeah. I think Max Stewart had to try that earlier.
Yeah.
That didn't look bad.
Tushishvili there goes into the semi-final of the under 90 kilos.
But Stewart still has another chance for a medal. So I don't know if they're going to take a break or they're just going to go straight on with the rapid charges.
Oh yes, they'll just carry on, yep.
Because there's been very few time in between the fights.
So there's going to be a 5-minute pause just to allow the athletes to get the more appropriate time for resting in between bouts. So stay with us. You've got a chance to get a quick cup of tea if you need to, but don't make it too quick. You'll miss out on some really exciting matches coming up very shortly.
Really, they're going to be great fights, I think. Especially the semi-finals with Maidov, Gonzalez matching up, and Exo Clerget and Tushishvili is also going to be really good. I'm really excited for those ones.
Well, do you know what a turnaround today. It started off a little bit slow, didn't it? That was for me, I just thought, oh, when is this really going to liven up and give us a little bit of excitement? The excitement that you're always on the edge of your chair or you're standing up and down and bobbing all over the place. And this, within the second round, these matches in the 3 matches that were ongoing, it was like one after another, and we're like looking at each side going, which one do we choose? Which one do we want? We don't want to miss that one. And what's been really good is that there's been the 3 of us, and so it gives us one person an opportunity to sit back and enjoy all 3. And I loved it because you could actually see a lot more going on, and to be able to be well advised in when it comes down to sort of going back and thinking about what's happened today. And there's been so much that's gone on. There's been some really highs and lows, and there's been some real upsets along the way. But the one that keeps digging into my head is Tushishvili of the plus 100s. I'm going to call him the cat with the 9 lives.
Yesterday,
because how many lives does that man need? He has been so close of going out in most rounds. And here you find him in the final with Sassoon in the plus 100 kilograms. So for me, that was it's going to be very interesting to see how he performs in that final, because this is a man that's had somebody looking down and helping him all the way to this.
But it
final.
is a little bit his style, and that's why his fights are also so much fun to watch. Because
they're exciting.
They really are exciting.
Definitely exciting.
I wouldn't want to be his mom or dad or something watching you.
Oh, you'd be having a heart attack, wouldn't you? Even we were going, oh no, what's he going to do? It's you really just think, surely you're not going to make a mistake like that and go out that way, and then he'll pull it back in. I think he's a type of man that just loves that excitement, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Loves to challenge himself, and well, he's definitely challenged himself throughout the day. Yeah. But we have, like we said, we've got a couple of matches coming up now very soon in the under 90 kilos. There was 56 athletes that have battled away there, and like we were talking about, that when we were going through the list of in this weight category, there was roughly about 6 that shone out at us that we could say, yeah, they're contenders. They're capable of getting to that podium. But there's been a few that we've just gone, where on earth have they come from? They have just excelled themselves in performing and have really upset one or two. And it'll be very interesting to see what ends up on that
I
podium
think so
and
too.
to where we were at the beginning of the day. And but all I can say is a massive well done to everyone that's participated, because we've had some really great performances to have been able to enjoy. There's no doubt about it. And so for you, just reflecting on some of these, let's go through some of these weight categories while we have the chance to, because let's go to the women's that have been finished for some time now, but first 78 kilograms.
That was pretty exciting. And for me, I'm really happy. I think Sheldon and I talked in the beginning about Clara Apotheker, that she was one of our favorites, and because she's getting a lot stronger and she's really trying to get there, but she's not even there yet. She's just gaining the strength and really making an impression in the 78, and now she got to the final.
Well, do you know what? She was one, and I've got to be honest, she was completely under the radar. I didn't see that one because I was so focused on Natalie Powell, who's world bronze medalist, Chimaeo as well, Malzin.
Do you hear that?
What's this?
Yeah, I think we're gonna watch some
Oh, we're going
fights
to
again.
start, right. So we can come back to this one, but yeah, that was an interesting weight category. But here we have the repechage. The repechage of the under 90 kilos, Randall in the white. And we have Medvedev in the blue from Azerbaijan. So Slovakian white, Azerbaijan in blue, and this is the repechage.
Milo and Randall had a really tough fight against Nemanja Maidov, and I think they got the golden score, and in the end Nemanja could take it. So
yes,
yeah, let's see if he can get some reward out of it and fight for the bronze in the end.
Yeah, Maidov was good though, hasn't he? He's been on form today.
Yeah, he is. And he got like world champion a little bit out of the blue, like people didn't expect it, but I think he's proving after that he's not a one-day fly, you know.
No,
he is
definitely.
such a great judo. And he was already having results in the junior, so everybody knew he was a big talent, but now he proved it right away.
Yes. Medvedev there, as you can see, he's got a very strong grip. He's taken his time. Both have just got that anchor grip. Lapel and a sleeve.
Yep.
Both taking their time. Both are going to pick up a Shido now because neither one of them really wanted to commit themselves.
You see there's a lot today, I think, that people are just taking their time, and then basically both are doing it, so they're picking up a Shido. But I think it's a little bit dangerous because nowadays you only have 3 Shidos and you're going to lose. So before that, I think when I was fighting also, you had 4 Shidos, and then really first Shido was not so important. The only thing is that 1 Shido you could lose then, but
yes,
like now it's so quickly, so you cannot really afford a 1 Shido.
Well, when they do come, they come very quickly, don't they?
Wow,
and
that was
nice.
amazing.
And definitely Ippon there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really nice
Some
technique.
Kosoto, which is countered by again a Kosoto. He spun him around and then went to the opposite side. They're
Yeah,
brilliant.
you could see like Randall was going for the Kosoto Gaki, but he was too high. In the end,
And his hand was on the wrong side as well. He actually came across here, and he just
it was really high, and so Johnny could take. Yeah, he made
that was
use of
nice.
it.
Yeah, that was definitely a nice little move there. Medvedev goes into the bronze medal match. And who will he be up against?
Not known yet.
No, not yet. Watch closely indeed.
So coming up for the second rapid charge in the under 90 is Batuhan Efemgil from Turkey in the white, and you have Max Stewart for Great Britain in the blue. So I saw Max Stewart walking past a few minutes earlier, and you could tell he was really frustrated, really upset that he basically couldn't really show his best judo because Tushishvili was controlling him so much. So I think here he's gonna be really motivated to show his best judo.
Well, I think what it's always hard for an athlete to get to the semi-final. One step, you're guaranteed a medal. One step, you're in that final, and you're that close to the title. And it's most probably the hardest stage to then get yourself back together, build yourself back up, and then go in and fight for a bronze medal. Now, someone who's gone through the repechage has had that little bit longer to overcome their disappointments and prepare themselves, and obviously watch the opposition as well. Where really position, he was thinking, well, maybe there's a possibility of getting into that final. There's two people I might have to go with, and that's someone who gets into the final or someone that's already in the bronze position. And for Stuart, yes, he will be disappointed, but would he be surprised with that? It was a strong opponent he was up against, and I don't, on paper, I was going to be a very tall order for Stuart to get through into that final. So,
and I didn't expect him so much at this stage, because for me, Christian thought Christian was his first or second opponent.
Yes,
and that was really a top fighter, and he beat him. So
he's had some very good matches, and he will be pleased with his performance. There's no doubt about it. When you look at the lineup that's in that group on its own, Nabali there you have, and you've got Kriba Gagnon of Canada. He's a great athlete as well, and Thomas and Grosclaude. All those were in that half, and he came through to a semi-final. So based on that alone, there were some athletes that were, I would say, a little bit more superior than him. I hate to say it because he's a British lad, and I want to say no, he's an Olympic champion qualification athlete, but he will have grown from having this one exposure and experience, and he's been up again and been beaten some very, very tough opposition. So well done for Stuart, and he's still got a chance of a bronze medal as well, so it's not all over and done with yet.
No, let's see, and he's gonna be up for a little bit of surprise for me as a Turkish guy, but Batuhan Efemgil.
Yes, I never put him in there at all. When I had Tof, I keep wanting to say Tooth, but Tof Christian of Hungary, I put him into the equation, but obviously he got beat by Stuart. I always like Nabali of the Ukraine.
Me too.
I think he's got lovely judo. I think he's a very dangerous athlete. There's no doubt.
He's one of the ones you see. He's really got a lot of potential and a lot of good judo, but he didn't really he's many times not making it.
No, so hit and a miss, isn't
but
it?
He's one to watch in the future for sure.
Ustav Purion, the number 2 seed, he wasn't in the framework at the end, was he?
No.
So he wasn't even anywhere near the quarterfinals, and he went out as the number 2 seed.
Yeah, but for me, to be honest, if he's in the semi, I'm not surprised, especially for the number 1 seed, of course, but also Ashley Gonzalez. Everybody knows he has really good judo, and he sometimes doesn't show how good he is, but here he showed it.
He's got nice judo, he can throw, and you don't become an Olympic world medalist doing things like that. And he was somebody that didn't go out of sight. He was somebody that I put down as a favourite to win, just because like the Brazilians and the Cubans, I love the judo. I love their exciting judo. It really keeps you on the edge of your toe. You never know what they're going to do because they're capable of throwing big. And they have so much energy and so much passion when they fight. So, I'm pleased to see him here. Efemgil of Turkey in the white, and he's up against Stuart of Great Britain in the blue. This is the repechage, the last chance of sealing a place for a medal here in this tournament.
And I saw Max Stewart coming up with a nice Uchimata attempt in the end, closing seconds of the other fight, and I'm really hoping to see a little bit more of that.
Ifemgil there starting off straight away how he wants to continue, and that's taking control of this contest. He has a grip there, the left hand you can see on his opponent's right lapel. And Stewart again is a tall lad. He's got a very strong right-handed grip. He steps
That was
across.
nice.
That was
Only
a
now he's in trouble.
Yes.
I think if FM Gill took a little bit too long to take over.
Yeah, well, it's for Stewart. He worked that one well. That was a nice strong attack from him, and he didn't look too uncomfortable. He didn't look worried at all there. A nice little spin on that, wasn't it? He went one way, spun back for what looked to be the Uchimata, but he didn't really connect there. I thought the Haryd was there, but could be wrong. It was nicely done. Cooch.
That's a really nice attempt.
Ippon.
I think it's not enough, just not enough for an
Just didn't get deep enough onto the back, but it was very deep. Look,
Yeah, it's a rolling.
it was rolled over, and Wazari, good call there. Wazari called. Nice.
But I think
judo.
Max Stewart is doing really a good job, because you can see FMG is just wants to get close. He wants to eat up Max Stewart, and he's trying. And Stewart is just keeping his distance. I don't know what happened there, but
I'm not
seems
sure at
to
all.
be hurt a little bit.
Oh, Bachuan there looking a little bit distressed on the elbow. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but he seems to be okay. Or was that just a ploy to get out of trouble?
Yeah.
just
just
give him
never
an
know.
Oscar.
Nice way to get out of a Shido.
Well, you see that all the time, don't you? You see it quite a lot happening, that when you're in trouble, you just go, oh, my knee, as if someone's shot you.
I think we're seeing another Stewart here than the last fight. I think Tushishvili was really too strong for him.
Yes, yeah.
Tactically too, also too strong.
Yeah, McGill there looking more of a match for him, and he's looking comfortable out there, Stewart.
And I think FMGO is really struggling. He cannot really get to his grip.
Well, if Gamel is someone that's right from the beginning has really had to battle his way through, and he's been really challenged in quite a few matches, and so for me he's got to be tired. He's really has. He's had to put a lot of work in here.
But for me, on the other hand, don't think that's really an excuse. You can have, I know in judo you can have really tough fights, but I think you have to be prepared for that. You have to be prepared to fight even 10-minute fights in a day like this. But it's no doubt about it that sometimes you see a judoka just coming through really easily with a few-minute fights, and the other one just getting golden scores.
Oh,
It's gonna be
Sinagi,
tough.
lovely technique there, nicely executed.
Good moment.
He walked straight onto that. That was very dynamic. Sadly, he didn't get the finish that he was hoping for, but nevertheless, it was a lovely
It
maneuver.
looks like FMGU is really troubled by his arm or elbow. The thing is, what do you do? Because he's troubled, so but he basically also walked off the mat.
Exactly.
Right off the mat.
The thing is, the referee...
So what do you do then? If you see someone is really injured, are you giving him a Shido? Because basically he made a mistake. And this was not a smart choice by Max
that's
Stewart.
going to be I'm sure that's a Shido. FMGL there sort of capitalizes on that,
but
pushes to the edge.
No Shido for Stewart here.
And Stewart trying to turn his opponent over there in the Niwaza, and really, well, he's trying to wrap up the legs.
I think it's just needs to keep working, because you are gonna take some time off.
That's exactly, tactically it's a good position for Stewart to be in when you're a Wazari up. I risk it in the tachi, was it unnecessarily?
But what he has to do is he has to keep moving, because the Turk is like FMG is still, although he's troubled a little bit, he's gonna be dangerous.
From Neil there, as you can see, with the Cianagi, and now Stewart working his way cleverly in the Niwaza, looking for the turnover, showing that he's getting very, very busy as the clock ticks away into the last 30 seconds. Well, 25 now, and he's doing some nice bit of Niwaza there, and
he is
keeping the pressure on with 17 seconds now remaining. So that was a real nice tactical move there.
It looks like FMU doesn't have so much left in the tank, don't you think?
No, well, it doesn't. It really doesn't surprise me, because he definitely was. He's worked hard to this stage now. He really has. Stewart coming in for Cianagi. And
FMU was basically walking onto him.
Yeah, he can afford, even if it didn't work, he can afford to get that Shido. There's no Shidos against him, and his seconds.
That was pretty
dangerous. Well, he's got the arm lock as well, so there was a submission there. I don't know if he was banging his leg. I don't know.
I think he just is hurt. So too bad we couldn't see FMU like the rounds before. Like he didn't show his best judo here.
No.
But I think he can be happy to walk away with a 7th place and some points for Olympic qualification.
And Stewart takes a place in that bronze medal match that we'll see him a little bit later on in the final block. And we should be coming up to the last 2 matches, the semi-finals.
Now we're going to see 2 really explosive fighters.
Oh, these are going to be 2 very exciting matches indeed. And you know what? I couldn't really predict which way they were going to go, either one of them. I'm looking at all 4 athletes and going, which one is going to come through?
Maidov is really on form today. He looked so strong.
And I like Gonzalez, because I just think he's really exciting and he's got lovely judo. And so we're divided on that, but the experience is the #1 seed. You would expect on paper he's going to win, but I just had this sort of real gut feeling with Gonzalez.
Yeah, Gonzalez is not seeded today.
No, and he's battled away and he's performed nicely throughout this competition. So here we have it, the first semi-final of the under-90s, and we're both sitting on the edge of our chair going, what's going to happen next? It's the calm before the storm, isn't it? The battle of wits here. Majov. He's very experienced and he's a very confident fighter, there's no doubt about it. Watching his matches throughout the day, and he looked, like you said, he was really enjoying himself out there. He didn't look like he was being challenged much at all.
And I think that's really nice for somebody that just got world champion. All the pressure is going to be on you. So you see some people that win their first really big medal, they're going to be having pressure, more nerves, but it doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Not at all. Gonzalez, as you can see, he's got that sleeve grip. He's just been broken now, but Majov coming over the top.
Again, he put his head on the...
Yes,
so he's going to get his 2nd penalty for that, and that's such a shame.
He's put himself under so much extreme pressure here now.
And
really what he's got to do, he's got to go for the big one now.
It's not necessary at all. Yeah.
2.5 minutes still remaining, and Majov, as you can see, is now accelerating in confidence in this contest.
Yeah, and it's just...
he's got that lapel. He's turning his body
and even if they wait a little bit longer, they're gonna both pick up a Shido maybe, so then it's already going to be over. And it's such a shame of this contest.
Well, it is a bit of an anticlimax, isn't it?
Yeah,
Really,
it is.
we were building ourselves up to seeing something so exciting, and it's actually fallen at the first half of the contest.
And
It's
for
not
me
even
it-
halfway through, are we?
Oh, he's going to get a shooter.
Oh, right.
That's
well,
interesting. I want to see why that is.
Yeah.
later.
Majov really was.
I think he maybe was blocking Ashley Gonzalez.
Well, I just thought there that Gonzalez was going to.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Yes!
That's
Oh,
a lovely
Wazari,
design.
and he's got the Osakami! I love it! Hey, would you? Do you know what? I just love it when I'm right.
Yeah,
Gonzalez takes
seriously.
the
But
place.
he was. I think he got away good there because he had so much.
I love it.
I feel like he forgot to read the rules before he got
put
into
himself
his
under
contest.
so much pressure. He's most probably walking off this mat right now going, why did I get those 2 Shidos? What did
Yeah.
I do wrong?
I
don't
really
know.
hope not because
I hope
it's
not, because if someone of that experience, you would know that you
But
keep
here
up
you
to.
can see
Look
Ismo
at
Rota
that.
Sienage is so strong.
Marotti, oh, brilliant. And he got the score, but did he let up? No. He followed it through. How powerful he is, because Majov is not an easy ride there at all. Well, Gonzalez into the final. How happy am I?
I know.
Oh, I love being right. I picked
Look
him
at
right from the
look at
beginning.
Maidov. He's so frustrated, and I think he's still thinking about the Shido before.
But why? Because she just got thrown for a Wazari and held down for a Sakumi.
Yeah, but I think
So-
he has a point there because it was a little bit unsure. But in the end, if you had thrown like that and hold down, it's just you have to accept that he was the better guy. And in duel, he beat him.
Well, the thing is, it's like
So another exciting match. For me, I cannot do different than voting a little bit for my country mate. I've done Neil Juraev.
yes.
And I told everyone before that Axel Klerget is one of my favorites. But I think also the judo of Juraev has been really wonderful. And today,
Tushishvili has been spot on today. He
Yeah.
has been very exciting. But Klerget, you can't really write off at all. He's had some nice judo. His Niwaza has been superb today. He has had some
was.
beautiful Niwaza. There's no doubt about it. That last quarterfinal match where he did that Sangaku Jimmy, which we didn't even see it coming, was beautiful. The Yoko Tomonagi there from the Frenchman, a nice start. Very positive approach
was.
to the contest.
although Juraev didn't seem to be really affected by it,
No,
he's
he's
just
just sort of
stood up
looked in,
and
yeah.
so.
As if to say, what are you up to?
And that's what I really like about Juraev. His judo is so upright. He doesn't stand in front, but he doesn't get countered.
Yeah, you've got a lovely Koichigari.
You would feel like you would go. You would try to do Koichigari at Juraev actually
Yeah.
to push him back, but he's so strong on his feet.
He's got around the waist there again. Another good attack from the Frenchman.
Yeah.
And these are starting to accumulate, these attacks. But one you would say, yes, he's looking positive. Yes, he's engaging first. Yes, the referee will say that he's the one that's hungry enough. But at the end of the day, you keep attacking like that and you're getting nothing for it. What are you doing? You're getting tired. You're actually putting a lot more extra effort in there. And you've got the Georgian that's just biding his time. He's just waiting. He's waiting for the ultimate mistake. And here you've got the Georgian with a really strong grip.
This
He's
is-
controlling the head. He's
This is where he wants to
circling.
be.
It's a circling motion that he's making. And the only way for defending against that was Klerget to go down into the knees. I'm surprised he didn't pick up a Shido for that. Because as well as the Georgian taking him down, the Frenchman really knew that the best option was for him to go down.
Yeah, that's true.
If he tried to stay up, he would have been caught with a throw.
But it was not really him going down.
Oh!
This is where they are best. That was amazing. And look at the transition of Axel Klerget. It's straight into
Klerget
the
really is in
Newaza
there.
because he knows he can beat him there. He's gonna try to get Tushishvili on the ground.
Yes, he's definitely trying to get him in the ground. He was dragging him by the sleeve, even though he was on flat on his back. And Tushishvili was just standing up, and he still had him by the sleeve, trying to draw him into the ground. So it's very obvious where the Frenchman wants to be, but will he get that opportunity? Well,
Tushishvili is looking so strong today. Now he has his own grip. And he can go from right to left, and that's so strong about him. Yeah, that was really
lovely
strong.
Kochi there. We saw that earlier on. He came in for the Kochi, he just stumbled him. He didn't get the score, but it was, again, the timing was nice. He had great timing on that footwork.
Yeah, and I think he started right-sided on the top, and then he switched to left and followed up with the Kochi. And that's what's making him so dangerous, because you don't know which side he's going to come. But that's what I do like with Clash, that it's not over until it's over. He's gonna go until the last second, even though there's only 30 seconds left. It's gonna be a tough 30 seconds for Tushishvili, and he's.
Well, look, there's the one draw down. That's a penalty.
Yeah, and that's just what he doesn't have to do. He cannot change his tactics now, and he's really lucky to not get a penalty there.
Yeah, very lucky. I was surprised.
And look at that drive of him. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's just another shooter.
No.
For me, he could have gotten 2 Shidos already.
Yeah. And he's not given any yet. Well, he's given one now.
This is for
but
sure.
this should have been the second one. I'm sure there should have been the second one for the Georgian. He gets the lift. The Georgian reacts very well there.
Yeah, he does.
With 3 seconds to go, it looks like it's easily that Georgian will take their place in the final. Tushishvili goes through against Gonzalez in the under-90s.
That was a really nice fight to watch anyways, and I think Tushishvili showed such a strong judo today, and I hope the final is going to be as exciting as this one.
I'm sure it will be. I'm really sure it will be. I'm just still on a high that Gonzalez got into the final. I just love being high. I just couldn't believe that. I just said that right at the beginning. I went, I fancy Gonzalez. I think he's got something there. He's capable of doing it. He's got the track record to be very. So let's have a look at this.
I think what you said was right there, right? They started pretty slowly, and
it was just calm before the storm, wasn't it? And so let's have a look and see where we are now and what we've really witnessed. And like we said, there's been some real highs and lows, and there's been some surprises by no means, and some surprises in a good way, and some real devastating situations for some of the athletes and where they've gone out through these rounds. But we'll touch on the under 78 kilo category, which we already started in because we couldn't wait to get our hands on it, looking at what had actually happened. Now we've got Malonga in the final and Opateka and down in the bottom half, and they're both going to battle away. But let's have a look at the journey. Well, Malonga, she was always going to be a threat within there. She was seeded at the beginning of the day. Agra,
I think the biggest upset was Mayra Aguirre losing to Wagner.
Yeah. She really wasn't firing on all cylinders today. She just wasn't sharp. And she struggled quite a few times throughout that against Wagner. Wagner, for me, was exceptional. She had a really good day's performance.
That was one of my highlights today.
And she's in there with, again, a German teammate. And that's a little bit difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah, for me, and it's always a little bit sad that the teammates have to battle it out. I preferred if they would fight other countries, but that's the way it is.
But she is on form, there's no doubt about it with Wagner, but against Malonga, she really stretched her to the end, didn't she? That
was a tough fight.
Malonga wasn't going to get an easy ride into that final, there was no doubt about it.
No.
And then on the bottom half, Well, straight away, what stares at us was Natalie Powell. She was the number 2 seed, Olympic bronze medalist, and European silver medalist. She was one of the big sort of hopefuls to get into the final, but she went at the first hurdle. She had a bye in the first round, and then was up against the Croatian, a young Croatian, Prodan.
Yeah, she can be really happy with the 7th place today, because not only she beat the top 2 seed, the number 2 seed, but she also had very good performances after. So although she didn't continue until the bronze panel match, she really had a good day.
She gave a good account, and she's a young athlete coming through. So for Croatia, they'll be delighted with that performance.
I think it was really
Sadly,
nice
that she wasn't able to get a medal of being on her home grounds.
No.
But the performance against Natalie Powell, well, that was an absolute shock,
really
and it
nice.
really was amazing. She came out with the opening seconds and threw over Wazari. Then Natalie came back, and I thought, well, Natalie, now that maturity that she has and experience under her belt, Prodan just upset her. Yeah. But no, Prodan got down with the Wazari and then still came at her as like a train going downhill, and came back to win that match. And so she then went on to
and
have
for me,
Opateka, which then was the stumbling block for her.
Yeah, but for me, what's also a big story today is like Adri Chumeo losing in the semi-final. She must be so frustrated after Madeleine Malonga got to the final. So they really having a battle there, and Madeleine Malonga, she beat Chumeo last time, and now she's in the final. Chumeo is gonna go for the bronze. That must be so frustrating, and she's gonna be really she's gonna really want to have that bronze medal to not make too much damage.
Well, I wasn't surprised with Chumeo after watching her compete against in her first round. She had a bye in the first round, and so did Stangerling. And when it came to this match, she wasn't firing. She wasn't looking her best. For me, she was very flat. I put it actually down to being her first match, being the first round. We can all feel a little bit sort of ropey, but then with Malzahn, she just showed her a good judo lesson, didn't she? Really,
she did.
And that flatness just stayed with her right through into the quarterfinal, and then she managed just to scrape through Malzahn. But I think that took so much out of her that when it came to Opateka, she really had very little. I think her morale was pretty low by then, and I don't think she knew she wasn't going to have a good day, and that was the last chance for her.
Yeah, but I did think, I think against Apotheker, she is on paper the better judoka, so she didn't expect to lose there. And for me also Stangerling, big heads up for Stangerling before in the Italian, because she just played it really smart against Chumeo. Just kept moving, kept attacking, and that's what you have to do against Chumeo. She was frustrated.
Well, we know that the Italians in general, they go out and they fight well. They're tactically very good. They've got such a big engine within their hearts. They fight to the end. They're very fit, they're very strong, and where sometimes they can they lose out in the technical expertise, they make up in everything else that you can never write off an Italian, there's no doubt about it. So when it comes to the final, who would you say there? Malonga?
For me, I think I would go for Madeleine Malonga. As I like Clara Apotheker a lot, and she's growing a lot, but I think maybe Madeleine Malonga is going to be a little bit stronger here.
Yes, I agree with you on that based on how they performed today. Now, going down into the bronze medal, we've said like Chumeo, she's not looking her best, and she's up against Hamada of Japan.
Yeah.
I think Japan. I really do.
For me, I don't know. You can never rule out Chumeo, and she's gonna really want that bronze medal. And Hamada is also struggling a little bit today. So she finished it really well against Aguiar. But let's see. I think it's going to be an interesting contest.
It will be very interesting because they've both got very different strengths, haven't they?
Yeah.
Hamada's nice. She's got lovely technique. She uses her feet very well, so she can be very dangerous that way when she gets the opportunity. Where Chumeo, well, she's a fighter, isn't she? She's very physical. She's got a very aggressive approach, unlike Hamado's the opposite. So it's going to be a massive clash here, isn't there? And it would be interesting to see who's going to be able to cope with the opposition. And then you've got down Malzen and Wagner. Well, it's going to be a tough fight, isn't it?
Let's see what's
so
going
we've
on.
got to just see how that pans out at the end. So let's swiftly go across to the
78.
plus 78s. And what was one of the biggest upsets for me was
There were 2 upsets.
Cheric. That yes, and as even both the number 1 and 2 seed
Yep.
of this weight category went out, and now Valensek is in the final for Slovenia, and Chekiruhu of Tunisia is in the other.
Yeah, we
Is
missed
also
a
in the
little bit
final.
on her action, so I didn't see any
didn't
of her
see-
fights.
Yes, exactly the same. I didn't get to see her perform throughout the day.
But if you look at who she beat today, it's really impressive because she beat Kincerska earlier, and then she beat Sayed, and Sayed took out the the number 2 seed. So she must have shown some strong judo, and I hope to see to look back a little bit later and see some more of her. And I'm really curious how she's gonna do against Anna Valensek.
Yes.
Valensek being a really experienced fighter, even though she's in a new weight category, she's gonna be really tough to beat.
Yes, and I've been impressed with her. So for me, I would go with Slovenia taking that gold
Well, let's see.
position, the top
Yeah.
spot. Well, we'll just have to see, because you never know. With that experience that
Yeah, but
the
it's really
Tunisian
nice.
has, she's been in this position before, and she's picked up some results in the past.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see her in the final, and it's gonna be good.
And down into the bronze medal fights there we have, well, who would you pick? Kalinian of Ukraine, she's there, and Sayet of Turkey.
I think I'm gonna go with Kaira Said because I know her for longer, and for me she is such a good judoka. Also, sometimes she doesn't look like she's so sharp, so she is really strong in her judo. But for me, sometimes in the past she could get more out of her judo, and but today, yeah, she's been doing well. She just, we didn't see the semi-final. That's a shame. So, but I'm gonna vote for her for bronze.
And then we've obviously got Sarah Asina
Yeah.
of Japan, and she's up against Slutskia.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough one, but Asahina for me, I think.
Yeah, she has really nice judo.
She's got lovely judo. She and I think this will come through. And obviously, I have Cheric from Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kaczynska that both took the 7th places.
Yeah.
So, which was
Some points for
nice.
the qualification.
they
So
get a
that's
point.
not bad.
That's it. Yeah.
Let me get my papers.
Yes. Let's see. Now we come to the men, and we've just finished up with the fresh in our minds the 90 kilo men's division. 55 athletes participated, and Majov was the number 1 seed, but as we saw, went out in the
That
semi-final.
was your favorite moment today, right?
Against, well, Majov, I love his judo. I think he's a great performer, and he deserved to be there. But what I really liked is that there you have Gonzalez, that is a bit more of a mature athlete that's had experience, but he's still going so strong that he can get himself in against that tough opposition and get himself to the final. And he did it in style. He had beautiful judo. He moves well. He's so exciting. And he's one that I want to see win the under-90s, to be honest.
And we were already getting really frustrated because we thought the fight was over, and we just didn't expect that from such a champion to lose with these kind of shidos, and really he made mistakes. So I'm really hoping somebody told him not to do that in the final.
And then when the bottom half, we've got Ustav Pirioni of there. He was the number 1 seed.
Yeah, number
And
2.
number 2 seed. Well, in that half, he came up top on that half there, and he went out in the first match, and against the Turkish contender Ifemegil of and. He went on and on to grow and get stronger and stronger, and until he got to that crunch with Clerget of France, who just outclassed him a little bit, and that's where it went. He went down into the repechage and then lost against Stewart. But where you have there, you then got Clerget and the Georgian and Tushishvili, which you
for me,
fond. You could tell in your voice you were just edging him away there. You obviously he is a very exciting
and
competitor.
not only because he's from Georgia. Let me
No,
get
no,
that straight.
yes, definitely.
His techniques are so amazing, and I think really, if you see Gonzalez got in trouble when somebody was grabbing over his head, and that's Tushishvili style. So I think he can really get Gonzalez into some trouble, and I think today he really was looking amazing, and I could recognize him from being a world champion in 81 kilos. Then he was looking almost invincible, and I think today he was really strong.
Well, they're two very different fighters, isn't
They
there,
are.
really? You've got, once again, like we've just spoke with the previous there, Gonzalez, he likes the movement. He likes to flow his judo. He doesn't like to be pulled up close and
That's
personal.
exactly what Tushishvili is going to want to do.
Tushishvili, he want to get hold of him. He's wanting to grab him round the waist. He's going to want the uranagis, the oichigaris. He wants that closeness. And so can Gonzalez deal with that? Will he be strong enough against this very strong Georgian? That's the big question, because they are so different, and they want things so differently to work in that contest. One will want to be close up. Gonzalez will want that space. He'll want to maneuver. He'll want to dance around and get in when he wants to.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see. And I'm going to go for Gonzalez.
Then I'm going to go for
Fletcher.
Tushishvili. Of course.
Of course. And then we've got Doan in the repechage that came through, and there was a real battle there and some nice judo that went on. And sadly for the two that were in the semi-final that had to move down into the repechage, that fought extremely well to get there, will have to now pick themselves back up and get them, dust themselves off and get in and build the boost their confidence to know that they're capable of walking away with a medal today, because there's still nowhere, unlike the final, they're guaranteed a medal regardless what happens. Here they've still got a battle. It could be a fifth, it could be a bronze, we still don't know. And Medvedev we have that'll be in the first bronze medal fight with Clerget. Who do you reckon?
Oh, that is really a tough fight, because I really liked Medvedev with the last fight against Randall. He just was adapting, so how do you say that, reacting so well, and he just lifted them really high, and I guess that's one of his strengths also. So, but I think for me it's going to be tough against Clerget, because Clerget is really able to keep some distance, and he's a clever judoka, so I'm going to go with Clerget on this one.
Yes. And do you know what? I think it is going to be very difficult, and exactly for the reasons that you had said. Medvedev has battled away all the way through here, and but Clerget, I think, is just a little bit more clever tactically. I think he is. I think that's just going to be the edge. It is, I think. So we're in agreement on that. And then we go down to, you see it, Max Stewart from Great Britain, and Majov, who was the number 1 seed for Serbia. And he is the number 1 seed.
And to be honest, he looked so strong today. For me, he's throwing with big techniques and really sharp and fast.
He strolled through up until that
from the beginning of the day,
right
throwing Kochman.
He was never challenged, I don't think, right up until that Gonzalez.
So
that was the first time he was challenged.
And he's super frustrated for sure, because he was still thinking about the third Shido for Gonzalez, so he felt like he had that contest almost into his pocket, and then that happened.
Well, my heart would say Stewart is a lovely lad, but I have to be realistic and honest with myself that based on what we have, the number 1 seed, he's got to be the favourite going into taking that bronze medal. So here we go on to the under 100 kilograms, and there was 42 competitors at the beginning of the day, and when we were looking through them and marking them out, there was obviously Denisov was the number 1 seed, and he was set there to do really well, and we had high hopes for him. When looking through and looking at some of the results, one of my favourites, and I'm absolutely delighted, it's another one that I predicted that's come through. I just wish I could predict the lottery tickets as well as this.
You can put money in this.
I'm going to put the lottery ticket on because I'm doing really well at the moment. Reyes of Canada. Now, for me, I thought he's this young guy, he's junior world champion, and he's got nice judo.
He does.
And it's that maturity. At the beginning of the day, the question mark was was he capable of, did he have the maturity and the experience and exposure of this level of tournament to exceed himself through into a medal? My answer was, yeah, he's got nothing to lose. He's got it all to gain. He'll look at that draw and he'll go, Denisov, everyone's going to think he's going to be. Frey, you're going to say, yeah, everyone's going to think him. They're going to write me off. I've got nothing to lose other than do what I'm capable of doing, and that's fighting my heart out. And in his first Juraev of Uzbekistan, that was his first match. That when they both competed against each other, I thought, I wrote both of them off in the first match. I thought, if you're going to fight like that, you've got not a chance in anything of getting through to a medal, because it was so challenging and it was so flat right at the beginning. He obviously took a thought to himself as he was coming off that mat, thinking I could do better, and he did. He got better and better and better and better. And will he just exceed for the gold? Well, do you know what? I think so. It's been really impressive. But the biggest upset, Farah taking out Denisov.
Yep. And in what way?
Really, that was the big surprise. And then when that happened, it was a massive, big mix-up, wasn't it? Everybody was thrown in there. Everybody. And that lineup would have said, well, do you know what? We're all in for a shout. If that can happen in the first round, we're all prepared to do that. Bottom half, though.
Yeah, also many surprises there, I think. With Simeon Katarina taking out the number 2 seed. You got the Russian, he's seeded, but not the first. And Ilyasov just got a really strong performance today. I didn't get to see so much from him, and so I'm really curious about this final, and I cannot say too much about it. But if you see who Ilyasov beat today, you know he's really strong, because he beat the Japanese, and the Japanese guy, he was really on top of his game today, also with beating Fonseca, beating Mukete.
Well, you mentioned Fonseca. Now, in that match against Idan, Fonseca had thrown him for a Wazari. He was all over him, and he then, for whatever reason, he just switched off and just Hansokumaki.
Yeah, but I think that's the strength also of the Japanese, because they can put you under pressure always. They're not going to make any mistakes. So
the mistakes that he was making himself.
Yeah, that's
He
true.
actually did a drop. He had no grip whatsoever. Georges Fonseca dropped, and he literally went to himself, what have I just done? He was already 2 shidos up, and then he drops with a Wazari on the board, and less than a minute, I believe, that was left. He was all over him. He was fighting well against the Japanese, and I thought he's going to win this.
He made a mistake,
and then he dropped, and for no reason whatsoever.
And it took him the tournament because he was out.
That's it. That was for me the biggest disappointment of that bit. And obviously we had Benjamin Fletcher, that
he wasn't on his best fight today. I think Borodavko was looking very strong.
He did. He looked very, very good. But
I didn't see the fight against Mukete, but obviously he did a really good job, because he got to the quarterfinals today. And I didn't see so much, so I cannot say so much about it. But I think he did a really good job, and he can be happy with a 7th place in the end.
Yes, and Ilyasov defeated the Japanese in that semi-final, and that was a great win, wasn't it? A very good win. Oh, now we look down.
Yeah, for me the biggest surprise of the day was Danilo Hutsol. His judo was really great. He was strong, but he was not afraid of his opponents. You could see that against Denisov, and it was a well-deserved win. Although he was getting very tired, so he should get a little bit more strength. He should focus on that and a little bit more in shape. But he was looking really strong, and people are having trouble with his height.
Oh, definitely. He's a lovely tall lad. Yeah. But like what you were saying, you hit on the condition of Hutsol, and that was very obvious when but saying that, it went into golden score, and it went on and on
for like
on
8 minutes.
Yes,
I think the total time of the contest was like 8 minutes.
It just went on forever, didn't it? So you would be you'd be sympathetic to think, well, yeah, of course you're going to be tired if you're on the edge of somebody like that and you're up against an opponent that's so strong. But you could see it was starting in in the golden score. His core started to weaken. That height that was always the advantage that he had, and it's been his strengths throughout the day, and he's taken full advantage of this height and the judo that comes from it. But when his core started to weaken, the head started to come down. That's what lost him the match. So it was right. You're right in what you're saying. It has been. It's not because he's not good enough or he hasn't got the judo to be able to win. It's just that his condition ran out.
Yep,
that's what happened there. But
he's going to face Idan
and he's going to have a bit of a rest now. So what do you think?
I think it's because of his posture and stuff. It's going to be really tough against the Japanese because they are extremely well on their core and their posture. So, but I really think he has a chance.
Yes, I do. I think he's
I
got
do
a really
favor.
good
I think the Ida because he's looking sharp today. I didn't see a semi-final again, but I think for me he's the favorite to go into the bronze.
For me, yes, he is. I think he is the favorite, and I think he could possibly win it. And I think it might be based on his ashiwas, as his feet have been working superbly. They are really. He's very, very clever on how he manoeuvres around the mat. And someone who's so leggy, it might just suit him even more. Those legs coming across, he might take them from underneath him. So we've just got to wait and see. Cavalieri.
Yeah, Tavluri against Mamadov. I think they're both experienced fighter. Mamadov obviously being the most experienced, and he's always strong. And for me, I would maybe go for Mamadov, although Tavluri is really making progress, and he's looking strong.
Yes, he's building in his confidence, isn't he? And you can see every time he comes out, he just seems to get stronger and stronger, and he's starting to believe himself. And you can never write off the Georgians at all. They've got some very strong athletes. They've got a good team, and they support each other very well. So it'll be a very interesting match to win. But
it does look. It's open for me. This one.
It could be. Yes, definitely. It could be an open one. You couldn't predict that one. It would be very difficult to. Plus 100s now. It's the final one that we're looking at. And yes, I'm going to say it. Tushishvili, the man with 9 lives. He's definitely is a. He has had the ups and downs, and he's had the fright of your life at times when you think, well, where he has come from and how close he was of going out of this competition at a very early stage, and he comes back and then he goes in. He keeps us on the edge of our chair all the time. He's a very, very exciting athlete to watch. There's no doubt about it. You can't write him up, but he's one of these that he can throw big, but he leaves himself wide open to being thrown.
That's
really
true,
does.
but I think he's always gonna have this style a little bit because he's also taking huge risks sometimes and to throw really big, and that's what you saw against
Oltiboyev.
You could see that, like, he was thrown once by not almost for an ippon, and then coming back doing the same attack. So he must have been so confident, and he must have felt that he was doing good.
Yes, I think so. Well, he obviously, there was something that we couldn't feel. We didn't understand how he, and like we say, he's a very confident, and he knows what his capabilities are. But against Oltiboyev, I was like at the edge of my chair. I could not believe it. One, I thought it was an ippon straight away. And then it was given a wazari, and I thought, you lucky, lucky man. And then I just thought, you know what, you're not going to come back from that. And he did. And I thought, well, hats off to you. You've done really well to doing that, to actually go down like that and compose yourself, to be able to start rethinking and getting straight back in there and evening it up. It was a very interesting match, and a very exciting one at the same time. But his battle went on and on. Kokuri, again, that was an up and down, and it was a high and a low, and you just thought, what's he going to do? Is he going to get there, or is he going to make the ultimate mistake right at the last day? But no, the man with 9 lives got another one and another one. So in fairness to him, good luck to him in this final. We'll see how he gets on against Sasson.
Yeah.
And with Sasson, he was another one that I had predicted to doing well and getting on the podium. And my thoughts for that was because of how the Israeli team have performed in general. They've had an exceptional weekend, haven't they? Especially with the men.
Yeah, I think they took their number one team. They took their A team, so I was expecting good results because at the moment they really have a strong team, and
a young one at that. There's some really young athletes.
There's some young ones, but I think Ori Sasson is one of the most experienced fighters. So I think in a plus 100 he's settled down already for a while now. He's got his bronze medal at the Olympics even. So he's such a strong and clever fighter, and he can really give Tushishvili a really hard time also because he's really quick with the low seonages.
Yes.
And I'm really excited for that.
He's a well-conditioned athlete as well.
Yeah, he knows he's gonna know exactly what Guram Tushishvili is doing.
Yes,
I think they are in Israel. They're doing a lot of preparation. They analyze the judo, so he's not gonna be surprised. That's for sure.
Well, I do feel that there's going to be a real battle on our hands for that place for the title and the gold medal. And do you know what? I couldn't call that one because I think just because there's been some highs and lows with Tushishvili, he can make mistakes. And we've seen that, which I thought that looking at the performances and the build-up towards this final, Sasson, for me, he had a steady, solid progression through. He didn't make mistakes. He didn't make any very, very minor mistakes. So I think he's very focused. He's very on the border of cautious, and I think he will reflect on what he's seen there and be quietly confident, I think, of taking that. But it'll be an interesting one to see. And going down into the repechage for those bronze medals, well, talk us through that then. What do you think?
I think Tasoyev, he has such great skill. I think sometimes you can see he's maybe still lacking a little bit of strength due to that he's junior, he's so young. Yes. But his moving is I think one of the best in the over 100.
Nice.
He's fighting like he's an under 90 or 81 kilo guy. He's moving so quickly and he has the weight to show up for it. So I think he's gonna give. I think Izquierdo is the other fighter, but I did also really like the judo of Izquierdo today. So I think we're going to have a really exciting fight because they're both really agile, and that's what you see more and more in the over 100s. Before, you used to see some really slow fights, all ending in shidos, and today we hardly saw that. We saw nice techniques, we saw nice scores, and especially with these two fighters. So yeah, I'm gonna go for Tasoyev because he's a little bit my favorite today. But
yes, he was one that I picked right up at the beginning again. I thought because he's a young lad, he's coming through. He's had some very impressive results as a junior, like as a very young athlete in the senior category. And I thought, and he's got nice judo. His judo is nice. He's a little bit different to some of the Russians that we have seen in previous, where
we did.
They rely very heavily on their power and their aggressive approach. He flows nicely. He's open. He's got a lovely feel about judo, and he creates opportunities for himself. He doesn't wait and he doesn't react off the power. He reacts off the movement, and this is for me what was quite exciting about him. And Tasoyev, I think, has got a good chance there. I didn't see too much of his opponent, to be honest, but what we have seen is and what we do know is with the Brazilian team
they
know judo. They've got nice judo, and they have also a nice flow in their judo. They move well, and this, I think, could be a bit of a clash, and I think it will be. Whoever goes through, I think it'll be a big throw.
That's what I mean. That's what I really like. I think it's going to be a big score.
I think we're going to see some nice judo.
Multiple
I
scores.
really do think we're going to see some nice judo. And the bottom half, we've got the other bronze medal coming up in Hige of Austria, and he's against Kuma of the Ukraine. Well,
also two fighters that are not too old. They're quite young, and they're yeah, they're both really making progress, and I think Hedgie's one of my favorites. He lost to the Brazilian, and I didn't see that, so, but I think he's having a good day, beating good people in the first rounds, and but obviously Kamo, he beat Tosoyev. He showed a really good fight to Tushishvili, so.
Yes.
For me, he's gonna be my favorite. He's already a favorite for a while for me because he has nice moving. Also, I'm repeating myself. I think many people have
because I
good
think
moving.
yes.
But for me, he's the one to beat in the last bronze medal match.
When the thing is, the language that we're using at this moment, you'd think we'd be talking about lightweight divisions, wouldn't you?
Yes,
you
I
would think
so
90
too.
kilos and below. We're actually talking about the plus 100, saying that they flow and they're open and they've got nice judo and they're dynamic and they're explosive. We're using all these words, and it was something you would say, well, are we talking about 90 kilos or under 100s? There has been some beautiful judo in the plus 100s. There's been some real athletic and dynamic judo in the plus 100s. It's actually been really exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I really think some years ago the last day could have been really boring because you have the over 100s, and those are many times they can be Shido fights.
Well, sometimes it's the death of a Makakomi, isn't it? That's what you get,
Yeah,
the death of a Makakomi. But
especially
that's
in the
gone.
over 78, but now today that was completely different. You would have seen so many nice fights, and I think the judo in general in the over 100s and over 78 developed so much.
Yes.
And I really loved watching today.
Well, what you've got is a few of these under 100s. They're actually dabbing their feet in the water a little bit, coming up to 100s. They're giving themselves a little bit of a chance here to see, well, we have seen it in the women a few times in the plus 78s and the under 78s, and they're moving through. We've seen that happen, and the lighter
with Anna Valensek.
And they've been light, but they've been very, very good, and they're able to move the heavier ladies. But this has been the case again with the plus 100s. But I think what we're in general seeing is our plus weights looking much more athletic, much more. They're much more professionally prepared for these level of tournaments, it's a real turnaround over the years where before we would say, well, they're just overweight, or that's why they're in that weight, and I'm not being disrespectful. These are the sort of things we used to always feel, but no, you can't say that anymore.
No,
these are
really
athletes, and these are athletes that are well prepared, and they're able to fight right to the max, to the end, to take that, and the determination is the same as any other weight category. So well done for that. But it's going to be a very interesting final block that will commence at 5 o'clock today. So I do hope you've enjoyed listening to what we've had to say about the sort of breakdown of these weight categories, and we haven't gibberished on a little bit too much, but it's been an absolute delight for the first part to watch all these athletes perform, and they've given a very good account of themselves, and it's a sort of a massive applause to them for entertaining us all morning until this late afternoon. But I do hope you'll continue to join us in the final block at 5 o'clock. And so from myself, Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and Esther Stan, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
And we'll see you a little bit later on. Goodbye.
Goodbye.